1963, and Oswald showed his home address as 657 French Street. The box had been closed on September 26, 1963, with mail forwarded to 2515 West 5th Street, Irving, Texas. Under the entry, Names of Persons Entitled to Receive Mail Through Box, Oswald had written the names A.J. Heidel and Marina Oswald. Inspector Zarza calls Dallas Inspector Harry Holmes and notifies him of the discovery. 7:55 p.m. In the third-floor hallway at Dallas Police Headquarters, detectives lead Oswald off the jail elevator and back through the crowd of reporters toward Captain Fritz's office. Oswald tells newsmen that the only reason he is in custody is because of his stay in the Soviet Union, defiantly adding, "I'm just a patsy." 8:05 p.m. With Oswald again seated in Fritz's office, FBI agent Clements continues his interview of the suspect, asking Oswald to provide the names, addresses, and occupations of relatives, as well as a sequential list of his own occupations and residences. Oswald answers the agent's questions readily enough, even courteously, although he doesn't volunteer any information. Finally, on a perfectly innocuous question about his present occupation, Oswald balks. "What started out to be a short interrogation turned out to be rather lengthy," he complains. "I refused to be interviewed by other law enforcement officers before, and I've got no intention of being interviewed by you. I know the tactics of the FBI. You're using the soft touch. There's a similar agency in the Soviet Union. Their approach would be different, but the tactics would be the same. I believe I've answered all the questions I'm going to answer, and I don't care to say anything else." Nevertheless, when Clements ignores his complaint and asks the same question again, what his present occupation is, Oswald answers. At that, Clements terminates the interview. 8:18 p.m., 9:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Alan Belmont at FBI headquarters in Washington is on the phone with Dallas Special Agent in Charge, Gordon Shanklin. The head of the Dallas office tells Belmont that he has made arrangements with Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth to fly one of his agents back to Washington with the rifle, cartridge cases, and metal fragments removed from Governor Connolly just as soon as police release the evidence to the FBI. "See if the police want us to make a ballistics test on the pistol that was used to kill Officer Tippit," Belmont asks. "If so, have it forwarded for examination along with the bullets removed from Tippit's body. If they don't want to release the pistol to us, find out all you can about the make, caliber, how many bullets were fired." "Okay," Shanklin agrees. "I also realize that it's extremely important to locate and interview Oswald's co-workers to determine his whereabouts and actions at the time of the shooting. This is being done as we speak." "Good," Belmont says. "President Johnson has been in touch with Mr. Hoover and wants to be sure that the FBI is on top of this case and is looking to us to solve it. You understand what that means, don't you?" "Yes," Shanklin answers. "It is imperative that we do everything possible in this case," Belmont says firmly. "Understood," Shanklin reaffirms. To handle the number of leads pouring into the Dallas office and expedite the interviewing of depository employees, Belmont tells Shanklin that he's ordering an additional 20 agents, 4 stenographers, and 10 cars to go to Dallas immediately. 8:30 p.m., 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At Bethesda Naval Hospital, the 3 pathologists have rolled the president onto his left side and are examining the oval-shaped bullet wound located to the right of his spine and just above the right shoulder blade. Dr. Fink can see that the edges of the wound are pushed inward and recognizes the reddish-brown skin around the margins as an abrasion collar, characteristics typical of entrance wounds. After taking photographs of the bullet hole, Dr. Humes probes the wound with his little finger, but finds that the bullet path seems to stop less than an inch into the hole. Dr. Fink attempts to explore the wound using a flexible metal probe, but after repeated attempts he can't seem to find the path of the bullet. Afraid of making a false passage, Fink removes the probe and examines the front of the body. There are no corresponding exit wounds, only a tracheotomy incision in the front of the throat. Fink, Boswell, and Humes examine the margins of the incision, but cannot find any evidence of a bullet exit. The doctors are perplexed. Where did the bullet go? Dr. Fink asks to examine the president's clothing, hoping that it might give a clue as to what happened to the bullet, but finds that the clothing is not available. Dr. Fink then suggests that a whole-body radiographic survey be conducted before proceeding any further with the autopsy. All three of the pathologists know from experience that bullets can do crazy things when they enter the human body and might end up anywhere. The only way to be sure they haven't missed it is to X-ray the entire body. Fink's decision doesn't sit well with Admiral Berkeley, who can see his idea of a quick recovery of evidence giving way to hour after hour of difficulties and delays. Berkeley says that Mrs. Kennedy had only granted permission for a limited autopsy and questions the feasibility of finding the bullet that entered the president's back without conducting a complete autopsy. "Well, it's my opinion that the bullet is still in the president's body," Dr. Humes tells him, "and the only way to extract it is to do a complete autopsy, which I propose to do." As tempers flare, Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman confers quickly with FBI agents Siebert and O'Neill. They agree that, from an investigative and prosecutorial standpoint, the bullet must be recovered, no matter how long it takes. They advise Admiral Berkeley of their position, but he remains resistant to furthering the probe. Admiral Calvin B. Galloway, commanding officer of the U.S. Naval Medical Center, steps up to break the deadlock and orders Dr. Humes to perform a complete autopsy. Now, to Admiral Berkeley's annoyance, they will have to wait more than an hour for the entire body to be X-rayed. At Dallas Police Headquarters, Captain Fritz ambles back to his office to face Oswald once again. The prisoner doesn't seem to be tiring as the night drags on, although the detectives around him are beginning to feel the wear of the day. Detective Elmer Boyd never saw a man answer questions like Oswald. He never hesitates about his answers. He shoots back an answer just as soon as the questions are asked, sometimes even before the questions are finished. Though most of the time he is calm, rather frequently his attitude suddenly changes and he gets mad, especially if he is asked something he doesn't like. "Did you keep a rifle in Mrs. Payne's garage in Irving?" Captain Fritz continues with his questioning. "No," Oswald replies, having apparently decided to answer more questions despite his earlier refusal. "Didn't you bring one with you when you came back to Dallas from New Orleans?" Fritz asks. "No, I didn't," Oswald says. "Well, the people out at the Payne residence say you did have a rifle," Fritz states firmly, "and that you kept it out there wrapped in a blanket." "That isn't true," Oswald shoots back. Fritz lets the response hang there in the silence. He circles the desk. "You know you've killed the president," Fritz says bluntly. "This is a very serious charge." "No, I haven't killed the president," Oswald responds dryly. "He is dead," the captain says. "Yeah, well, people will forget that in a few days and there will be another president," Oswald replies as if the day's events mean nothing. 8:40 p.m. In Chief Curry's third-floor office, Dallas FBI head Gordon Shanklin informs FBI agent Vince Drain that the FBI in Washington wants their Dallas agents to acquire the rifle found on the 6th floor, the revolver used to shoot Officer Tippit, and other various items, and bring them all to Washington immediately for examination. Drain discusses it with Chief Curry, telling him that he will personally stay with the evidence the entire trip to and from Washington to keep the chain of evidence intact. Personally, Curry doesn't give a hoot what the FBI wants. This is a Dallas case under Dallas jurisdiction, and the responsibility is his. Wanting to appear cooperative, though, Curry promises Drain that he'll consider the FBI's request. 8:52 p.m., 9:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The FBI sends a second teletype to its 55 field offices. "The Bureau is conducting an investigation to determine who is responsible for the assassination. You are therefore instructed to follow and resolve all allegations pertaining to the assassination. This matter is of the utmost urgency and should be handled accordingly, keeping the Bureau and Dallas, the Office of Origin, apprised fully of all developments." 8:55 p.m. Crime Lab Sergeant W.E. Pete Barnes makes his way through the throng gathered on the third floor outside homicide and robbery. The size of the mob there is unbelievable, and frankly, Barnes finds it disgusting. He can't imagine how anyone can carry on an investigation properly with this kind of commotion going on. Barnes has been ordered by his boss, Lieutenant Day, to make paraffin casts of Oswald's hands to see if there is any evidence that he has fired a weapon recently. Crime Lab detectives J.B. Johnny Hicks and R.L. Studebaker have come along to assist him. Also called a GSR, the gun residue test involves heating paraffin, a wax substance, to about 130 degrees. It's then brushed onto the suspect's hands and reinforced with alternating layers of bandage gauze. As the wax cools, it extracts from the skin particles of nitrates, acid elements in gunpowder residue that are deposited on the skin by the gases from a fired bullet. And these nitrates become embedded in the wax casts. The casts are then cut from the hands and sent to the crime lab for testing. There, technicians apply one of two chemicals to the casts to determine the presence of nitrates. A positive result will show up as a pattern of blue or violet dots. Barnes has been known to get exceptionally good paraffin casts, much better than some of the other detectives in his division. He once quipped, "The other detectives don't get the paraffin hot enough. They are afraid they'll burn the suspect, but I don't mind if I burn the bad guys a little in order to get a good cast." Contrary to myth, the paraffin test is not conclusive for the simple reason that the two chemicals used by laboratories to test for nitrates, diphenylamine and diphenylbenzidine, will react to most oxidizing agents, including urine, tobacco, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, soil, fertilizer, and many others. The list is so large that a positive nitrate result doesn't preclude the possibility that the cause might be due to something other than gunpowder residue. Moreover, the mere handling of a weapon may leave nitrates on the skin even without firing it. Because of their unreliability, paraffin tests have fallen into increased disfavor by law enforcement agencies in the United States. As Barnes steps inside Captain Fritz's office, Fritz tells him that in addition to Oswald's hands, he wants Barnes to make a cast of Oswald's right cheek. Barnes knows immediately how unusual a request it is. Since 1956, when he started doing paraffin tests, this is the only time anyone had ever requested a paraffin test of a suspect's cheek. In fact, common sense tells a man of Barnes' experience that anyone firing a rifle has got very little chance of getting powder residue on his cheek. The reason is that the cartridge is sealed into the chamber by the bolt of the rifle being closed behind it. Upon firing, the cartridge case expands even farther inside the chamber, completely filling it up and preventing the nitrate gases from escaping onto the face. Barnes doesn't question Fritz's judgment, though. He has an order, and that's good enough for him. The crime lab sergeant begins unpacking his equipment as Oswald sits nearby, watching. "I know why you're doing this," Oswald says boastfully. "Why?" Barnes replies in his right-to-the-point style. "You want to find out if I fired a gun," Oswald replies. "I'm not trying to prove anything," the sergeant replies as the wax begins to heat up. "We have the test to make, and the people at the lab will determine the rest." "Yeah, well, you're wasting your time," Oswald says in a self-assured manner. "I don't know anything about these shootings." As soon as he's done, Barnes places the paraffin casts from Oswald's right cheek and two hands into 3 separate manila envelopes. A couple of patrolmen assist Barnes in wending his way through the news media to get to the elevators that'll take him to the 4th floor identification bureau. A storm of questions are thrown at him as he snakes through the press. "What have you got in that sack? You owe it to the news media to tell us. What have you got there?" Barnes refuses to reply to the boisterous horde. Arriving at the identification bureau, Sergeant Barnes initials the casts, seals them, and locks them in the evidence room. They'll be delivered to the county crime lab at Parkland Hospital in the morning for testing. Barnes immediately returns to Captain Fritz's office, and with the assistance of Detective Hicks, takes Oswald's finger and palm prints. Oswald says nothing. When they finish, Barnes asks Oswald to sign the fingerprint card on the line that says prisoner's signature. "I'm not signing anything until I talk to an attorney," Oswald replies. "That's all right with me," Barnes says and gathers up the identification kit. In New York City, the city that never sleeps, the streets are deserted. Broadway theaters are closed, Radio City is closed, and the only nightclub that is not deserted is the famed Stork Club. But the people there, ABC's Barbara Walters observed, are like the people there on Christmas Eve, people with no home, no place to go. 9 p.m. Detectives Stovall and Rose lead Wesley Frazier, his sister, Lennie Mae Randall, and their pastor, Reverend Campbell, of the Irving Baptist Church into the back room of homicide and robbery. Since being arrested an hour and a half ago, Frazier has been very cooperative with police, allowing officers to search his car and his home, where they confiscated a .303 caliber rifle, a full clip, and a partial box of ammunition. Captain Fritz comes back and questions both Wesley Frazier and his sister. Wesley tells him about Oswald's placing a large bag in the back seat of Frazier's car on the morning of the assassination and telling Frazier the bag contained curtain rods. Rose and Stovall begin taking affidavits from Frazier and his sister as Captain Fritz makes his way down the hall to the Forgery Bureau, where he asks Marina Oswald if she saw Oswald carrying anything when he left that morning, but she says she didn't see him leave. He probes both Marina and Ruth Payne further. Had Oswald mentioned putting curtain rods in his room? Neither of them know anything about it. Captain Fritz ponders this latest piece of the assassination puzzle as he makes his way back to his office. Oswald's curtain rod story is terribly suspicious to the homicide captain. If the rifle was in the package, and Fritz strongly suspects it was, then it must have been dismantled slightly to fit the bag Frazier described as 26 to 27 inches long. At the moment, Fritz is hesitant to question Oswald about it until he finds out more. Were any curtain rods found at the depository or in Oswald's room? Did his apartment need curtain rods? Fritz likes to play his cards close to the vest, then pounce once he is certain of the facts. Marguerite and Robert Oswald are brought across the hall to the forgery office, where Marina is being held. Marguerite breaks into tears and hugs her daughter-in-law. She hasn't seen her or Lee in a year. Marina hands her baby, Rachel, to Mrs. Oswald. Neither Marguerite nor Robert had been told of the child's birth. Before Robert has a chance to greet Marina, Ruth Payne bolts toward him. "I'm Ruth Payne," she says. "I'm a friend of Marina and Lee. I'm here because I speak Russian. I'm interpreting for Marina." But Mr. Ilya A. Mamantov, a local research geologist who is a native of Russia, has been employed by the Dallas Police Department to interpret for Marina during questioning by police, and has been doing so. To Robert, Mrs. Payne comes across as a dominating, controlling woman. She seemed eager to tell anyone who would listen, almost boastfully, that both Lee and Marina had been to her house. Robert's impression of her estranged husband Michael were equally unfavorable. Robert later recalled Mr. Payne's eyes as having a cold, distant look, as if he wasn't really looking at you, and described his handshake as that of a live fish. He can't quite put his finger on it, but Robert feels that the Paynes are somehow involved in this affair. Ruth turns to Marguerite and says, "Oh, Mrs. Oswald, I'm so glad to meet you." Marina, she tells her, wanted to get in touch with her, especially when Rachel was born, but Lee didn't want her to. The words are not very soothing to Marguerite, who takes an instant dislike to the woman. "Mrs. Payne," Marguerite snaps angrily, "you speak English. Why didn't you contact me?" Ruth tries to explain that Marina didn't know how to contact Marguerite. Also, because the couple were separated, Lee living in Dallas, Marina in Irving, Ruth didn't want to interfere. Within 5 minutes of the introductions, preparations are made to leave the police station. Robert Oswald says that he is going to remain there, where he hopes to talk with Captain Fritz, and will see them tomorrow. Mrs. Payne says she will take Marina and the babies back to her house for the night. Marguerite expresses her desire to stay in Dallas so that she can be close to Lee and help as much as possible. When Mrs. Payne offers to put Marguerite up for the night, Robert says something about not wanting to inconvenience her and Mr. Payne. Ruth immediately shoots back. "Mr. Payne and I aren't living together," adding, "It's a long story." Michael Payne shrinks behind his domineering wife as they head out the office door. Dallas police officers attempt to clear the way as reporters descend upon the group in the corridor. Flashbulbs snap and cameras whirl as they face a barrage of questions, none of which are answered, while Marguerite pleads to the cameras about Lee. "He's really a good boy." Remaining behind, Robert Oswald takes a seat and soon strikes up a relaxed conversation with Lieutenant E.I. Cunningham, who was present at Lee's arrest. Cunningham explains the circumstances surrounding Oswald's apprehension in a calm, sympathetic tone. Robert realizes that there are police officers in Dallas with some genuine compassion. He also realizes for the first time just how strong a circumstantial case the police have against his brother for the shooting of Officer Tippit. Equally disturbing to Robert is the thought that it is difficult to explain Tippett's death unless it was an attempt to escape arrest for the assassination of the president. In the homicide and robbery office down the hall, Captain Fritz walks over to Assistant D.A. Bill Alexander, Jim Allen, the former Assistant D.A. now in private practice, and Secret Service Agent Forrest Sorrells. "We need to talk about the case we've developed so far," Fritz says to Alexander, who suggests they find a quieter place. The four men push their way through a mob of reporters, walk out of City Hall, and stroll north on Harwood to the Majestic Steakhouse, an eatery in Dallas's theater district favored by Dallas law enforcement officials. Ordering steaks and coffee, the men marvel over the day's events, then get down to business. "Have you got enough to file on him, Captain?" Alexander asks. Fritz reviews what they have so far. They can place Oswald on the 6th floor of the depository a few minutes before the shooting, the same floor where they found the hulls, the rifle, and the paper bag in which the rifle was apparently carried into the building. His wife says he owned a rifle, and it is missing from the storage area where he kept it. She says the rifle they found looks like his, but she can't be sure. The crime lab has lifted good latent prints from the boxes and the bag and hope to get some from the rifle. If they turn out to be Oswald's, they'll have him. Fritz notes that Oswald is the only employee who left the book depository after the shooting and didn't return. More important, all of the evidence points to Oswald as being the killer of Officer Tippit. "All in all, that's a lot of good evidence," Fritz says. "But I'd like to wait until we develop the firearm and fingerprint evidence before proceeding with any charges in the assassination." They decide to hold off for an hour or so before filing against Oswald in the Kennedy case. 9:40 p.m. Ruth Payne's home in Irving is a relief after the circus at City Hall. After police drop them off, Ruth sends Michael out to get hamburgers at a drive-in so she won't have to cook. Marina feeds her 2 small children, then sits down to eat in front of the television, which is rerunning all of the day's events. Marina even catches a glimpse of Lee being led through the 3rd-floor corridor at police headquarters. Marguerite begins to complain to everyone present that if they were prominent people, 3 of the best lawyers would be at the city jail right now defending her son. But because they are small people, they won't get the same kind of attention. Ruth Payne tries to tell her that this is not a small case and will get the most careful attention possible, but she is unable to penetrate the years of self-pity that Marguerite has wrapped herself in. "Don't worry," Ruth finally says. "I'm a member of the Civil Liberties Union, and Lee will have an attorney, I can assure you." Marguerite can't help but wonder why Mrs. Payne hasn't already called for an attorney. The doorbell rings and 2 men from Life magazine appear unannounced, reporter Tommy Thompson and photographer Alan Grant, 2 of 9 Life correspondents and photographers who had flown into Dallas that day from around the country. Considering the day's events, Ruth is surprised that not more newsmen have been able to locate them by now. She lets them in and flips on an extra light in the dimly lit room. Thompson, of course, realizing the difficulty of speaking to Marina through Mrs. Payne, immediately begins questioning Mrs. Payne while his partner pulls out a camera and begins snapping photographs. "Mrs. Payne, tell me, are Marina and Lee separated since Lee lives in Dallas?" "No, they are a happy family," Ruth says, explaining that Lee works in Dallas and has no transportation to get back and forth from Irving every day. Marguerite is fuming partly because she doesn't think her son needs this kind of publicity, but more importantly because she's beginning to realize that Life magazine is going to do a life story segment, and she wants to get paid. In her paranoid mind, Marguerite is beginning to suspect that Ruth Payne invited Life magazine to come over, and that she and Marina, while speaking in Russian, have conspired to sell Lee's life story without her. After a few more questions about Oswald's family life, Thompson asks how Lee got the money to return to the United States. "He saved the money," Ruth replies. Marguerite finally hits the roof. "Now, Mrs. Payne, I'm sorry," Mrs. Oswald interrupts. "I appreciate that I'm a guest in your home, but I will not be having you make statements that I know are wrong. To begin with, I do not approve of this publicity, but if we're going to have a story in Life magazine, I would like to get paid. After all, we're going to have to pay for lawyers to defend my son." Suddenly there are angry words between Marguerite and Ruth, who defends Marina's rights to have her story told to the reporters. "I'm his mother," Marguerite shrieks. "I'm the one who's going to speak." Ruth translates for Marina, as Marguerite tries to explain to Marina that neither of them should speak to the reporters without getting paid. Marina, confused by the whole scene, nonetheless understands one thing quite clearly. It's all about money. Thompson says he will telephone his office and see what he can do about her request, then withdraws to another room to make the call. Meanwhile, the photographer follows Marina into the bedroom, snapping photographs of her as she undresses her daughter June and puts her to bed. Marguerite hovers nearby until Thompson comes back and tells her that Life will not pay them for the story, but will pay their food and hotel accommodations while they stay in Dallas. The picture-taking continues until Marguerite becomes indignant. "I have had it," she complains loudly. "You're taking my picture without my consent. Now go find out what accommodations you can make for my daughter-in-law and I so that we can be in Dallas to help my son, and let me know in the morning." Thompson and Grant leave the house, but not the area. They sit in their rented car on the dark street in front of the house. Twirling the keys to the car on his index finger as he watches the house, Thompson says, "This, my friend, is probably going to be the scoop of my career. I will kill the first newsman that approaches that house." Grant, with slightly different priorities, says, "Let's go. I want to get this film off to New York." "We are not leaving here," Thompson says, "until those lights go out." 9:50 p.m. After talking with Lieutenant Cunningham for nearly an hour, Robert Oswald gives up any hope of speaking with Captain Fritz. He leaves the ruckus of City Hall and walks back to his car 7 blocks away. The reporters don't have any idea who he is, so his stroll through the cool night air is free of pesky newsmen. Getting in his car, Robert starts driving. He has no particular destination in mind. He only wants to still the turmoil in his mind. If anyone were to ask him what he feels, he would say, unspeakable horror. Some people are already speculating that the killing of the president was not the isolated act of one man, but the result of a greater conspiracy. Robert wonders if it could be true. Is it possible that Marina could have played a role in some plot? What about the Paynes? Whom could Lee have possibly become involved with? As the miles click by, he tries to assemble his thoughts and fears into some coherent order, but to no avail. Robert soon finds himself out on Highway 80 approaching the western outskirts of Fort Worth and suddenly realizes how far he has already driven. He stops for gas, turns around, and heads back to Dallas. 10 p.m. No sooner than Fritz and Alexander get back to City Hall from dinner than the telephone rings in the Homicide and Robbery Office of Dallas Police Headquarters, and Alexander takes the call. It's Joe Goulden, a former reporter for the Dallas Morning News, who is now on the city desk of the Philadelphia Inquirer. "What's going on down there? We're not getting anything straight. It's all garbled. Is Oswald going to be charged with killing the president?" the reporter asks. "Yeah, we're getting ready to file on the communist son of a bitch," Alexander tells him. When Goulden asks Alexander why he called Oswald a communist, Alexander tells him about all the communist literature and correspondence they found at Oswald's Beckley address. "We have the killer," Alexander says, "but we're not sure what his connections are." Goulden wants to know exactly when the charges will be filed against Oswald. "As soon as I can draw up the complaint," Alexander replies. Goulden says his editor won't print the part about Oswald being a communist for fear of a libel suit. The only way he'd print that is if he could say it was part of the formal charge. Alexander, who would later allow that "I let my mouth overload my ass," says sarcastically, "Well, how about if I charge him with being part of an international communist conspiracy? Could you run with that?" He knew he couldn't draw up a complaint like that, but Alexander was itching to show Oswald for what he was, a damn communist. Goulden was more than eager to oblige. "You got it," the reporter says. Ever since his meeting with Vince Drain an hour and a half ago, Chief Curry has been getting calls from Washington insisting that the police send all of the evidence up to the FBI laboratory in Washington. Although nobody will tell him exactly who it is that is making the demands, always insinuating it's someone in high authority. Curry manages to get a moment with Captain Fritz and asks him if they are in a position to release some of the evidence to the FBI for testing. "I need the evidence here," Fritz argues. "I'd like to have some of the local gun shops take a look at this rifle and pistol and see if they can identify them." "How can I do that if they're in Washington?" Curry knows he's right. This case is not under the jurisdiction of the FBI or the Secret Service. Although Curry wants to go all out and do whatever he can to allow these agencies to observe what is taking place, in the final analysis this crime happened in Dallas and would have to be tried in Dallas, and therefore it was their responsibility to gather and present the evidence. If they fail, the blame will fall on him. For the moment, the Dallas police chief is unwilling to give in to the demands from Washington. In New York City, FBI agents watch employees as they rummage through the files of Crescent Firearms Company. Louis Feldsot, president of the company, has been very cooperative, keeping employees after hours to help investigators track the assassination weapon. Earlier in the afternoon, Dallas FBI agents had canvassed Dallas gun dealers to determine if any of them had ever sold surplus World War II vintage Mannlicher Carcanos. They found only one who did, H.L. Green Company on Main Street. Albert C. Yeargin, Jr., manager of the sporting goods department at H.L. Green, spent the late afternoon with agents reviewing sales receipts for the past few years to determine if his company had ever handled a Mannlicher Carcano with serial number C2766. The search proved fruitless. However, their records did identify the importer of these Italian 6.5mm rifles as Crescent Firearms Company of New York. The investigation quickly switched to New York, where for the last several hours, Crescent Firearms employees have been looking for a record of serial number C2766. Suddenly, they have a break. Their records show that C2766 had been wholesaled to Klein's Sporting Goods in Chicago. Within the hour, Chicago FBI agents are pounding on the front door of the home of William J. Waldman, vice president of Klein's. Waldman agrees to accompany agents to the office to start a search, but first he'll need some help. He calls Mitchell Cybor, general operating manager of Klein's, and asks him to meet him at the office. As Waldman gets ready, he tells waiting agents that this is not a simple matter. Klein's purchases a lot of sporting goods, he warns them, of which guns are but one. It could take hours to go through our purchase records. In a small alcove of the autopsy room at Bethesda Naval Hospital, the acting chief of radiology, Dr. John Ebersol, clips the last of the x-rays onto a light box. Nothing. No bullet. The president's entire body has been x-rayed, and still the doctors have been unable to determine what happened to the bullet that struck his back. Where did it go? Someone asks. The doctors have no idea. A discussion ensues about what might have happened to it. Someone suggests the possibility that a soft-nosed bullet struck the president and disintegrated. Others contemplate that the bullet could have been plastic and therefore not easily seen by x-rays, or that it was an ice bullet, which had dissolved after contact. None of the suggestions made much sense, but then neither did the absence of a bullet. FBI agent Jim Siebert decided to call the FBI laboratory and find out if anyone there knew of a bullet that would almost completely fragmentize. He managed to reach Special Agent Charles L. Killian of the firearms section of the lab, who said he'd never heard of such a thing. After Siebert explained the problem, Killian asked if he was aware that a bullet had been found on a stretcher at Parkland Hospital. Siebert hadn't, and is nearly certain that no one else at the morgue has either. Siebert hangs up the phone, returns to the autopsy room, and informs the three pathologists that a bullet had been recovered at Parkland Hospital. That could account for it, Hume said of the missing bullet. He suggested that in some rather inexplicable fashion the bullet might have been stopped in its path and thereafter worked its way out of the body and onto the stretcher, perhaps during cardiac massage. 10:15 p.m. Jack Ruby, by all accounts, was having one of the worst days of his life. He cried harder when President Kennedy was killed than when Ma and Pa died, his sister Eva would later tell me. But his day had started out with anger, not mourning. He had awakened to find a large advertisement in the Dallas Morning News in the form of a letter captioned, "Welcome, Mr. Kennedy," taken out by one Bernard Weissman, in which Kennedy is criticized for aiding and abetting international communism. Jack is very patriotic, has been all his life. He loves America and can't tolerate anyone saying anything negative about our government. He was even known to insist that someone he was attending a sporting event with put out his cigarette during the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. And Jack was a great admirer of President Kennedy and his wife and family, bringing them up in social conversations and praising them. In fact, when someone at the Carousel Club made a disrespectful remark not too long ago about Kennedy, Jack threw him out of the club. And Jack had forbidden his comics at the club from saying anything or using any material that reflected adversely against Negroes, Jews, or the Kennedys. How could this fellow Weissman attack our beloved president, Ruby thought. Indeed, he thought that John F. Kennedy was possibly the greatest man who ever lived, and after the assassination started carrying a small picture of the president on his person, kissing it like a baby in front of his sister Eva. "My brother had such a great admiration for this man, it's unbelievable," Eva would recall. After seeing the Weissman ad, Jack called Eva. He was so upset about it. He told her he had called the news and bawled them out. "Where the hell do you get off taking an ad like that? Are you money hungry?" It was a rotten thing for any person to question the way the president was running the country. "If this Weissman is a Jew," he told her, "they ought to whack the hell out of him." He figured Weissman might actually be a commie himself, trying to discredit the Jews, and Ruby later clips the Weissman ad from his sister Eva's copy of the news, even though he still has his. Jack seems to almost be more upset about the audacity of Weissman dishonoring the president by addressing his letter to Mr. Kennedy rather than Honorable Kennedy or Mr. President than the letter itself. When Ruby heard at the news that Kennedy had been shot, he turned an ashen color, very pale and sat completely dazed, a fixed stare on his face that was remarkable enough for people in the office to notice. He said nothing. Very uncommon for Ruby. He eventually came out of it enough to verbally grieve with those around him on the horror and tragedy of what had happened. Ruby used John Noonan's phone to call his sister Eva, and she was crying hysterically. Ruby asked Noonan to listen to his sister and held the phone up to his ear. Noonan could hear that Eva sounded very upset. Ruby told Noonan, "John, I will have to leave Dallas. John, I am not opening tonight." He left the building and got in his car, sobbing. After returning to the carousel, he ordered that the club be closed for the night, and his employee, Andrew Armstrong, made the first phone call to a stripper, Karen Little Lynn Carlin, at 1:45 p.m. to tell her not to come in, but he was unable to reach her. Ruby's co-workers saw that he was taking the president's death harder than even they, and he called what happened an outrageous crime that would ruin the city of Dallas. Ruby started making a flurry of phone calls from the club, the first at 1:51 p.m. to his friend Ralph Paul at Paul's Bullpen Drive-In in Arlington, Texas, telling Paul, "I can't believe it," and urging him to close his drive-in restaurant in honor of the president, which Paul told him he couldn't afford to do. He called his sister Eileen in Chicago and was crying. "Did you hear the awful news?" he asked. "Yes," she said. Oh my God, Jack said. "Maybe I will fly up to be with you tonight," he suggested, but she reminded him that Eva, who had just returned home from the hospital from abdominal surgery, needed him now more than she did. "You better stay there," she told her brother. Later in the afternoon, he called Billy Joe Willis, the drummer at his club. "How could any man do such a thing?" he asked Willis, crying. He also said to Willis, not trying to connect the two acts, "Remember that man making fun of President Kennedy in the club last night?" referring to a man in the audience who called Kennedy a bum when Ruby, on stage with his twist board, said, "Even President Kennedy tells us to get more exercise." Completely broken up over the president's death, Ruby said, "This is the most horrible thing that has ever happened," and hung up. Willis was taking the president's death hard, too, but he told his girlfriend later that he couldn't understand the extent that Ruby was torn up over it. Before the day was out, he also called his brother, Hyman Rubenstein, in Chicago to lament the president's death. Can you imagine?" he asked Hyman. Ruby also called Al Gruber, a friend of his from Chicago now living in Los Angeles, whom he has known for many years and who had stopped by the carousel to see Jack just 2 weeks earlier when he was passing through town. "Did you hear what happened?" he asked Gruber. "You mean the shooting of the president?" "Yes, ain't that a terrible thing? I'm all upset and my sister is hysterical." Gruber heard Ruby crying at this point, and Ruby said, "I'm crying and I can't talk to you anymore," whereupon he hung up the phone. When Ruby heard of Officer Tippett's murder, his grief was intensified, believing it's the Officer Tippett he knows, though he will later learn it's a different Tippett. Ruby knew Dallas Police Detective Gail M. Tippett, who worked in the Special Services Bureau, and who on numerous occasions had stopped by the Vegas and Carousel clubs on official business. After leaving the Carousel Club in mid-afternoon, Ruby goes to his sister Eva's apartment to lament and cry over the president's death, and talks about sending flowers to the place right off Elm Street near the spot where the president was shot. It was the first of 3 visits to her apartment that day, and he called her 8 times on the phone. Though his financial condition was such that he could ill afford to do it, he made the decision at Eva's place to close his 2 clubs for not just 1 but 3 days, the first time the Carousel had ever been dark. Ruby had first told Don Safran, the entertainment columnist for the city's evening paper, the Dallas Times-Herald, that his club would be closed that evening as well as the entire weekend. He then tried to cancel his ads at the Dallas Morning News for the weekend, and when he was told that his space had already been reserved for him, He told the paper to just say in the ads that his Vegas and carousel clubs would be closed for the weekend. Eva had asked Jack to bring some food over when he came, but he brought enough to feed 12 people. Eva explaining that Jack was so out of it, he didn't know what he was doing then. She said her brother was so upset over what happened that he only took one spoonful or forkful, then started making more phone calls. At one point, he was sick in the stomach enough to go into the bathroom, but he did not vomit. "Someone tore my heart out," he told Eva, who herself was experiencing great grief, literally screaming over the telephone to a friend earlier that the president is dead. Jack told Eva, "I didn't even feel so bad when Pops died because Papa was an old man. He was close to 90. Eva looked at her brother, sitting in front of her, and got the sense that he felt life wasn't worth it anymore, like he thought they were out to get the world, and this was part of it. "This man," Jack said to Eva about Kennedy and his efforts with his brother Bobby toward integration in the South, "was greater than Lincoln." When Jack left her apartment in the early evening, he looked pretty bad, a broken man. At the Shearith Israel Synagogue, where he went to pray for the fallen president, arriving near the end of a 2-hour service that had started at 8 p.m., the day's events preyed on his mind. When a friend, Leona Lane, remarked to him after the services how terrible the assassination of President Kennedy had been, Ruby said, "It is worse than that." The rabbi, Hillel Silverman, noticed that Ruby appeared to be in shock and in a daze, though Ruby didn't mention the assassination to him, merely thanking him for visiting Eva at the hospital a few days earlier. When he left the synagogue for the parking lot, he got his pistol, a .38 caliber Colt Cobra, out of the trunk and slipped it into his right front trouser pocket. It's a lightweight revolver with a 2-inch barrel, and a shroud over the hammer makes it easy to carry in his pocket without snagging the cloth. He wouldn't take it into the synagogue, but he usually carries the pistol when he has a lot of cash on him from the carousel, which he does tonight. Now, around 10:15 in the evening, he's worried about the other Dallas clubs and whether they are properly respecting the death of the president, so he makes a point of driving by the Bali High restaurant and notes grimly that it is open. He drives past the Gay 90s, too. It is closed. As he goes on down Preston Road, he listens to the car radio, hungry for any new information about the assassination. He hears that the police are working overtime and is overcome by a feeling of respect and admiration for them. He has always felt close to the police department. He doesn't even know why, and believes Dallas has the greatest police force in the world. He has many friends on the force and often visits the police at the station, encouraging them to come to his clubs when they are off duty. Jack gives them the cut rate on drinks he normally reserves for newsmen, hotel receptionists, bellboys, and others who might help to generate business. And if all an officer wanted was a snack, Jack kept coffee and sandwiches in the back for the police. On an impulse, he stops at Phil's Delicatessen on Oak Lawn Avenue and tells the counterman John Frickstad to cut him 10 corned beef sandwiches with mustard and 10 soft drinks, 8 black cherries, and 2 celery tonics. He chats a bit with the owner, Phil Miller. He goes to the phone, calls police headquarters, and gets Detective Sims, a 15-year acquaintance. "I hear you guys are still working," he says. "I want to bring you some sandwiches." "Jack, we wound up our work already. We finished what we were doing. I'll tell the boys about your thoughtfulness, thank you." Those sandwiches are already being made, and it's a shame to let them go to waste. Ruby remembers Gordon McClendon and how good McClendon has always been to him, giving him a lot of free plugs for his clubs on his Dallas radio station. McClendon owns many radio stations, including KLIF in Dallas, the one Ruby had been listening to in the car. One of the disc jockeys, Joe Long, is down at the police station, phoning information to the station as it comes in, and others are working late too. The guy on the air and the engineers at the station. He tries calling KLIF, but because it's after 6, no one answers. He knows there is a hotline right into the control room, but he doesn't know the number. He calls out to Frickstad, "These sandwiches are going to KLIF, and I want you to make 'em real good." There's another disc jockey he knows at KLIF, Russ Knight, big with the kids in the late afternoon hotspot, but he can't get his home number from information. He tries Gordon McClendon, who lives out near the synagogue and whose number he does know. A little girl answers. Maybe her name is Christine, Jack thinks. "Anyone home?" "No." "Is your daddy or mommy home? I would like to get the number of the station so I can get in the building at this time." The little girl leaves the phone and comes back with a number in the Riverside Exchange. Jack dials the Riverside number, but it has been disconnected. He calls Eva, tells her he's at Phil's getting sandwiches and is going to the station, and if she needs him, she can reach him there, though he still doesn't have the station's number. The sandwich bill only comes to $9.50 plus tax. Frick's dad made only 8 sandwiches instead of the 10 Jack ordered. Frick's dad helps Jack with the sandwiches out to his car and receives Jack's customary tip, a free pass to the Carousel or Vegas for his pains. It's 4 or 5 miles from Phil's to downtown, and Ruby still doesn't know how he's going to get into KLIF to bring the sandwiches to the gang on duty. He drives up McKinney Avenue to check on some more clubs and finds more open. Jack simply can't understand how they would remain open at such a tragic time. Jack proceeds to the KLIF station near City Hall. He knew the front door would be locked, of course, but he hopes his knocking is loud enough for them to hear him. But because of the long distance between the bottom of the flight of stairs and the studio, no one does. So he proceeds to City Hall to look for KLIF reporter Joe Long to get the control room phone number. It's about 11 in the evening when he parks at Commerce and Harwood, leaving the sandwiches and his dog Sheba in the car, and goes to the police department, taking the elevator to the second floor. Ruby's an experienced gatecrasher. He can get in anywhere by putting on a busy, peremptory manner, taking, as he puts it in his weirdly mangled way of talking, a domineering part about me. "Where is Joe Long?" he speaks assertively to the officer at the desk. "Can I go look for him?" The officer lets him in. Emerging from the elevator on the 3rd floor into a throng of reporters, Ruby asks everyone, cops and reporters, if they know where he can find Joe Long, determined to find Long so he can deliver his load of sandwiches out at KLIF. He even has an officer page Long, but with no luck. He knows a lot of the officers and stops to chat with Lieutenant Leonard and Detective Cal Jones. Roy Standifer, the desk officer in the Burglary and Theft Bureau, calls out, "Hi, Jack," and Jack calls out, "Hi, Sandy." He calls Roy that, short for Standifer. No one else, Standifer notes wryly, ever does. Standifer, who has known Jack for 13 years, recognizes Ruby's use of a first name as one of his tricks. On Jack's frequent visits to police headquarters, Standifer has seen him ask someone for the first name of an officer he doesn't know and then greet the man by his first name like an old friend. Ruby sticks his head in the burglary and theft door and is delighted to spot Detective A.M. Eberhardt. The detective's work on the Vice Squad used to bring him to the Carousel regularly a few years back, and he even brought his wife there once on a night off. Ruby gave Michael, for some reason he uses Eberhardt's middle name, a couple of tips, too. He reported one of his own girls when he discovered she was forging checks and using drugs, and Eberhardt busted her right there in the club. Another time, Ruby heard from some parking lot boys that a guy under indictment for white slavery was in town and staying at the Baker half a block down the street from the Carousel, and Eberhardt went in with the squad and made the collar. Later, when Eberhardt was transferred to burglary, he managed to run down a couple of burglars Ruby surprised in the Carousel. Eberhardt always lent a sympathetic ear to Ruby's complaints about his competition, those damned Weinsteins. He knows Jack usually carries a large sum of money in his pocket and worries about Jack leaving the club at 2 or 3 in the morning with the night's take in a bag. They are old friends. Ruby shakes hands, asks, as he always does, about Eberhardt's wife and kids, and tells him he's there as a translator for the newspapers, brandishing a little notebook. "I'm a reporter," Jack says, tapping something in his lapel. Had he purloined a press badge? With the notebook. The only foreign language Eberhardt knows that Jack speaks is Yiddish, but the quarter outside is crammed with foreigners, shouting in languages he never heard before. Ruby tells him about the sandwiches he made up for the radio reporters. "Corned beef." "Nothing," Jack boasts, "but kosher stuff is all I bring." Jack starts talking about how terrible it is for the assassination to have happened in the city. It's hard to realize that a complete nothing, a zero like that, could kill a man like President Kennedy was. Eberhardt is busy. Even though he is only on standby, he's using the opportunity to catch up on his paperwork. So after a few minutes, Ruby plunges back into the hubbub in the hall and situates himself where the height of the activity is, right outside Captain Fritz's office door. Oswald, of course, is being interrogated inside. Ruby proceeds to put his hand on the doorknob, turn it, and starts to step into the room when 2 officers stop him. "You can't go in there, Jack," one says. "No problem." Ruby is content to be close to the action, right outside the door. You have to shout to be heard in that quarter, but Ruby enjoys being able to provide information to the reporters, many of them bewildered out-of-towners, about everyone who was coming in or out of the door. "No, that's not Sheriff Decker, that's Chief Curry. C-U-R-R-Y, or that's Captain Fritz, Will Fritz. He's the homicide captain." He really likes to be helpful, particularly to important people like reporters. A detective, who recognizes him, bellows at the top of his voice over the heads of the reporters. "Hey, Jack, what are you doing here?" Ruby manages to get one arm free to wave to his friend. "I'm helping all these fellas," he shouts back, pointing to the foreigners. Jack's activity is taking his mind off the tragedy, and he is feeling a little better than he has all day. In a way, he feels he is being temporarily deputized as a reporter. He is, he realizes, being carried away by the excitement of history. 10:30 p.m. Robert Oswald crosses the lobby of the Statler Hilton Hotel across the street from Dallas Police Headquarters. For a moment, he considers registering under a false name to keep reporters at bay, but then decides he isn't going to start hiding. No matter. The desk clerk doesn't seem to pay any attention to the name on the registration card. When he arrives on the 16th floor, Robert finds a small, rather drab room with 2 chairs, a small table, and a sofa bed. Unable to face the depressing room, he returns to the hotel coffee shop and nibbles on a ham sandwich. Henry Wade is returning home after dining with his wife and some friends when he hears a report on the radio that Oswald is going to be charged with being part of an international communist conspiracy to murder the president. Wade, the Dallas DA since 1951, can barely believe his ears. There is no such law in the Texas books, and anyone familiar with Texas law knows that if you allege anything in an indictment, you have the burden of proving it. Wade barely gets in the door when the telephone rings. The caller is Wagoner Carr, Attorney General for the state of Texas. He had just received a long-distance call from someone in the White House who had heard a similar report. Carr wants to know if Wade has any knowledge of it. Wade said he didn't. "You know," Carr says, "this is going to create a hell of a bad situation if you allege that he's part of a communist conspiracy. It's going to affect international relations and a lot of things with this country." "I don't know where the rumor got started," Wade says. "But even if we could prove he was part of an international conspiracy, I wouldn't allege it because there's no such charge in Texas." Within a few minutes, Henry Wade gets phone calls from his first assistant, Jim Bowie, and U.S. Attorney Barefoot Sanders, both of whom have gotten very concerned calls from Washington. Wade assures both of them that he will check into the rumor. Wade immediately decides to take charge of the matter and goes down to the police department to make sure that no such language appears in any complaint against Oswald. His man down there, Bill Alexander, denies to Wade that he had anything to do with the rumor, not telling Wade that his own loose lips had given birth to it. In Richardson, Texas, Gregory Olds, editor of the local newspaper and president of the Dallas chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, reaches for the telephone, ringing on his nightstand. The caller is one of the ACLU board members, who tells him he just got a call from the president of the Austin affiliate. Lee Oswald has been seen on television complaining that he's been denied legal representation, and they think that someone should check into Oswald's complaint. Olds agrees and tells him that he will do it. In a moment, Olds has the Dallas Police Department on the line and asks to speak to the chief of police. He's told that Chief Curry is busy. Olds then asks to speak to one of the deputy chiefs, but no one seems to know where they are. When Olds is asked if he would be willing to speak to a detective, he informs the officer on the phone that he is the president of the Dallas Civil Liberties Union and that he will speak with the man in charge of the investigation and no one else. An officer eventually comes to the phone and tells him, "Captain Fritz isn't available, but you can tell me." "I'll wait," Olds tells him through clenched teeth. He has learned to be persistent when dealing with the police. When Captain Fritz finally comes on the line, Olds explains to him that the ACLU was deeply concerned over Oswald's apparent lack of legal counsel and stands ready to provide him with immediate assistance. Fritz blithely tells him that the suspect had been informed several times of his right to representation and offered opportunities to contact a lawyer, but he declined them. Olds thanks the captain and hangs up. The situation is nothing new for the ACLU chapter president. He knew that every city had prisoners who refuse the services of an attorney on the assumption they don't need one, deciding to represent themselves in court. Most of them pay for their mistake in prison. It would be easy for Olds to accept the word of the police department that Oswald's legal rights have been safeguarded. Instead, he rubs the sleepiness from his eyes and telephones a few ranking members of the ACLU, telling them to meet him at once in the lobby of the Plaza Hotel across the street northwest from City Hall. 10:40 p.m. After having just left police headquarters about 10 to 15 minutes ago, Detectives Guy Rose and Richard Stovall park their car in the basement garage of City Hall and walk back into the basement entrance with Wesley Frazier, his sister, and the Reverend Campbell in tow. After taking an affidavit from Frazier, they were driving the three of them back to Irving and were halfway there when they received a call over the radio to return to City Hall with Frazier and contact Captain Fritz. When Detective Rose telephones upstairs, Captain Fritz tells him to take Frazier to the 4th Floor Identification Bureau and give Frazier a polygraph test. Fritz wants to know if he's telling the truth about the curtain rod story. Did Oswald really tell him he was bringing curtain rods to work, or is this some kind of cover story Frazier has cooked up? "Okay, Cap," Rose replies. Horace Busby, LBJ's longtime aide, speechwriter, and confidant, is waiting for President Johnson to arrive at Johnson's home, the Elms, a large brick home in the Spring Valley section of Washington, D.C. Johnson had purchased from well-known society figure and political hostess Pearl Mesta. In the past 16 years, Busby had been through the highs and the lows and everything in between with LBJ, and knew him, he said, better than he wanted to know any man. Yet he knows he is not now waiting for any man he had ever known. He was waiting for the President of the United States. The Elms is being overrun with Secret Service agents and telephone people installing new lines. After LBJ arrives and has a meeting with his close aides, friends, and Mrs. Johnson, he retreats to the sunroom with Busby. A large portrait of LBJ's mentor, former House Speaker Sam Rayburn, looks down on the room. LBJ raises his hand to the portrait, saying quietly, "How I wish you were here." Settling in a chair, he asks Busby to turn on the television set, saying, "I guess I'm the only person in the United States who doesn't know what happened today." When he hears talk out of Dallas about a possible communist conspiracy being behind the assassination, he says, "No, we must not have that. We must not start making accusations without evidence." 11 p.m. At the Payne House in Irving, the rumblings of a long day are coming to an end. Ruth and Marina talk quietly as they prepare for bed. Marina tells her that just the night before, Lee had said to her that he hoped they could get an apartment together again soon. She is hurt and confused, wondering how he could say such a thing when he must have been planning something that would inevitably cause their permanent separation. For an instant, Mrs. Payne's politeness was overcome by her curiosity. "Do you think he killed the president?" she asks. "I don't know," Marina answers. There is an awkward moment, and then Marina says that she doesn't think she'll be able to sleep any time soon, and asks to borrow Ruth's hairdryer. She wants to take a shower, which she has often said renews her spirits. Mrs. Payne hands her the dryer and bids her good night. Alone, later, in her own bedroom, Marina runs across June's baby book, which the police had failed to confiscate. She suddenly remembers the pictures Lee had given her from the set he had her take of him in the backyard when they lived on Neely Street. She peels the book open. There they are, pasted into the album. 2 small snapshots of Oswald wearing a pistol and holster strapped to his waist, a rifle in one hand, 2 left-wing newspapers in the other. On the back of one he had written, "For Junie, from Papa." When he had given them to her, Marina was appalled and asked, "Why would Junie want a picture with guns?" "Do you remember Papa by some time?" Oswald had said. She realizes now that they will only hurt Lee. She carefully removes them from the baby book and calls Marguerite into the bedroom. She shows them to Mrs. Oswald and tries to explain to her that Lee shot at General Edwin Walker in early 1963, and that he might have been shooting at the president, too. But her thoughts only come out as a series of gestures in very broken English. "Mama," she says, pointing at the photographs. "Walker." Marguerite doesn't seem to understand what she means by Walker, but understands the significance of the guns in the photos. "You take, Mama," Marina says. "No," Marguerite resists. "Yes, Mama, you take," Marina says, shoving the photos at her. "No, Marina," Marguerite whispers. "Put back in the book." Marguerite then places a finger across her lips, points toward Ruth's room and shakes her head, warning Marina, "Ruth, no!" Marina understands that she is not to show the photos to Mrs. Payne or anyone. After Marguerite leaves the room, Marina makes another discovery that takes her breath away. The police, in their hasty search, also overlooked a pale, translucent, blue-green china cup with violets and a golden rim that her grandmother had given her. Inside it, she finds Lee's wedding ring. Lee had taken the ring off at work before, but this was the first time in their marriage that he had ever taken it off and left it at home. Marina immediately realizes that the shooting was not a spontaneous act, but that Lee had intended to do it when he left that morning. Apparently, he didn't expect to return. Marina didn't sleep that night. She knew little about American law. She thought it would all be over in 3 days, and Lee would be strapped in the electric chair and executed. Would she be found a criminal, too, for her knowledge of Lee's involvement in the Walker shooting? Would she find herself in prison? She lay awake wondering what would become of her children. Henry Wade plows his way through the field of reporters lined up in the corridor outside the Homicide and Robbery Bureau. Inside, Assistant D.A. Bill Alexander, FBI agent Jim Bookout, and Captain Fritz await him. At Wade's request, Fritz begins to outline the considerable amount of evidence the Dallas Police Department have impressively gathered so far. The gun, the witnesses, the arrest, and the fingerprints, and probably false statements by Oswald during his interrogation. It all looks pretty good to Wade. For nearly the past 5 hours, 35-year-old Richard B. Stolley, the Pacific Coast Regional Director for Life magazine, has been ringing the home telephone of Abraham Zapruder every 15 minutes or so without success. Stolley flew into Dallas from Los Angeles earlier in the afternoon with Life reporter Tommy Thompson and photographer Alan Grant. The team had set up headquarters at the Hotel Adolphus in downtown Dallas, and within hours, Stolley learned from a local correspondent that Zapruder had reportedly taken amateur movies of the shooting. Stolley dials the number again, and this time a sleepy voice answers. "Hello?" Zapruder had been driving around the last few hours trying to shake the gruesome images from his mind. Stolley explains that he represents Life magazine and might be interested in Zapruder's film. Zapruder says Stolley is the first journalist to contact him and confirms that he does have a film that shows the shooting. Not wishing to lose an exclusive and knowing others will soon be hot on the trail, Stolley tries to talk Zapruder into letting him come out to his home now to view the film and talk. Zapruder replies that he is too tired and distraught to discuss it tonight. He tells Stolley to come by his office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and hangs up. Stolley decides to show up an hour early just in case. It's just after midnight on the East Coast, as the 3 pathologists near the end of their autopsy of the president's body at Bethesda Naval Hospital, when 3 skull fragments recovered from the floor of the presidential limousine during a Secret Service examination at the White House garage are brought into the morgue. Interest in the 3 skull fragments grows when the 3 pathologists note a distinct crater on the outer surface of the largest fragment, characteristic of an exit wound. Their suspicions are soon confirmed when X-rays of that fragment reveal minute metallic particles embedded in the margins of the crater. There is no doubt about it. The fragment contains a portion of the exit wound. FBI agents Siebert and O'Neill, eager to submit a report on the autopsy findings, ask Dr. Humes what his findings will be. "Well, the pattern is clear," Humes tells him. 2 bullets struck the president from behind. 1 bullet entered the president's back and probably worked its way out of the body during the external cardiac massage at Parkland Hospital. A second bullet struck the rear of the president's skull and fragmented before exiting. "Is that then the cause of death, Doctor?" Humes nods affirmatively. "Gunshot wound of the head." As the autopsy team removes its equipment from around the examination table, a group of morticians from Gawler's funeral home move their portable embalming equipment into position to prepare the president's body for burial. Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman signs for the photographs and X-rays taken during the autopsy, which will be delivered to Secret Service Special Agent in Charge Robert I. Bauch at the White House in the early morning hours of November 23rd. Though most in attendance at the autopsy quietly leave the room, for the weary doctors, the night is not over. They stay to assist the morticians. No one seems to know whether the coffin will be open or closed while the president lies in state. Although Mrs. Kennedy has expressed her wish that the casket be closed, the issue has been left unresolved. Neither Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, the president's Air Force aide, nor Admiral George Berkeley, the president's personal physician, can assure the morticians that the body will not be viewed. McHugh decides that it would be better to be on the safe side and have the body fully prepared and dressed. For the next 3 hours, the men from Gawler's are absorbed in the tedious task of putting as good a face as possible on death. The president's cranium is packed with a combination of cotton and plaster of Paris to provide the support necessary to reconstruct the head. After the hardening agent dries, the scalp is pulled together and sutured. The organs from the thoracic and abdominal cavity, preserved in formaldehyde, are placed in a plastic bag and returned to the body cavity, which is then stitched closed. The tracheotomy wound is sutured up, and a small amount of dermal wax is used to seal the wound. Restorative cosmetics are used to hide some bruising and discoloration on the face. At the conclusion of the embalming process, the body is wrapped in plastic, then dressed in a blue-gray pinstripe suit, a white shirt, a blue tie with a pattern of light dots, and black shoes, which had been picked out and brought to the morgue by the president's friend and aide, Dave Powers. The president's hands are folded across his chest and a rosary laced through the fingers. When they are finished, the body is lifted into a new casket made of hand-rubbed, 500-year-old African mahogany lined in white rayon that has been brought in to replace the Britannia casket damaged in Dallas. Those who might look upon the president's face now will never know the brutal condition of his head just a few hours earlier. 11:15 p.m. Robert Oswald finishes his light supper, a ham sandwich and a glass of milk. Perhaps Captain Fritz will finally be free to talk with him, he thinks. Leaving the hotel coffee shop, Robert heads back across the street to City Hall and is taken to Fritz's office. But again, the captain is too busy to see him. In the lobby of the Plaza Hotel, Gregory Olds, president of the Dallas chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, meets with 3 prominent members of his local organization. Olds rapidly outlines the situation to them as they try to work out a plan. A call to Mayor Cabell seems in order, but Olds comes back to them after a few moments to report that the mayor is busy. They wonder whether he is really busy or just too busy to deal with the ACLU. Olds has learned to deal with disappointment, and he will not be deterred. The best thing for us to do, he tells his fellow representatives, is to go across the street and talk to the police directly. 11:20 p.m. Chief Curry enters the homicide and robbery office and joins District Attorney Wade, Assistant DA Alexander, Judge Johnston, and Captain Fritz in discussions about the evidence against Oswald. "Have we got enough to charge Oswald with the president's murder?" Curry asks. All are in agreement that there is sufficient evidence to file charges. Assistant DA Alexander drafts the language of complaint number F-154, charging Oswald with the assassination. The words are nearly identical to those used in the Tippit murder charge, only the name of the victim is different. When it is completed, Captain Fritz pulls out a pen and affixes his signature to the complaint, then hands the single-sheet document to District Attorney Wade, who adds his own signature. Judge Johnston takes the form, looks at his watch, then accepts the charge by scribbling his own name and title along with the words, "Filed 11:26 p.m., November 22nd, 1963. There is a certain amount of satisfaction felt by all in attendance. The Dallas police have done an incredible, some would say even a near impossible job over just the last 11 and a half hours. In that short span since the president's murder, they have apprehended the man they believe is responsible and amassed evidence against him that is destined to withstand years of intense scrutiny. Despite the thousands of government man-hours yet to come, the basis of the case against Oswald is collected and assembled by the Dallas police in these first crucial hours. It is a feat the world would soon forget. 11:30 p.m. Captain Fritz instructs Detectives Sims and Boyd to make out an arrest report on Oswald for the president's murder. As they get to work, the discussion in the homicide office turns to evidence in the case. Once again, Chief Curry asks Fritz if they are in a position to release some of the evidence to the FBI for testing. Fritz tells him that he's got a local gun dealer coming down to look at the rifle to see if he can identify it. "How about after that?" Curry asks. Fritz looks at him, clearly agitated. "How do we know, Chief, that we can get this evidence back from them when we need it?" Fritz asks. "I don't think we should let them have it." "You know, this is a Dallas case," Alexander chimes in. "It happened here, and it's going to have to be tried here. It's our responsibility to gather the evidence and present it." Chief Curry is keenly aware that the FBI and Secret Service have no jurisdiction over the case, It's Dallas's baby, and it'll be up to them to see it through to the end. He also knows that it'll be their fault if something gets screwed up. Still, this isn't your average garden-variety murder case. This is an investigation involving the assassination of an American president. Curry feels that his department has to make every effort to cooperate with the federal agencies and let them see what Dallas is doing. Besides, the FBI laboratory in Washington is the best of its kind in the nation, and its support could certainly help expedite the investigative process. Chief, I think you ought to let them take it up to Washington and bring it back tomorrow night, Wade suggests, trying to break the deadlock. Let them have it 24 hours. The group argues some more over whether that is a wise course of action. Finally, an agreement is reached. The Dallas police want two things to ensure an unbroken chain of possession: photographs of everything sent to Washington and an accountable FBI agent, Vince Drain, to sign for and accompany all of the evidence to and from the nation's capital. Chief Curry calls upstairs to the Identification Bureau and tells Captain Dowdy to have Lieutenant Day stop all processing of the rifle and to prepare the rifle and other key pieces of evidence for release to the FBI. Agent Drain telephones the Dallas FBI office, telling Special Agent in Charge Shanklin that Curry has agreed to lend the FBI the evidence. Shanklin notifies FBI headquarters, and within 10 minutes, a C-135 jet tanker and crew are waiting on the runway at Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth to fly the evidence to Washington. 11:45 p.m. FBI agents Vince Drain and Charles T. Brown sign for and receive the items to be transported to Washington, which include the Mannlicher Carcano rifle, serial number C2766, found on the 6th floor, 2 of the 3 spent hulls found under the sniper's nest window. The 3rd spent hull was retained by Captain Fritz and kept in a desk drawer in his private office. 1 live 6.5 caliber cartridge found in the rifle chamber, and the paper sack found near the sniper's nest window. Lieutenant Day scribbles some instructions on a corner of the paper sack found on the 6th floor. FBI has been dusted for prints with metallic powder on outside only. Inside has not been processed. Lieutenant J.C. Day. The paper sack already had the words "found next to the 6th floor window gun fired from." May have been used to carry gun. Lieutenant J.C. Day. When Day hands the rifle, the weapon believed by Dallas police to have murdered Kennedy, to FBI agent Drain, he says, "There's a trace of a print here," pointing to the trigger housing. The agent says nothing as he takes possession of the rifle. The rest of the items are loaded into a box, and FBI agents Drain and Brown hustle them down the elevator to the basement and out to their waiting car for the short trip to Carswell. 11:50 p.m. Chief Curry, District Attorney Wade, and Captain Fritz step out of the homicide and robbery office into the crush of reporters gathered in the 3rd-floor corridor and announce that charges have been filed against Oswald in the assassination of the president. "We want to say this," Curry tells them, "that this investigation has been carried on jointly by the FBI, the Secret Service, the Texas Rangers, and the Dallas Police Department. Captain Fritz has been in charge." The newsmen want to know if Oswald has confessed. "He has not confessed," Curry says. "Any particular thing that he said," reporter asks, "that caused you to file the charges regarding the president's death against him?" "No, sir," Curry answers. "Physical evidence is the main thing that we are relying on." Asked to name the physical evidence, Curry declines. "When will he appear before the grand jury?" Curry doesn't know, although that would be the next step. "We will continue with the investigation. There are still many things that we need to work on." "Mr. Wade, could you elaborate on the physical evidence?" "Well," the district attorney tells them, "the gun is one of them." "Can you tell us if he has engaged a lawyer?" "We don't know that," Captain Fritz says. "His people have been here, but we don't—" The homicide captain's hoarse voice is drowned out by a flood of other questions. "Are there any fingerprints on the gun? Can we get a picture of him? Can we get a press conference where he could stand against a wall and we could talk to him? Do you expect a confession from this man?" "No," Wade says, picking the last question to answer. "Do you have a strong case?" "I think it's sufficient," Wade replies. "What is the evidence that links him to the gun?" "I don't care to go into the evidence now," Wade says firmly. The 3 officials huddle to discuss the possibility of showing Oswald to the press. A nearby microphone picks up fragments of the conversation. "We could take him to the show-up room," Fritz is heard saying, "and put him on the stage and let him stand up. They couldn't, of course, interview him from up there, you know, but if you want them to look at him or take his picture, I'm not sure whether we should or shouldn't." "We've got the assembly room," Curry says. "We could go down there." "Speak up," the reporters shout. "We're going to get in a larger room," Wade tells them. "That's what we're talking about here." "What about the assembly room?" a reporter shouts. "Is that all right?" Wade says. "Let's go down there." Most of the reporters make their way downstairs to the City Hall basement, awaiting Oswald. A few continue to grill Wade as Fritz and Curry slip back into the homicide office. "Will there be a way to take any pictures?" "I don't see any reason to take any picture of him," Wade replies. "Of Lee?" a reporter asks incredulously. "Yes," Wade replies. "Well, the whole world's only waiting to see what he looks like now," the reporter says. "Oh, is that all?" Wade answers matter-of-factly. "The whole world." "That's all," the reporter says. "Just the world." NBC National Television is shutting down its live coverage on the East Coast, where it's approaching 1 a.m. David Brinkley sums up the feelings of a nation to his dwindling audience. "We are about to wind up, as about all that could happen has happened. It is one of the ugliest days in American history. There is seldom any time to think anymore, and today there was none. In about 4 hours we had gone from President Kennedy in Dallas, alive, to back in Washington, dead, and a new president in his place. There is really no more to say except that what happened has been just too much, too ugly and too fast." The network signs off at 1:02:17 a.m. Saturday, November 23rd, 12:05 a.m. Gregory Olds and 3 ACLU representatives, wanting to know if Oswald is being denied legal assistance, are not satisfied by the statement to them of Captain Glenn King, the administrative assistant to the chief of police, that as far as he knew Oswald had not requested such assistance. 2 members of Olds' group locate and speak directly to Justice of the Peace David Johnston. Johnston assures them that Oswald's legal rights have already been explained to him and that he had declined counsel. They report this back to Olds. Satisfied that Oswald, despite his earlier protests in the third-floor corridor, had probably not been deprived of his legal rights, the men from the ACLU decide to go home for the night. It's been dark for hours, and most of Dallas law enforcement would normally be in bed and sleeping by now. But not tonight. In the Homicide and Robbery Bureau, Captain Fritz and Chief Curry confer in hushed tones just outside Fritz's private office, where Oswald awaits them. Their discussion centers around how to make Oswald available to the press. If Captain Fritz had his way, he'd have cleared the 3rd floor of all reporters a long time ago. To his way of thinking, they're nothing but a nuisance to the investigation. Dealing with them has been a thorn in his side all day, because there's only been one way to get Oswald to and from Fritz's office, and that's through the crowd of reporters in the 3rd-floor corridor. Every time they move him, Oswald faces a verbal assault from the press. Some of the things they holler at him are provocative, some seem to please him, others aggravate him, but none of them help the interrogation process. In fact, Fritz thinks he would have been more apt to get a confession from Oswald if I could have quietly talked with him. The constant barrage by the press has a tendency to keep Oswald upset. What bothers Chief Curry the most is the beating the city of Dallas and the police department in particular is taking in the press. It especially disturbed him to hear a reporter telling a television audience, as he held up a picture of Oswald, "This is what the man who is charged with shooting President Kennedy looks like, or at least this is what he did look like. We don't know what he looks like now after being in the custody of the police." Of course, Curry knew Oswald wasn't being mistreated. He himself had checked with Captain Fritz to make sure that Oswald had been given something to eat and wasn't being subjected to long, drawn-out interrogation sessions. But the comments, no matter how inaccurate, sting just the same. Curry had always maintained very good relations with the local press, and they respected him for it. But this is different. The halls are overrun with reporters from all over the world, each one putting Dallas under a magnifying glass. Under the pervasive glare of the world media, Curry feels that he has to defend the city and his beloved department. In no uncertain terms, he wants the press to know that Oswald isn't being mistreated, which, in his mind, means marching him out to within an arm's length of the mob of reporters waiting downstairs. "I'm a little afraid something might happen to him," Fritz says. "Let me put him on the stage so nobody can get to him." "No," Curry says. "I want him out in front of the stage." Acceding to his boss's request, Fritz steps into his office, where Oswald sits under the watchful eye of 2 detectives. "Take him on down to the assembly room," Fritz tells them. then orders the rest of his men to go down as part of a security detail. Oswald says nothing, sensing that this isn't going to be just another lineup. A few minutes later, they bring Oswald out of homicide into the narrow, crowded corridor, and Jack Ruby, standing in the hallway right outside of Fritz's office, and with a loaded revolver in his right trouser pocket, finds himself within 2 to 3 feet of the man he now hates for killing the president. But the thought of shooting Oswald never enters his mind. Strangely, though he despises Oswald, he thinks Oswald is good-looking and resembles actor Paul Newman. Learning they are taking Oswald down to the assembly room in the basement, next to the show-up room, Ruby follows. He feels perfectly free in what he is doing, with no one asking him any questions. As crowded as the assembly room is, he manages to get in and stand on top of a table to the rear, his back to the wall. An FBI agent returns to the office where Robert Oswald is being questioned by another agent. "Robert," he says, "you might as well know now. They are charging your brother with the president's death." Robert sags in his chair and shakes his head. He realizes that there is not much more he can do tonight and starts for his hotel. For 11 hours he's managed to keep his emotions reasonably in check, but now, as he walks along the quiet streets of downtown Dallas, his body suddenly begins to tremble until he is sobbing. Not yet 30 years old, Robert feels like an aged and decrepit man. He stifles his emotions by the time he reaches the hotel lobby and returns to his room. In the dark, he lies awake, unable to sleep. In the offices of Klein's Sporting Goods in Chicago, General Operating Manager Mitchell Sybor paws through invoices with company Vice President William Waldman. The FBI agents nearby wait patiently as Sybor and Waldman search for a record of having received a Mannlicher Carcano rifle, serial number C2766, from Crescent Firearms Company of New York. After a little more than an hour of searching, they uncover an invoice dated February 7, 1963, for a shipment of 100 six-shot Model 91 TS 6.5mm Mannlicher Carcano rifles from Crescent Firearms, packed in 10 cartons, 10 rifles to a carton, at a unit cost of $8.50. Attached to the invoice are 10 memo pages indicating the serial numbers of the rifles in each case. Waldman quickly looks over the list of serial numbers. There it is. Carton number 3376 had a rifle with serial number C2766. "There's no question about it," Waldman tells the FBI agents. "We handled this rifle." Klein's records show the rifle in question arrived on its loading dock on February 21, 1963, was unpacked the following day, and assigned control number VC836, a number used by Klein's to track the history of the gun while it's in their possession. "Is there any way to tell who it was sold to?" an FBI agent asks. "Yes," Waldman says. "The next move will be to hunt through microfilm records of our mail-order customers until we find this serial number. It's going to take some time because there's no specific order of filing." Waldman and Sybor move over to 2 microfilm reading machines and begin the tedious task of looking through hundreds of microfilmed mail-order receipts for the customer who ordered the Mannlicher Carcano rifle with serial number C2766, found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. 12:10 a.m. The assembly room at Dallas Police Headquarters is so crowded with newsmen and cameras that by the time Captain Fritz gets downstairs, Fritz, Oswald's chief interrogator, can't even get in the room as the crowd had jammed clear back out into the hall. Inside, rival reporters jostle for what they hope will be the best position to get a picture or a statement from the prisoner. For any newsman worth his salt, this is the center of the universe. Those at the back of the room can barely hear Chief Curry trying to explain the ground rules over the clamor. "If anything goes wrong with his being down here, if there's a rush up here, he's immediately going out and that's it. Now, do we understand each other?" A chorus of voices answers. "Yes, right, yes," until it disintegrates into a wall of incomprehensible sound. Curry shuffles his way back into the hallway as the newsmen crane their necks in the direction of the doorway. The homicide detectives in the Stetson hats appear first, and then, suddenly, there is Oswald, sandwiched between them as they inch their way toward the front of the stage. A huge, bulky pool television camera from Dallas CBS affiliate KRLD-TV is mounted on a tripod near the doorway, its 4-inch barrel lens trained on Oswald's face. A late-night national audience, only NBC has stopped coverage, holds its collective breath as it gets its first really good look at the man accused of murdering the President of the United States. A flock of flashbulbs pop from dozens of still cameras as police come to a stop near the center of the front of the stage. "Down in front! Down in front!" the unfortunate newsmen in the back of the room shout in frustration. A crush of reporters are only inches from Oswald. A semicircle of handheld microphones thrust forward toward the suspect's face in eager anticipation of his first words. The noise level dips as Oswald responds to a question he has picked out of the din. "I was questioned by a judge without legal representation," he says in his peculiarly dry, Texas-tinged boy's voice, before being drowned out by a torrent of frustrated voices. "Louder! Down in front! Down, down!" reporters holler. Oswald stops for a moment and purses his lips, a habit that gives him a prissy, dogmatic air. When the noise subsides a little, he starts again. "Well, I was questioned by a judge. However, I protested at that time that I was not allowed legal representation." "Hey, down, down!" a chorus of back-of-the-room voices again shouts at the men blocking their view. Several finally give up complaining and begin dragging metal chairs into position on which to stand for a better vantage point. The sound of clanking metal only helps to drown out Oswald's weak voice. "During that very short and sweet hearing, I really don't know what this situation is about. Nobody has told me anything except that I'm accused of murdering a policeman." Oswald has not yet been arraigned for the murder of Kennedy and is unaware that he has been charged with Kennedy's murder. "I know nothing more than that, and I do request someone to come forward to give me legal assistance." "Did you kill the president?" "No, I have not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall," Oswald's voice cracks nervously, "asked me that question." "You have been charged," a reporter in the front tells him. "Sir?" Oswald says, somewhat confused, looking at the reporter kneeling in front of him. "You have been charged," the reporter repeats. Oswald purses his lips, then a look of astonishment crosses his face, but he says nothing. "Nobody said what? We can't hear you back here," someone complains from the back of the room. The jostling continues unabated, and Curry decides he's seen enough. "Okay, men," Curry says to the two detectives flanking Oswald. "Okay." The men in the Stetson hats turn and begin pushing Oswald slowly toward the exit as reporters kneeling in the front continue their verbal assault. "What did you do in Russia?" Oswald ignores the first question. "How did you hurt your eye?" another reporter asks. Oswald moves along in silence. The reporter asks again, "Oswald, how did you hurt your eye?" Oswald leans toward the microphone. "A policeman hit me," he whines. After just 6 minutes, it is over. Newsmen in the back of the room plead for someone up front to fill them in on what Oswald had said during his brief moments in front of the cameras. Exiting the assembly room, Detectives Sims and Boyd lead Oswald into the basement jail office, where they encounter Deputy Chief George L. Lumpkin and Sergeant Wilson F. Warren. Entering the jail elevator, the four men take Oswald up to the fourth-floor jail office, where he is searched once again and also booked nearly 11 hours after his arrest. He is then taken to his fifth-floor jail cell. The jail cell that Deputy Chief Lumpkin, who is in charge of jail security, has assigned Oswald, isolates him from other prisoners. It's a maximum security cell, number F2 on the 5th floor. The maximum security area is a group of 3 cells away from the rest of the units with lockable doors that open into a narrow corridor, which itself has another lockable door that is controlled from a master control panel. Lumpkin orders Oswald to be placed in the middle cell, the 2 cells on either side kept empty. It is virtually impossible for any other prisoners to see or talk with him. Oswald is ordered to strip to his underwear, and his belt and other potentially harmful personal effects are taken from him. His clothes and effects are shoved into a paper bag for retrieval the next time he's removed from the cell. The jail guard leads Oswald through the first heavily barred door. It bolts behind them. 4 bare light bulbs, screened in wire, hang in the small hallway. The jailer opens the middle cell. Oswald steps inside, and the door shuts behind him with a loud metal clang. Oswald's 12-by-12-foot cell has 4 bunk beds inside, the upper 2 made of metal, the lower 2 of wood, a stainless steel sink, a toilet, and a water fountain. Bars that cross overhead give the cell a sense of a cage. Oswald flops onto a bunk. while 2 guards take up residence right outside the cell as part of an around-the-clock vigil, a suicide watch. Chief Lumpkin is taking no chances with the prime suspect. 12:19 a.m. After Oswald was taken from the assembly room, some of the press boys had run out to make deadlines. Others stuck around to interview District Attorney Henry Wade, hoping to pick up something juicy for the morning papers. Wade's concern is to make sure he doesn't prejudice the rights of the accused to a fair trial. His real problem this night is his lack of knowledge about the investigation. He'd been briefed only once, little more than an hour ago, and then only on the basics of the case. Wade tells the reporters that Oswald has been formally charged with both killing Officer Tippit and John F. Kennedy. He's been taken before the judge and advised of his rights. Oswald, in fact, had not yet at this point been taken before any judge on the Kennedy charge, arraigned and advised of his rights. "Can you tell us any of the evidence against him so far, sir?" "No," Wade replies. "We are still working on the evidence." "Do you have a good case?" "I figure we have sufficient evidence to convict him," Wade answers. "Are there any indications that this was an organized plot?" a reporter inquires. "Or was it just one man?" "There's no one else but him," Wade says, adding, "so far." Someone again asks a question about the evidence gathered so far. "Well, there is a lot of physical evidence that was gathered," Wade says, "including the gun that is on its way by Air Force jet to the FBI crime lab in Washington. It will be back here tomorrow. There are some other things that's going to delay this until probably the middle of next week before it's presented to the grand jury." "Do you have witnesses to use against him in the killing of President Kennedy?" "We have approximately 15 witnesses," Wade answers. "Who identified him as the killer of the president?" "I didn't say that," Wade corrects. A reporter asks to clarify whether he's talking about 15 witnesses in the murder of the police officer or the president. "Both," Wade replies. The question of motive is raised. "Well, he was a member of the movement," Wade grapples for the word, "the Free Cuba movement." "What's the make of the rifle, sir?" "It's a Mauser, I believe," Wade answers erroneously. "Does the suspect deny the shootings?" "Yes," Wade says. "He denies them both." "Are you through questioning him?" someone asks. "No, we have further questioning to do. We will probably let him sleep and talk to him in the morning." It's very late, and Wade is wondering when the questions will end. 12:35 a.m. Oswald has been in his cell less than 10 minutes when Sergeant Warren opens the door and tells him to put on his clothes. Lieutenant Carl P. Knight of the Identification Bureau is there to see that Oswald is taken to the 4th floor to be photographed and fingerprinted. "I have been fingerprinted," Oswald protests. Knight knew that Oswald was referring to prints taken of him around 9 p.m. to compare with the latent prints discovered on the rifle and cardboard boxes found on the 6th floor. Now that felony charges have been filed against him, Knight needs something a little more permanent for the Dallas police files. As part of standard procedure, copies of these new prints will be sent to the FBI to find out if the prisoner is wanted elsewhere. Sergeant Wilson F. Warren and jail assistant Tommy V. Todd take Oswald downstairs to the Identification Bureau to be processed. Knight and Captain Dowdy see that another set of fingerprints is made and mugshots, front and profile, are taken. Oswald is arrogant and irritable. He drags his fingers across the ink pad until a cop takes each digit one by one and rolls and prints them properly. When they ask him to sign his name at the bottom of the fingerprint card, Oswald refuses. His thumbprint is added to indicate that his fingerprints had been taken and placed in police files. They finish the formalities in about 35 minutes, and the sullen Oswald is taken back to his 5th-floor jail cell. 1 a.m. While Bill Alexander and some police detectives were going over the names and backgrounds of Oswald's co-workers at the book depository building before midnight, the name Joe Molina, the credit manager at the depository, came up. It immediately rang a bell with Alexander. He was a known card-carrying communist. At that time, there were damn few communists in Dallas, and they actually carried cards on them that I knew from a big publicity murder case I had prosecuted a year or so earlier, Alexander would later recall. Because of the publicity, the defense made a motion for a change of venue, and Molina testified for the defense that the defendant couldn't get a fair trial in Dallas. We had no evidence of any connections between Molina and Oswald, except the book depository building and their Communist Party affiliation. Alexander proceeds to prepare a search warrant for Molina's house, gets Judge Johnston to sign it, and, since Fritz's boys were busy, goes to serve the warrant with Captain Pat Ganaway, the head of the Special Services Bureau, and a few of his men, including Lieutenant Jack Revel, who was in charge of the Criminal Intelligence Section that, among other things, investigates subversive activities. Molina, a short, stocky, and prematurely graying man of 40, lives in a small home close to downtown Dallas with his wife and 4 kids, one of whom is adopted. Alexander and his people arrive around 1 a.m, and the loud knocking on the door at this hour scares Soledad, Molina's wife, half to death. The whole family, asleep in the 2-bedroom home, was awakened. Joe comes to the door in his pajamas and is served with the warrant. Alexander doesn't say what this is all about, but Molina assumes it has some connection with the assassination because of his employment at the depository. "Joe," Alexander says, "go back to bed. We won't ransack the house." "Go ahead and look around," Molina said, indicating he had nothing to hide. But before Joe can get back to bed, Ganaway and Revel have other plans and, during the search, question Molina about his acquaintanceship with Oswald. He has seen him at work but is not acquainted with him and has never spoken to him. And the political affiliation of members of the GI Forum, a local veterans group Molina, a Navy vet, belonged to, that had several other known communist members. Molina says he doesn't know the political affiliations of the members of the group, but declines to write a statement to that effect. The search of Molina's house will continue for 2 hours. 1:10 a.m. In the basement assembly room, remarkably, Henry Wade is still held captive by an inquisitive collection of reporters. Judge David Johnston has joined him. "Does he have a lawyer?" "I don't know whether he has or not," Wade says. "Does he appear sane to you?" "Yes, he does," Wade replies firmly. "Is he a member of any communist front organization?" "That I couldn't tell you at the present time," Wade says. "Any organizations that he belongs to that you know of?" a reporter hollers. "Well," the district attorney answers, "the only one I mentioned was the Free Cuba movement, or whatever that—" Ruby, recalling what he heard on the radio earlier, shouts out a correction from the back of the room. "Fair Play for Cuba Committee." Wade, surprised at getting a correction from his audience, recognizes the man in the horn-rimmed glasses and slicked black hair as someone he's seen around, but thinks he must be a journalist of some sort. "Fair Play for Cuba, I believe it was," Wade continues, acknowledging the correction. "Why do you think he wanted to kill the president?" "The only thing I do," Wade tells the throng, "is take the evidence, present it to a jury, and I don't pass on why he did it or anything else. We're just interested in proving that he did it, which I think we have." "Are you planning to charge anyone else in this at all at this moment?" "As of this moment," Wade says, "we are not." "Are you looking for any other suspects at all now that you've got—" "Well, we're always looking for other suspects," Wade shoots back, "but we have none at present." "Henry, do you think this is part of a communist conspiracy?" The question cuts the district attorney's nerves. "I can't say that," he answers diplomatically. "Well, do you have any reason to believe that it might be?" the reporter pursues. "No," Wade answers. "I don't have any reason to believe either way on it." "Has he said under questioning that he is either a communist or a communist sympathizer?" "I don't know whether he has or not," Wade replies. "Can you say whether you have a witness who says he saw the man pull the trigger?" "No, I cannot," Wade answers carefully. "What was the result of the paraffin test?" someone asks. "I am not going into evidence here," Wade says. There is some continuing confusion over whether Oswald has been advised of the charge in the assassination. Judge David Johnston, standing behind Wade, steps forward to try to clear up any misunderstanding. "He has not been advised," Johnston says. "Has he been charged?" "He has not been arraigned on the second charge," Johnston says. "No, but has he been charged?" the reporter presses. "Yes," the judge replies, "he is formally charged." The reporters question when the arraignment for the assassination will take place, but both Wade and Johnston seem uncertain. They imagine sometime that night, then suggest that it might be morning before Oswald is arraigned. Wade continues to answer questions for a few more minutes, but has little to add to what he has already said. "Mr. Wade, was he under any kind of federal surveillance because of his background prior to today's events?" Wade, no doubt thinking of Jack Revel's memo, prefers not to open that can of worms. "None that I know of. We didn't have any knowledge. We didn't have any information on him. When I say we, being the Dallas Police or the Dallas Sheriff's Office." Several questions return to the issue of whether this was an organized plot or just one man out to get the president. "We don't know that answer," Wade replies. "He's the only one we have." "Are you willing to say whether you think this man was inspired as a communist or whether he is simply a nut or a middleman?" "I'll put it this way," Wade says. "I don't think he's a nut." 1:20 a.m. After Wade's press conference, he continues to be interviewed by individual reporters outside the basement assembly room, and Jack Ruby persists in his pursuit of Joe Long, who mysteriously remains elusive to Ruby. But Jack finally manages to get the control room number of the station from two reporters, Jerry Kunkel and Sam Pease, who work for rival KBOX. Calling the control room, he's shuttled to Glenn Duncan in the newsroom, whom he tells, "I have sandwiches for you. I want to get over there," and then adds, "By the way, I see Henry Wade talking on the phone to someone. You want me to get him over here?" "Yes, do that." "Just a second, he's talking to someone from New York. I'll get him." He goes over, collars the district attorney, and brings him back to the phone, not even telling him what station it is. The newsman at KLIF is elated over scoring the brief interview and tells Ruby he can only leave the door open for 5 minutes. On the way out, Ruby spots Russ Knight of KLIF with a tape recorder. Glenn Duncan rushes him over from the station a few blocks away to get another interview with the district attorney. They didn't get the first one on the phone on tape, and Duncan wants something for the morning news. Ruby, only too happy to oblige, takes Knight to Wade. "Ask him if Oswald is insane," Ruby suggests to Knight. "Okay," Knight says. "That's a point well taken." Ruby introduces them. "Oh," Wade says, recognizing Knight's name, "you're the weird beard." Knight cringes a little. His on-the-air persona is great for the kids, who have made him the top-rated DJ in Dallas, but it sounds just a mite foolish here. Wade obliges Knight with an interview and tells Knight that Oswald is not insane. His brutal act was entirely premeditated. While Knight is interviewing Wade, Ruby leaves for the station 3 blocks away. But arranging the interview with Henry Wade for Russ Knight delayed Ruby beyond the 5-minute window he'd been offered, and he finds the door to the KLIF studios locked when he gets there. So he waits, with Sheba, for Knight to get back. 1:30 a.m. Wade and Judge Johnston finally escape the persistent journalists and make their way back to the third-floor homicide office. On the way, the district attorney tells Johnston that they should arraign Oswald on the Kennedy killing immediately. When the pair get to Captain Fritz's office, they confer with Chief Curry, Captain Fritz, and Assistant DA Maurice Harrell. It may be approaching the middle of the night, but with all the activity, one would never know it. Curry agrees that Oswald should be arraigned on the murder charge regarding the president's death soon. The U.S. Supreme Court recently ruled that a prisoner must be arraigned and informed of the charges against him as soon as possible. Curry doesn't want anyone saying that they haven't followed the law. Curry picks up the phone and calls the jail supervisor, Sergeant Warren. "Bring Oswald back down to the 4th-floor ID Bureau," he says. "We'll meet you there." Oswald has been asleep, though not for very long, when Sergeant Warren awakes him. "What's going on?" Oswald says angrily, half asleep. "I've got my orders from the chief," the jail supervisor says. "He says to bring you down to ID again." The man who had arguably become the most famous murderer in history, as well as the most consequential one, doesn't bother to protest. He swings his legs to the floor and holds his wrists out in front of him as the cuffs are snapped in place. Sergeant Warren and jailer Tommy Todd escort him toward the stairway. 1:35 a.m. Oswald and his escorts emerge from the stairwell and enter the Identification Bureau inside the 4th-floor jail office. A half-dozen police officials are standing behind the counter when Oswald arrives. He purses his lips and surveys the familiar faces. Judge David Johnston stands squarely behind the counter with complaint number F154, the Kennedy murder charge, in his hand. The men grouped around him are some of the top brass of Dallas law enforcement: Captain Fritz, Chief Curry, Assistant Deputy Chief M.W. Stevenson, District Attorney Henry Wade, and Assistant District Attorney Maurice Harrell. A few Identification Bureau officers who happen to be on duty, including Crime Lab Lieutenant Carl Day, hover nearby. "Well, I guess this is the trial," Oswald sneers sarcastically. "No, sir," Judge Johnston replies. "I have to arraign you on another offense." For the second time this night, Johnston advises Oswald of his constitutional right to remain silent and warns him that any statement he makes may be used in evidence against him. Then Johnston reads the complaint to Oswald, that Lee Harvey Oswald, hereinafter styled defendant, heretofore on or about the 22nd day of November 1963 in the county of Dallas and state of Texas, did then and there unlawfully, voluntarily, and with malice aforethought kill John F. Kennedy by shooting him with a gun against the peace and dignity of the state. "Oh, that's the deal, is it?" Oswald says. "I don't know what you were talking about." Johnston ignores the comment and advises Oswald of his right to an attorney. "I want Mr. John Abt of New York," Oswald demands, spelling the name out. "A-B-T." "You'll be given the opportunity to contact any attorney you wish," Judge Johnston answers calmly. "Bond is denied on this capital offense. I hereby remand you to the custody of the Sheriff of Dallas County, Texas." In 10 minutes it is over. Lee Harvey Oswald has been formally arraigned on the charge of assassinating the President of the United States. Chief Curry, who has seen little of Oswald in the course of the evening, is not impressed by his truculence and arrogance. Curry nods to the jailers, who spin and take the prisoner back upstairs to his 5th-floor cell. 1:50 a.m. Most of Dallas is asleep when Ruby finally enters the KLIF building after Russ Knight gets back from City Hall and opens the door. Several of the guys on duty are glad to see Jack's big paper sack full of corned beef sandwiches and soft drinks. "I figured you guys would be hungry," Jack tells them, "and I brought these up for you." Knight and DJ Danny McCurdy were intrigued by Dr. Black's celery tonic and its peculiarly shaped bottle and expensive-looking gold foil, which neither of them had ever seen before. Who ever heard of a soft drink with celery in it? Jack explains that it's something you normally get only in New York and is especially pleased when McCurdy thinks it's the best soft drink he's ever had. 5 minutes later, Jack has worked his way into the control room where he chats with McCurdy between announcements while Duncan and Knight get the 2 o'clock news ready. Jack appreciates the way the station has switched from top 40 to album music, easy listening, McCurdy calls it. Ruby is pale and keeps looking at the floor. McCurdy is feeling awfully low himself and thinks little of it. "I'm closing my club down this weekend," Jack tells him morosely. "I'd rather lose 12 or 1,500 this weekend than not be able to live with myself later on." He gives McCurdy a card for the Carousel Club. McCurdy already has one Ruby gave him some time back, one with a picture of one of the strippers on it. Ike Pappas comes in with a lot of tapes he wants to relay back to WNEW in New York, and the KLIF guys are happy to let him use their facilities. Pappas also gets one of the corned beef sandwiches, but is so busy with his work he never sees Ruby. Though Duncan is getting ready to go with his 2 o'clock news bulletin, he chats a little with Ruby, who seems somewhat excited and happy that the case against Oswald is going well. He seems to get a real charge out of being close to the police and the news developments. Duncan is intrigued by Ruby's description of Oswald, that he looks a little like the movie star Paul Newman. Ruby stays right there in the newsroom for the bulletin, and after Duncan leads to Knight, the latter says, "I have just returned from a trip to the Dallas County Courthouse," actually City Hall, "and on a tip from Jack Ruby, local nightclub owner." Jack is tickled pink at the mention of his name on the air. After Ruby chats with the guys for a quarter of an hour or so, Knight walks Ruby down to his car, parked right in front of the door, the little dachshund, Sheba, patiently awaiting his return. Ruby wants him to urge Gordon McClendon to devote one of his on-the-air editorials to the assassination and the turgid right-wing political atmosphere in Dallas that he feels led to it. He's a great admirer of McClendon, a Kennedy supporter who ran unsuccessfully as a Democrat for the Senate and the only radio broadcaster in Dallas to do editorials, and outspoken ones at that. Ruby fishes a 1-page flyer from the mess in his car and hands it to the disc jockey. "You look like a square guy. Why don't you look this over and read it?" Ruby's story about the flyer is complicated tonight, but it has something to do with right-wing radicalism in Dallas, though Ruby doesn't use those exact words. Ruby had gotten the flyer when he was selling a contrivance called a twist board out at the Texas Product Show at the exhibit hall off the Stemmons Freeway a couple of weeks ago. Ruby's friend Ed Pullman, a furniture designer, had a booth there, and Ruby took some of his girls out there every night during the week the show was on to demonstrate and sell the device. One of them got her picture into the Dallas Times-Herald. Ruby had stopped by the booth of H.L. Hunt, the right-wing Dallas oil tycoon, which was giving away free bags of groceries. and in his, Ruby found the flyer, a script called Heroism for Hunt's radio show Lifeline. He was outraged by the script and steamed back to Pullman's booth on the mezzanine, George Senator in tow. "I'm going to send this stuff to Kennedy," Jack raged breathlessly. "I want to send this stuff to Kennedy. Nobody has the right to talk like this about our government." Pullman was philosophical. "Well, you just learned about it now, but Lifeline has been out for some time, and that's what he does, and that's how he gets his materials around." "I'm going to do something about this. I'm going to see that this is taken up in Washington," Ruby insists. He even mentions the FBI. Pullman recalls to Ruby that Hunt had not been allowed to have a display at some New York fair because of that type of literature. "I'm sure that Kennedy knows all about this, and Washington knows about this." "Maybe they don't. I'm going to send it in." "Well, you do what you want," Pullman said. It's all a bit of a mystery tonight, but he takes the broadsheet from Ruby and goes home. It's hard to figure out why Ruby had gotten so exercised about the flyer out at the fair. The flyer was all pretty harmless stuff, although it did contain this language. "Personal heroism is a vital part of the American character and the American dream. Nearly all nations, when they do fail, have forgotten what heroism is. And a nation and a people which truly value their heroes have no use for a paternal government which always claims to know best. Such a nation cannot be coaxed or conned out of their fundamental liberties." It's byline to Gene Scudder from Washington. At the bottom of the back of the sheet is a list of 24 stations in the Dallas-Fort Worth area which carry the program and a short list of some of the other 300 Lifeline stations, almost all in the South. Robert Donovan, Washington bureau chief for the Los Angeles Times, finally gets back to his Dallas hotel after an incredibly hectic day that went by without his eating since breakfast the previous morning in Fort Worth. He and some of his colleagues, equally famished and exhausted, were able to send out for food. They give the old black waiter dressed in a young bellboy's outfit some extra money to also get them a jug of liquor, telling him that they had worked for hours, were frazzled, and needed it. But you couldn't buy liquor over the counter in Dallas, it being a closed city, and the waiter wasn't about to find some other way, illicit, to get the hooch. "No," he says evenly, "you couldn't do that because that would be breaking the law." He then adds in a voice that Donovan knows he will remember to his dying day, "There have been enough laws broken in Dallas today." 2 a.m. Eventually, in the early hours of Saturday morning, Dallas Police Headquarters begins to quiet down for the night. Captain Fritz sends his troops home, with instructions to be back by 10, but remains in his office conferring with Wade, Judge Johnston, and some of the other officers on the case until around 3:45 a.m., when they all go home. Deputy Chief Stevenson remains in his office on the 3rd floor where, with a couple of detectives, he continues to work, available for anything that might need to be investigated during the night. He doesn't get home until around 12:30 Saturday afternoon. 2:30 a.m., 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. At Bethesda Naval Hospital, the morticians are winding up the embalming and casketing of the president's body. 2:45 a.m. After leaving KLIF, Jack Ruby decides to drive over to the Times-Herald building. He rarely goes there to place his weekend ad because once he gets the ad into the morning news, which comes out first, he just calls the afternoon newspaper to have the ad transpired, as he puts it, into the Times-Herald. But he promised one of the boys over there on the night shift one of his twist boards. He had put off going there for some time, but since he hadn't called in his ad today, he feels this might be a good time to take out an ad in the Herald that his clubs will be closed Saturday and Sunday nights. As he drives past a parking garage at the corner of Jackson and Field, he hears a horn honk and sees a police officer he knows, Harry Olson, sitting in a car. He's sitting there with one of Jack's girls, Kathy Kay. The thing with Kathy is supposed to be a secret, but Jack knows all about it. Kathy's real name, most of the strippers use stage names, is Kay Coleman. Harry's divorce came through last month, and Kay has been divorced for a time, but it would be difficult for a police officer to marry a woman who is working as a stripper. Kay is from England, and young as she is, just 27, has 2 little girls, age 7 and 9. Jack likes Kay a lot, and he has stopped over at her place with a few other people for a late-night breakfast a couple of times. It's only 4 or 5 blocks from his apartment out in Oak Cliff, on the same street, Ewing. Jack climbs into the car with Harry and Kay. They had driven over to Dealey Plaza earlier just to see where the president was shot, stopped in at the Sip and Nip on Commerce Street for a couple of drinks, and then went to see their friend Johnny Johnson, who works at the garage. They are drinking beer, ruminating on the day's sad events, and glad to see Jack. They think he's a great guy for closing his clubs. They are all upset about the assassination and find it hard to talk about much else. Harry's leg is in a cast, so he has been on light duty for a while. He was off that day and spent most of it moonlighting, guarding the estate of an elderly lady out in Oak Cliff near Kay's place. Earlier, Kay had called Andy Armstrong at the Carousel from her house to find out whether the club would be open that night. "What's Jack doing?" she asked. "Oh, he is all upset and he is crying," Andy told her, adding, "We are closed tonight." Harry and Kay have known Jack for a couple of years and can see that he's really upset. Harry used to work the downtown area and made routine checks of the Carousel. He's seen Jack so mad that he would shake, usually at his employees, but sometimes at customers too. Jack can fly off the handle about almost anything. Harry would take him aside and get him to calm down, and Jack, with his respect for police officers, listened to Harry. Jack tells them he saw Oswald down at the police station, calls him an SOB, and says, "It's too bad that a peon could do something like that," referring to the killing of Kennedy and Tippit. Kay thinks Jack is wild-eyed with a sort of starey look. He is awfully tired, sits back and stares off into space. He doesn't cry or anything, but he just keeps saying over and over how terrible it is. He also keeps mentioning Jackie Kennedy and her children, whose plight especially touches him. Harry thinks they should cut Oswald into ribbons, inch by inch, and Jack recalls all the citizens who went out that morning with banners and posters stirring up hate against the president. "I just wonder how they feel about that now." The three commiserate about the death of Kennedy for over an hour. 2:56 a.m., 3:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. At Bethesda Naval Hospital, Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman telephones the 17th floor suite where the Kennedy family and friends have been waiting for almost 9 hours. "We're ready," he tells them. Secret Service agents escort the Kennedy entourage, Mrs. Kennedy, Robert and Ted Kennedy, and Robert's wife, Ethel, the president's sisters, Dave Powers, Kenneth O'Donnell, Larry O'Brien, Robert McNamara, and others, down to a small room near the rear loading dock. In the morgue, the casket team, under the leadership of First Lieutenant Samuel R. Byrd, conducts a small ceremony, placing the American flag on the casket. Finally, as a last sign of respect for the Commander-in-Chief, the Secret Service agents who have been present all night carry the casket out to the loading dock and toward the Navy ambulance. The Marines who have been guarding the Bethesda morgue this night snap to attention and salute as the casket passes. After the president's body is secured in the ambulance, the Kennedy entourage emerges from the rear of the hospital. Mrs. Kennedy and the president's brother, Robert, are helped into the rear of the ambulance. Jackie sits on a jump seat next to the coffin. Bobby crouches on the floor beside it. The others enter a bevy of limousines assembled near the loading dock. Before leaving, Admiral Berkeley turns to autopsy pathologist Jim Humes. "I would like to have the autopsy report if we could by 6 p.m. Sunday, November 24th, night," he says. Humes nods in agreement. Before the three pathologists leave the morgue, they confer on how to handle the task. It's obvious to them that a committee cannot write it. One person will have to take charge, and the others can critique and refine the final language. Commander Humes volunteers to write the initial draft. They plan to meet again in Admiral Galloway's office on Sunday morning, November 24th, to finalize the autopsy report. In a few minutes, under very heavy security, the procession of cars makes its way at 30 miles an hour over the 9.5 miles toward the northwest gate of the White House. An impromptu escort of hundreds of cars, driven by ordinary citizens, trails the procession as it slips silently through the streets of Washington in the early morning darkness. Those in the official cars look out the windows and see ordinary men of every color on their way to work standing at attention as they pass, caps held over their hearts. At the White House, the 6 members of the casket team reassemble at the rear of the Navy ambulance, which is pulled up close to the portico steps. They seem to be straining as they carry the casket into the White House foyer. The commander, Lieutenant Byrd, steps up quickly and slides his hands under the back of the heavy casket. A soldier in front of him whispers, "Good God, don't let go." They shuffle across the marble floor, past Marine honor guards and into the East Room, where the casket is placed on a replica of the catafalque on which Abraham Lincoln's coffin rested. As soon as the pallbearers step back, a Roman Catholic priest moves toward the casket and instructs an altar boy to light the candles that surround the catafalque. The priest sprinkles the coffin with holy water, kneels, and quietly reads from Psalm 130. Out of the depths I cry to you, O Lord, Lord, hear my voice. At the end of the brief ceremony, the honor guards are inspected and posted at parade rest near the casket. Air Force Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh and Secret Service Agent Clint Hill stand momentarily alongside the casket in the hushed and cavernous East Room. It is so quiet they can hear each other breathe. An usher comes up to Agent Hill and informs him that Mrs. Kennedy, who has gone to her room, will come down shortly and would like the casket opened for a few minutes. The flag is removed from the coffin in anticipation of her arrival and the casket lid unsealed, though kept closed. In a moment, the First Lady appears, escorted by Bobby Kennedy. Several members of Kennedy's inner circle are also present, bunched together at one end of the room. Jacki looks exhausted, still wearing her strawberry dress caked with the president's dried blood. General McHugh orders the honor guards to leave the room. The men do a quick about-face and start to leave when Mrs. Kennedy pleads, "No, they can stay." The guards freeze in place, their backs to the coffin. As the First Lady steps to the side of the casket, the lid is opened. She stands gazing for a moment upon her husband's face, then turns to Secret Service Agent Clint Hill, the one who had sprung to her aid seconds after the shots, and asks for a pair of scissors. He gets them for her. She reaches in and snips a lock of the president's hair. She then turns away, saying, "It isn't Jack." When Jacki silently leaves the room, the rest of us followed, Presidential aide Arthur Schlesinger would later recall. As Jacki, exhausted, mounts the stairway and makes her way for the night to her second-floor room, the group of Kennedy intimates stand awkwardly outside the East Room waiting for Bobby Kennedy to direct their next move. Bobby, his cheeks damp with tears, turns to them and asks them to come back in and take a look at the body. He wants to settle the issue of an open casket before he retires, as he had promised the First Lady he would do when they were standing together beside the catafalque. Jacki wants it covered, he tells them. RFK had not been able to bear looking at his brother at that time, but now, for the first time, he does. Of the 7 who view the remains, including Secretary of State Robert McNamara, Schlesinger, and Nancy Tuckerman, Jacki's social secretary, only 2 believe the president is presentable. The rest are appalled at the waxen figure. "Don't do it," Bill Walton, a family friend, pleads. "You're right," Bobby says. "Close it." Bobby turns away and goes upstairs to the Lincoln bedroom with Charles Spaulding, a close friend of both Kennedy brothers. "There's a sleeping pill around somewhere," Spaulding says. "God, it's so awful," Bobby says, sinking onto the bed. "Everything was really beginning to run so well." He is exhausted but composed. Spaulding finds a sleeping pill, hands it to him, and steps out of the room. As he closes the door, he hears Bobby break down. "Why, God?" he sobs. 3 a.m. Alexander and his people have just concluded their search of Joe Molina's home, and Molina had been cooperative throughout. "We really searched his home up and down, not finishing until 3 in the morning, Alexander would later recall. "We found nothing to connect him to Oswald or the assassination." But after a conference in Molina's kitchen, the searchers agree that they should interrogate Molina further and ask him whether he'd prefer to come with them down to police headquarters at that time or come on his own in the morning. Molina opts to go back to bed and says he'll see them in the morning. 4 a.m. Mitchell Cyborg, general operating manager of Klein's Sporting Goods in Chicago, looks up from one of the company's 2 microfilm machines at waiting FBI agents. It has taken nearly 4 hours, but he has found it at last, the order form for the rifle with serial number C2766. This particular Mannlicher Carcano was among those advertised in a number of magazines under catalog number C20-T750, which indicates that it was sold with a 4-power telescopic sight. The sight purchased separately by Klein's from Martin B. Redding Company in Culver City, California, and mounted on the rifle at Klein's by gunsmith William Sharp. The rifle scope assembly was then placed in a 60-inch corrugated cardboard box and readied for shipment. The retail price was $19.95, plus $1.50 for shipping and handling. Although the original order form or coupon for the C2766 rifle was routinely destroyed, Klein's microfilmed records include a picture of the original order form or coupon clipped from the February 1963 issue of American Rifleman magazine and its accompanying envelope, postmarked March 12, 1963. Enclosed with the order was a U.S. postal money order, number 2-202-130-462, for the total amount, $21.45. The order had been processed by Klein's on March 13, 1963, and shipped via parcel post on March 20, 1963. The customer had filled out the coupon and envelope in his own hand. The name is A. Heidel, and the address is P.O. Box 2915 in Dallas, Texas. The FBI agents look at each other knowingly. They know from bureau reports that Lee Harvey Oswald was carrying identification in that name at the time of his arrest. Jack Ruby leaves Harry and Kay and proceeds to the Dallas Times-Herald, where he delivers the twist board to Arnold Clyde Gadash, a 34-year-old printer whom Jack has known for years. The twist board regularly sold for $3.98, and Jack had promised it to Gadash for $2. But since he kept him waiting so long for it, he gives it to Gadash. Gadash can see that Ruby, who takes out a black-bordered ad that his club will be closed that evening and Sunday evening, is very upset and emotional about the assassination. And Ruby brings up the Weissman ad with him, saying as Gadash notices Jack's eyes watering, "The son of a bitch Weissman is trying to put the blame for the assassination on the Jews. Poor Mrs. Kennedy, Jackie, and the kids," Ruby says emotionally. Other employees, some of whom know Ruby, are nearby, and he temporarily starts to feel better by regaling them with stories of how close Oswald had come to him at City Hall and how he had corrected the district attorney, Henry Wade, at a press conference, intimating he was in good with the DA. He tells them he had seen Oswald being interviewed, that he looked like a little weasel and had a smirk on his face. Gadash asks Jack to show him how the twistboard exerciser works, and though Jack really doesn't want to get into the hilarity of frolicking when he's so upset about the president's death, he gets on top of the board and gives a demonstration for Gadash and the other employees. God knows they can all use a good laugh. At 4:30, Jack goes home and rouses George Senator from a sound sleep. Senator has been staying at Jack's place for the past couple of months. A 50-year-old World War II veteran, Senator has worked at more jobs than he can remember, mostly as a salesman, mostly without a lot of success. 10 years ago, he was working out of Atlanta selling women's apparel when his boss said, "George, we are releasing a couple of men in Dallas, and we want you to go to Dallas." George didn't want to, but the boss said, "George, you are going." He went. His wife didn't want to go either, and she didn't. A couple of years later, they divorced. She kept the kid. For a long time, he lived mostly in motels, and for a period he shared rent with a couple of other guys who weren't doing well enough to afford places of their own. There were some long stretches when he wasn't employed at all, but the guys let him stay on because he was cooking and doing odd jobs for them. Soon after George first came to Dallas in 1955 or 1956, a friend took him to the Vegas Club, where he met Jack Ruby, and after that they bumped into each other from time to time. In February or March of 1962, Jack sensed that George wasn't doing too well and invited him to move in with him for a while, over on Marsalis Avenue. George tried to hold up his end, cooking sometimes when Jack was home, but after 5 or 6 months, he got a chance to go into the postcard business with the Texas Postcard and Novelty Company, and he moved in with a fellow named Stan Corbett on Maple Avenue. He had been getting along fine with Jack, but he knew that Jack really liked to live alone, and Jack's place is too messy for George. Jack's clean in his person, but if he finishes reading a newspaper or something like that, it goes right on the floor. At Corbett's, George had to sleep on the couch until he really started to get into selling postcards, and he and Stan were able to take a 2-bedroom apartment on South Ewing. George told Jack about how great the building was, and within a week Jack moved into apartment 207, right next door to Corbett and George's 206. Then in August, Corbett got married and moved out, leaving George with all of the rent to pay on the apartment. George tried to stick it out for 2 months, but coming up with that much rent at $125 a month was too much of a struggle. Eventually, in late October, he moved in with Jack again into Jack's extra bedroom, which Jack had always kept available for anyone who needed a place to stay for a night or two, including homeless strippers at his club. They call George a sales manager at Texas Postcard, but his draw is only $61.45 a week, so the move was a terrific break for George because Jack didn't even ask him to share the rent. George occasionally helps Jack out at the club, running the lights or taking in the cash at the door, mostly on Fridays and Saturdays, but sometimes he will pop up during the week, too. George would be glad to cook regularly for Jack, but Jack is a funny guy about his food, and George just can't cook it right for him. If George doesn't broil something just right, Jack complains. If he makes him eggs, he has to worry about the butter because Jack's always on some diet, and George finally got tired of it and said, "Make your own eggs." George doesn't even eat breakfast, just grabs a cup of coffee downtown once he's up and about. He can't get over Jack's habit of putting 2 grapefruits, skin and all, through the wringer in this machine he has and then drinking the juice. His number one thing when he wakes up, sometimes in the middle of the afternoon. Now it's the middle of the night, and Jack is hollering and shaking him to wake up. He's all upset about that Weissman ad and some sign he saw saying "Impeach Earl Warren." He insists that George get up and get dressed. "You will have to get up, George. I want you to go with me." It's a bit much at 4:30 in the morning, but George is truly grateful for Jack's many kindnesses to him. And he is always ready to do anything he can for Jack. As he is getting his clothes on, Jack calls Larry Crawford, the drifter kid Jack had been letting sleep in a back room in front of his office at the club in return for answering the phone, helping to clean up, serving as a part-time bartender, and doing other odds and ends. There is no set salary, but any time Crawford needs a couple of bucks, he puts a draw slip in the till and takes some cash. It isn't a regular job, but Larry Crawford isn't choosy. Since getting out of the Army 4 years ago, he has often been unemployed, and the dozens of jobs he's had, from fruit picker to poultry butcher to carny roustabout and barker. In fact, he met Jack while working at the Texas State Fair the previous month. Lasted days or weeks rather than months. He doesn't believe this job is going to last much longer either. "Larry, get up, get dressed, and get the Polaroid with the flashbulbs and meet me downstairs." "I'll be right down," Ruby commands. The camera is for taking pictures of the customers when they dance with the girls, and Larry has worked it a couple of times. Larry had just dressed and got the film and bulbs and was starting to get the camera when he gets a call from the parking garage next door, telling him that Jack is already there and to hurry up. They drive over to the corner of Hall and the North Central Expressway, and sure enough, there it is, a poster about 3 feet by 4, pasted right up on the side of a building with a photograph of Warren with the legend, "Impeach Earl Warren." They all get out of the car, and Jack has Larry take 3 pictures of the sign with the Polaroid. It's all a mystery to Larry, since he's never heard of Earl Warren, and the conversation between Jack and George isn't all that enlightening. It strikes Larry as funny that Jack suddenly seems more excited about this billboard than he is about the assassination. Jack says, "I can't understand why they want to impeach Earl Warren. This must be the work of the John Birch Society or the Communist Party," 2 polar opposites politically. After Larry takes the photos Jack wants, they stop for coffee at Webb's Waffle Shop on the ground floor of the Southland Hotel, located just a few blocks from the Carousel. Jack knows all the all-night places. At this pre-dawn hour, the coffee shop is almost empty. He picks up a paper abandoned on the counter and reads the Weissman ad again. Jack is very suspicious about the coincidental appearance of the ad and the Warren billboard just when the president was coming to Dallas. He thinks there's a connection. Even the post office box numbers are close, 1792 for the Weissman ad and 1757 for the billboard, though the latter is in some town in Massachusetts. Larry finds the conversation hard to follow, what with Jack rereading aloud the Weissman ad and the news from a newspaper someone left behind, and breaking off to show the Polaroids to the guy at the counter. Jack wants to go to the post office to see what he can find out about the Weissman ad. To Larry's relief, they drop him back at the club first. At the Dallas post office, Jack and George find a box with a number for the Weissman ad, 1792, and there's a lot of mail in there. Jack presses the buzzer and asks the night clerk, "Who bought this box?" "I can't give you any information," the clerk tells them. "Any information you want, there is only one man who can give it to you, and that is the postmaster of Dallas." George realizes that Jack is very, very disturbed. He has seen Jack hollering in those sudden outbursts of anger that he seems to forget about within seconds. George is well used to them, but this is completely different. He had sort of a stare look in his eyes, George would later say. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to put it in words, and it was nothing George had ever seen before in Ruby. When Jack talks about the president's family, he has tears in his eyes. George has known Jack for around 8 years, and it's the first time he has seen tears in his eyes. "Gee, his poor children, Mrs. Kennedy," he says over and over again. "What a terrible thing to happen." George sees that Jack is deeply hurt about the president's death, and although everyone George knows is grieving Kennedy's death, with Jack it was worse. The day is beginning to lighten by the time they get home from the post office around 6:30 in the morning. Jack, back in the apartment, starts to cry, out loud. When he wasn't crying, Senator says, he looked like he was out in space. Jack calms down to watch a review of Friday's events on television for a while with George, but after a quarter of an hour they call it a day and turn in. 7 a.m. Robert Oswald is already moving about after a sleepless night in the Statler Hilton Hotel's uncomfortable rollaway bed. After taking a shower, he waits in the lobby for the hotel drugstore to open. He hadn't brought a comb or toothbrush when he came from Denton, so he picks the personal items up and returns to his room to comb his hair. Rather than buy a razor and shaving cream, he decides to wait until the hotel barber shop opens and go there. There are 2 barbers, both obviously unaware of Robert's identity. As one of them begins lathering up Robert's scruffy face, the barbers engage in a lively discussion of the assassination. One of the barbers has already made up his mind. Lee Oswald killed the president and should be executed immediately. "Wait a minute," the barber shaving Robert says. "He may be guilty, or he may not. The only way to find out is to give him a fair trial." Robert says nothing, but is so pleased with his barber's call for a fair trial that he tips him 50 cents. Robert skips breakfast and walks across the street to police headquarters and hopes that he might get in to see the chief of police, or even perhaps the man questioning his brother, Captain Fritz. At the Dallas FBI office, Agent-in-Charge Gordon Shanklin calls his men together for their regular daily briefing. The agents have been arriving in virtual silence for the last half hour, whispering in hushed tones about yesterday's events. The office has the air of a funeral parlor. Shanklin, rumpled, sleepless, and exhausted, reviews the events of the night. "While you've been sleeping," he begins, "there have been some important developments. Last night, at about 1:30 a.m., the county prosecutor filed first-degree murder charges against Oswald for the killing of the president. In addition, our agents in Chicago were able to trace the ownership of the rifle found on the 6th floor of the depository to Oswald." Shanklin proceeds to outline the assignments for the day. As the meeting ends, Bardwell Odom, a senior agent on the criminal squad, shows Hosty a surveillance photograph that had been flown up to Dallas in a 2-seat Navy jet fighter from Mexico City during the night. It was thought to be a photograph of Lee Oswald as he walked out of the Soviet embassy. Hosty takes one look and knows immediately that it isn't Oswald. Odom asks if it might be an associate of Oswald's. "Not so far as I know," Hosty tells him. "Well, I've been ordered to show this to Oswald's wife," Odom says. "Bard," Hosty replies, pointing to the background of the photograph. "You can't show that photo to people outside the bureau. Look, you can see the doorway to the Soviet embassy." Using a pair of scissors, they crop out the doorway so no one will know where the photo was taken. They don't want the Soviets to learn that the Soviet embassy in Mexico City is under photographic surveillance, something, however, that the Soviets had to assume. 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Lee Oswald is roused at 8 o'clock for breakfast. It was a short sleep, since it was nearly 2 when they finally locked him up in his solitary cell. The breakfast is no great treat either. Just standard city jail fare, stewed apricots, oatmeal, plain bread, and black coffee. They won't let him handle a razor, but a jailer shaves him, making him roughly presentable for the long day ahead. Meanwhile, in Washington at the White House, high drama is being played out. President Johnson arrives there, presumably to move into the Oval Office. Indeed, he appears at the door of the office of JFK's longtime secretary, Evelyn Lincoln, and asks her if she would come into the Oval Office with him. "Yes, Mr. President," she says. He proceeds to tell her that because of overseas, a presumed reference to nations abroad concerned about whether the country that led the free world in the Cold War was as strong as ever, he needed a transition, adding, "I have an appointment at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Can I have my girls in your office by 9:30? Remarkably, he was giving her a half hour to clear out of the office she had been in for 3 years. "Yes, Mr. President," she says quietly. Lincoln had known that she would have to clear the West Wing of the corporal evidence of her in her boss's presence, but she never imagined it was going to be so quick. Returning to her office, she saw RFK and sobbed to him. "Do you know he asked me to be out by 9:30? RFK was appalled at Johnson's insensitivity. "Oh, no," he said, when he encountered LBJ in the hall shortly thereafter. He told him that crating all of his brother's belongings out of the Oval Office, some had already been, was going to take time. "Can you wait to move in?" he asked LBJ. It wasn't he, Johnson replied, that wanted such a quick transition, but his advisors. RFK's body language let Johnson know he wasn't too impressed with that answer. Johnson, the most powerful man on earth, had been put in his place by one of perhaps only two people, the other being Jacki, capable of doing so at this moment in time, that he returned with his people to the Executive Office Building to conduct the affairs of state. It wouldn't be until after JFK was buried 2 days later that LBJ moved into the Oval Office. However, at LBJ's invitation, Jacki and the two Kennedy children continued to live in the upstairs presidential quarters until December 7th, at which time they moved temporarily into the large and elegant Georgetown home of the aristocratic diplomat Averell Harriman, and LBJ and Lady Bird moved out of their 12-room mansion into the White House. 9 a.m. In Irving, the Paynes are having breakfast with Marguerite and Marina Oswald when the two representatives from Life magazine, Tommy Thompson and Alan Grant, arrive unannounced with a female Russian interpreter. As indicated, Marguerite has decided to take Life's offer to put her and Marina up in a hotel room in Dallas so they could be near Lee. Marguerite was convinced that she would be besieged by reporters anxious to hear the life story of the accused assassin's mother. Why not rest in comfort in a posh hotel at their expense, she reasoned. It doesn't take long for Marina to get her children dressed and ready to go, packing enough diapers and baby bottles for the day. After all, she expects to return. Marguerite is annoyed at the Life photographer who is snapping pictures, and particularly with Mrs. Payne, who seems to be enjoying the media attention. The clear light of morning hasn't diminished the bitterness set off by the previous night's feud between Marguerite and Ruth. Each sees the other as an opportunist, eager to cash in on this unpleasant situation. Eventually, Marguerite and Marina and her two children set off for town, where the Life people book them into Hotel Adolphus, right across the street from Jack Ruby's Carousel Club. Ruth Payne only wishes Marina had taken time to finish her breakfast. She knows it's going to be a trying day. Life magazine representative Richard Stolley has been waiting outside Zapruder's office in his dress factory, Jennifer of Dallas, for about an hour when the short, balding man in glasses arrives carrying a projector. Stolley is glad that the men waiting with him are Secret Service agents and not his competitors. Zapruder invites them in, sets up the projector, threads the film, darkens the room, and almost apologetically shows it to the small gathering. The tension in the room is incredible, and there's no sound except the cranking of the old projector as it clicks away. There is the president's limousine rounding the corner, and everyone knows something awful is about to happen. Suddenly there is a spray of red, a halo of pink mist as part of the president's head is shot off. A horrific silence envelops the Secret Service men whose job had been to protect the man in the film. Additional journalists from the Associated Press, United Press International, and several other magazines begin arriving. Zapruder shows the film a few more times, each replay revealing more details. When he finishes, the Dallas dressmaker looks ill, then uneasy. The number of bidders has grown in the last few minutes. Stolley knows that Life magazine has to have this film and asks to speak privately to Zapruder. Since Stolley had been the first one to contact him, Zapruder agrees to see him first, ushering Stolley quickly into a cluttered inner office. The press outside shouts that Zapruder shouldn't make up his mind until he's heard their offers, too. Zapruder wastes no time telling Stolley how he feels. First, he wishes he had never taken the film. Second, now that the film exists, he realizes that it could help financially secure his family's future. However, he is determined not to let it fall into the hands of unscrupulous exploiters. He describes his worst fear to Stolley, the film being shown in sleazy movie theaters in Times Square, while men on the streets hawk it like some pornographic film. The look on Zapruder's face reveals his genuine disgust over the thought. Stolley knows he has to find out if Zapruder understands just what his film is worth. "Our magazine is just as anxious as you are to give your pictures a respectable display," Stolley says. "We may even be able to go as high as $15,000. Zapruder smiles. He understands. Stolley mentions a new figure, adding that he doesn't think the magazine can go higher. Zapruder hesitates, and Stolley goes higher. The negotiations follow this pattern for a few minutes while the fearful cry of Stolley's competitors grows louder in the corridor outside. Finally, Life's reputation. The fact it was the most popular weekly magazine in America, with a circulation in excess of 7 million, and Stolley's assurances that the pictures will not be sensationalized, win Zapruder over. Stolley types up a crude contract at Zapruder's desk, and the two men sign it. It calls for a payment of $50,000 for print rights only. Stolley picks up the original film and the one remaining copy. "Is there a back door?" he asks Zapruder. Having orchestrated one of the journalistic coups of the century, Stolley slips out and leaves Zapruder to face the press, who are still clamoring just outside his office door for a chance to bid. Across Dealey Plaza from Zapruder's office, Postal Inspector Harry Holmes arrives for work at the Terminal Annex building. As Holmes walks into the lobby, the postal inspector on duty tells him that an FBI agent had phoned to inquire as to how the Bureau could obtain an original postal money order, and had been told that it would have to get it in Washington, D.C. Although the FBI already has a microfilmed copy of the money order used to purchase the Carcano rifle, in preparing for trial, prosecutors always want the original document. After depositing the money order into its bank account, Klein's, of course, no longer had the original money order. 9:30 a.m., 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. In Washington, Commander Humes returns to his office at Bethesda Naval Hospital, having gotten hardly any sleep since leaving the morgue 6 hours earlier. His early morning was consumed attending his son's first communion at the family parish. However, the puzzling problems the three pathologists encountered during the autopsy, particularly the disposition of the bullet that struck the president's back, has been eating away at him. Humes telephones Parkland Hospital and speaks to Dr. Malcolm Perry, the surgeon who performed the tracheotomy on the president. Humes explains the problems the pathologists had run into trying to determine what happened to the bullet that struck the president in the back. "We surmised that it worked its way out of the wound during cardiac massage," Humes says. "Well, that seems unlikely in my opinion," Perry replies. "Are you aware that there was a wound in the throat?" The light flashes on for Humes when Dr. Perry tells him that he performed his surgery on an existing wound there, a small, round perforation with ragged edges. Of course, Humes realizes. That explains it. Suddenly, everything the pathologists had encountered when they explored the chest cavity made sense. The bruise over the lung, the bruised muscles surrounding the trachea. It was obvious. The bullet had exited the throat. Dr. Humes felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. He thanked Dr. Perry and hung up. Humes figures that the bullet must have struck the president's back, slipped through the muscles without striking any major blood vessels, passed over the top of the right lung, bruising it, and exited the throat just below the Adam's apple. His major dilemma solved, Commander Humes has only to write up the final report. He plans to get started later today, but first he needs some sleep. 10 a.m. Bill Alexander didn't get home from the search of Joe Molina's house and to bed until around 4:15 in the morning. But by 8 a.m., he was down at the DA's office for a full day of work, interviewing witnesses and preparing to take the case against Oswald for Kennedy's and Tippett's murders to the grand jury on Monday. At that time, he would seek an indictment against Oswald and the murders that would supersede the two existing criminal complaints, and announce that his office would be seeking the death penalty against Oswald. To Alexander's absolute astonishment, he receives a phone call from the Dallas police that Jimmy Rughead Martin, a local attorney, was at the police station saying he represented Oswald and presenting a writ of habeas corpus signed by Judge Joe B. Brown with bond set at $100,000. If Oswald could pay the 10% premium of $10,000 on the bond, he was entitled to be released on bail. Alexander knew that Judge Brown, being a district court judge, had the authority to overrule Judge David Johnston, who was only a justice of the peace. Pissed, Alexander immediately calls Judge Brown. "Judge, what in the hell is going on here? We've already filed on Oswald for the Tippett and Kennedy murders, and Judge Johnston has denied bond, and we are not going to honor your writ." Brown immediately backs down, acting as if he didn't know what had already transpired. He promises to immediately recall his writ, and that was the end of it. Robert Oswald has been hanging around police headquarters for 30 or 40 minutes, and still there doesn't seem to be any hope of talking with police officials. He figures that since his brother has been charged with the president's assassination, perhaps the district attorney will be amenable to talking to him. He goes down to the first floor of City Hall and telephones the DA's office from a payphone. Assistant DA Jim Bowie answers and tells him that District Attorney Henry Wade isn't in yet, but is expected any moment. "Come on down," Bowie advises him. By the time Robert walks the many blocks down to the DA's office, located in the same building as the sheriff's office, Wade has arrived and asks Robert to come right in. They talk for an hour, mostly in generalities, but also about the likely date of Lee's trial. Henry Wade assures Robert that Lee will be tried in a state court, for a reason Robert finds really odd, something about there being no federal law prohibiting the killing of a president. Wade wonders when Robert had last seen his brother. Robert says that it was about a year ago at his home in Fort Worth. "What can you tell me about him?" Wade asks. Robert tells him a bit about his brother's defection to Russia and other general information. The district attorney decides to play cop for a moment. "Now, let's see. You last saw Lee," Wade repeats casually, much of what Robert has just told him, but purposely gets some of the details wrong. The ruse is pretty transparent to Robert, who finds Wade's attempt at trickery to be fairly amusing. He just smiles at Wade, who grins broadly at having been caught. The DA leans back in his leather chair and chats amicably about subjects other than the assassination. Robert begins to realize that Wade is just a plain politician who, after a blundered effort to trick him, now only wants to make sure he leaves with a favorable impression. "I was wondering, Mr. Wade," Roberts finally asks, "if you could arrange for Marina, my mother, and myself to see Lee today?" "I don't see why not," Wade tells him and telephones Captain Fritz, who tells him that arrangements have already been made for all of them to see Oswald at noon. Wade relays the information to Robert. "You appear to be a good citizen," Wade tells him, "and I think you will render your country a great service if you will go up and tell Lee to tell us all about this thing. The evidence is very strong against your brother in the assassination," Wade adds cautiously. "What do you think about it?" "Well, he is my brother," Robert says, "and I hate to think he would do this. I want to talk to him and ask him about it." Robert is curious about the shooting of the police officer. Wade tells him that there are several eyewitnesses to the crime, and their accounts have convinced the DA of Lee's guilt on that murder, too. The two men rise and shake hands. Wade warns him that reporters are waiting outside. "I won't have anything to say," Robert says, and walks out. Wade steps to the window and looks out front to see Robert Oswald push through the throng of pesky newsmen and walk off without a word. The district attorney is impressed by the young man from Denton. At the compound of the Kennedy family in Hyannisport, Massachusetts, the family decides that as frail as the patriarch of the family, Joe Kennedy Sr., is from his massive stroke on a Palm Beach golf course in 1961, which left him partially paralyzed on the right side and no longer able to speak, they could no longer keep the truth from him. His wife, Rose, had learned the previous day over television of the shooting in Dallas even before her son Bobby had telephoned her. Tragedy was no stranger to Rose, having already lost a son and daughter in air crashes, but she quietly sank into a chair, trembling. She then went down to the lawn by the sea where she strode back and forth for the rest of the afternoon. Now, the late president's youngest brother, Ted, tells his father that there's been a bad accident. The president has been hurt very badly. Though the stroke had also caused aphasia in the old man, an impairment in the ability to understand the spoken or written word, his head snaps back and he stares directly into his son's eyes. As a matter of fact, Ted says to his father, he died. The elder Kennedy, as tough an Irishman as they come, immediately starts to sob. Ted and his sister Eunice try to comfort him, but it is unavailing. Even a sedative administered to him doesn't seem to alleviate the emotional response. The next day, Rose, her daughter Eunice Shriver, and her son Teddy will board a plane, the Caroline, at the Hyannisport Airport for the trip to Washington, D.C. for Monday's funeral. Joseph Kennedy will remain behind in the care of his niece, Anne Gargan, and a trained nurse, Rita Dallas. Both have been with him since his stroke. 10:10 a.m. Shortly before Oswald was brought down from the fifth-floor jail for interrogation, Chief Curry was stopped by reporters as he made his way down the third-floor corridor toward his office. What evidence has been uncovered so far, Chief? I wouldn't want to elaborate on all the evidence that has been uncovered, Curry says hesitantly. How would you describe his mood during the questioning? Very arrogant, Curry snaps back. Has been, all along. What does he still say, Chief? He just denies everything, Curry says. Does he say anything else? A reporter asks, hoping for more details. Not too much, Curry answers, looking for words, then admits, I don't know. I haven't personally been interrogating him. Is there any doubt in your mind, Chief, that Oswald is the man who killed the president? I think this is the man who killed the president, yes, Curry says firmly. Chief, could you tell us what you might have found in his rooming house in the way of literature or any papers connecting him? We found a great amount of communist literature, communist books, Curry replies. I couldn't tell you just what all of it was, but it was a large box. Chief, we understand you've had the results of the paraffin tests which were made to determine whether Oswald had fired a weapon. Can you tell us what those tests showed? I understand that it was positive, Curry tells them. But what does that mean? It only means that he fired a gun, Curry says. Chief, is there any plan for a reenactment of the crime? To take him to the scene or to do anything in that respect? No. Is there any evidence that anyone else may have been linked with Oswald to this shooting? At this time, we don't believe so, Curry answers. We are talking to a man, Joe Molina, that works in the same building that we have in our subversive files, and we are talking to him, but he denies any knowledge of it. One reporter wants to know how Oswald covered the distance between the depository and the Tippit shooting scene in Oak Cliff. I don't know, Curry says. We have heard that he was picked up by a Negro in a car. That is not confirmed? No, it is not confirmed as far as I know, Curry replies. Have you been able to trace the rifle? Do you know where it was purchased? No, Curry says. We are attempting to do that at this time. With this man's apparent subversive background, was there any surveillance? Were police aware of his presence in Dallas? We in the police department here did not know he was in Dallas. I understand that the FBI did know he was in Dallas, Curry replies, the thought of Lieutenant Jack Rebel's memo fresh in his mind. Is it normally the practice of the FBI to inform the police? Yes, Curry says curtly. But you were not informed. We had not been informed of this man, Curry reiterates. It didn't take long for FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to get wind of Curry's statements to the press and become livid. Hoover calls Dallas FBI Special Agent in Charge Gordon Shanklin and orders him to call Chief Curry and tell him to retract his statement about the FBI having prior knowledge of Oswald being in Dallas. The FBI is extremely desirous that you retract your statement to the press, Shanklin tells Curry over the phone, assuring him that what he said could suggest that the FBI had interviewed Oswald in Dallas and had him under surveillance, neither of which was true, he assured Curry. Curry agrees to make a retraction and orders Lieutenant Jack Rebel to remain silent about the matter as well. Lieutenant T.L. Baker answers the telephone jangling at his desk in homicide and robbery. The caller is one of the supervisors at City Transportation Company, a taxi service. He's calling to report that one of his drivers, William W. Whaley, came in this morning and said that he had recognized Oswald's picture in the morning newspaper and believed he was the same man he drove out to North Beckley and Oak Cliff yesterday afternoon. Baker informs Captain Fritz, who instructs him to bring Whaley and the cab driver, who was a witness to the Tippit shooting, William Scoggins, to police headquarters to view Oswald in the lineup. In the meantime, Fritz asks his detectives to bring Oswald down to his office for further questioning. 10:20 a.m., 11:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The FBI sends another teletype to all of its field offices. Lee Harvey Oswald has been developed as the principal suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. He has been formally charged with the president's murder, along with the murder of Dallas, Texas patrolman J.D. Tippit, by Texas state authorities. All offices should continue normal contacts with informants and other sources with respect to bombing suspects, hate group members, and known racial extremists. Daily teletype summaries may be discontinued. All investigation bearing directly on the president's assassination should be afforded most expeditious handling, and Bureau and Dallas advised. In Washington, D.C., even the weather appears to have taken respectful cognizance of the tragedy that has befallen the nation's capital more than any other American city. Rain falls slowly from a bleak, overcast sky through most of the day. A shaken capital tries to piece together a new mosaic of national rule. to replace the one shattered by an assassin's bullet 24 hours before. President Johnson, the 8th Vice President to be elevated because of the death of a president, has taken over the machinery of government amid pledges of support from leaders of both parties, as well as from leaders throughout the civilized world. He holds his first cabinet meeting with Attorney General Robert Kennedy present and asks all members to continue to serve under him. Later in the day, he receives former Presidents Harry S. Truman and Dwight D. Eisenhower in the Oval Office. Though the Kennedy family has requested of the public that no flowers be sent, encouraging people to contribute instead to their favorite charity, bouquets of flowers arrive throughout the day and are accepted by the White House Guard. At mid-morning in the East Room of the White House, where the fallen President and First Lady had once presided over their famous, glittering White House affairs and danced gaily with their friends, 75 intimates and relatives of the Kennedy family attend a private mass with Mrs. Kennedy and her 2 children, said by the Reverend John J. Kavanaugh, the former president of the University of Notre Dame, and a longtime friend of the family. It is believed to be the first Roman Catholic Mass ever said in the White House. Almost concurrently in New York City, where the day is also bleak and overcast, 2,500 mourners crowd into the 2,300-seat St. Patrick's Cathedral on Fifth Avenue for a pontifical requiem mass in which 250 clergymen take part. After the Mass, a procession of government leaders begins to file into and out of the East Room, where the President's body lies in a flag-draped coffin. The medium of television, the New York Times observed, which played such a major part in the career of President Kennedy, is the instrument that is making the tragedy of his death such a deeply personal experience in millions of homes over this long weekend. In hushed living rooms everywhere, the uninterrupted coverage provided by the 3 national networks and their affiliated stations is holding families indoors to share in history's grim unfolding. The home screen, for the first time, fulfilling the heart-rending function of giving a new dimension to grief. In countries throughout the world, there is mourning. From Madrid to Manila, churches filled and American embassies were thronged with people who wanted to sign memorial books. American viewers see downcast crowds gathering outside the American Embassy in London, where the 12 bells of St. Paul's Cathedral announce the National Memorial Service there. More than 10,000 Poles line up 8 abreast to sign the Book of Condolences at the U.S. Embassy in Warsaw. In Berlin, Mayor Willy Brandt asks his people to light candles in their darkened windows. Within minutes, candles are flickering throughout the city. "We all feel somewhat left alone," Brandt said. Radio Moscow broadcasts a concert of memorial dirges. In Tokyo Bay, Japanese fishing boats, flags at half-mast, drift alongside U.S. warships. Buddhist monks offer prayers in front of black crepe-draped images of President Kennedy. In Paris, French men and women gather solemnly around outdoor radios, their tears hidden by the pouring rain. In Kenya, weeping Kipsigis warriors in ceremonial feathers and body paint listen as their leader extols the virtues of the murdered president. America learns just how many people around the world consider John F. Kennedy their president, too. World leaders also weigh in. England's Prime Minister Sir Alec Douglas-Home notes that John Kennedy left an indelible mark on the entire world. There are times in life when the mind and heart stand still, and one such is now. Premier Khrushchev appears at the American Embassy in Moscow to pay his respects, lamenting the blow the president's death has dealt Soviet-American relations. Unable to travel to Washington because of illness, Italian President Antonio Segni, attending a mass in Rome, openly sobs. The words of a profoundly saddened Pope Paul VI to a crowd of 30,000 gathered in St. Peter's Square in Rome are relayed around the world by satellite. The Pope expresses his hope that the death of this great statesman may not damage the cause of the American people, but rather reinforce it. 19 chiefs of state and 3 reigning monarchs let it be known that they will attend the president's funeral on Monday, among them France's General Charles de Gaulle. Jack Kennedy's political opponents are no less sincere in their grief. The man he defeated to win the presidency, Richard Nixon, speaking from his home in New York, tells the viewers, "President Kennedy yesterday wrote the finest and greatest chapter in his Profiles in Courage. The greatest tribute we can pay is to reduce the hatred which drives men to do such deeds." Senator Goldwater, at a news conference in Muncie, Indiana, also speaks warmly of the president. Even the 2 implacably segregationist Democratic governors of Alabama and Mississippi, George Wallace and Ross Barnett, whose fierce political opposition may have damaged Kennedy more than that of the Republican Party, publicly honor his memory. An avalanche of mail pours into the networks, as though the viewers feel the necessity to enter into a dialogue with them. Many write poems. At CBS, Walter Cronkite realizes that people are desperate to express themselves about this thing, and poetry seems a natural form. They seem intent either on finding a way to accept the guilt we are all feeling, or laying it on someone or something else, or simply eulogizing the man. NBC's Chet Huntley and ABC's Edward P. Morgan are also swept away by the outpouring of grief. "It is probable that when all this is over," Morgan muses prophetically, "we will find it created a more personal response than any other event in history." 10:25 a.m. As the newsmen in the third-floor corridor grow anxious for Oswald's anticipated reappearance en route to homicide and robbery for further questioning, Deputy Chief Stevenson steps into the hubbub and in a commanding voice instructs them that there will have to be some order when Oswald is brought through the hallway. "Gentlemen," Stevenson shouts above the din, "whenever this door," pointing to the jail elevator door, "is open and they come through here, we don't want any of you questioning this boy. We don't want any of you pushing him. We want to cooperate with you. We want to help you every way in the world that we can, but we're going to have room to work." "Do you mind if we shout a question at him?" a reporter ignorantly asks. "I don't want you shouting a question at him in no way," Stevenson barks. "The more you upset him, the more difficult it is for us to talk to him." "We want to do whatever you want us to do, so if you say no questions," a reporter says cooperatively. "Back up, as far as you can, against that wall," Stevenson orders as the reporters try to melt into the wall, but there is no place to move. "Let's make it clear we all have agreed with the chief that we will not ask Oswald any questions," a reporter yells to fellow journalists. A moment later, the jail elevator door opens, and Oswald is led through the subdued crowd by detectives Hall, Sims, and Boyd. The reporters follow orders and refrain from bombarding Oswald with questions. He soon disappears behind the closed doors of Captain Fritz's office. 10:35 a.m. This morning, Oswald faces a formidable array of faces, including FBI agent Jim Bookout, Dallas Secret Service agent in charge Forrest Sorrells, Secret Service Inspector Thomas J. Kelly, in from Washington, D.C., Secret Service agent David B. Grant, and Dallas U.S. Marshal Robert I. Nash. Homicide detectives Boyd and Hall remain in the office as security. As usual, it is the soft-spoken, gravelly-voiced Captain Fritz who takes the lead. "Lee, tell me what you did when you left work yesterday," Fritz begins. "I took a bus to my residence," Oswald says, self-assuredly. "And when I got off, I got a transfer and used it to take another bus over to the theater where I was arrested. A policeman took the transfer out of my pocket at that time." Fritz nods agreeably, although he knows that officers actually took the transfer out of Oswald's pocket several hours after his arrest, not at the theater. The fact that Oswald said he took a bus to his residence, not the cab Fritz knows he took, hasn't escaped the homicide captain. "Lee, did you bring curtain rods to work with you yesterday morning?" Fritz asks. "No," Oswald replies. "You didn't bring any curtain rods with you?" Fritz asks again. "No, I didn't," Oswald shoots back. "Well, the fella that drove you to work yesterday morning tells us that you had a package in the back seat," Fritz tells him. "He says that package was about 28 inches long, and you told him it was curtain rods." "I didn't have any kind of package," Oswald says. "I don't know what he's talking about. I had my lunch, and that's all I had." "You didn't have a conversation with Wesley Frazier about curtain rods?" Fritz probes. "No." "When you left his car, did you go toward the building carrying a long package?" Fritz inquires. "No, I didn't carry anything but my lunch," Oswald repeats. "Didn't you tell Wesley you were in the process of fixing up your apartment?" Oswald doesn't wait for the rest of the question. "No!" "And that the purpose of your visit to Irving on the night of November 21st was to obtain some curtain rods from Mrs. Payne?" "No, I never said that," Oswald replies. Oswald's denials are meaningless to the 30-year homicide investigator. He has learned long ago that if someone has the immorality to commit a serious crime, he certainly possesses the far lesser immorality to deny having done it. Fritz is sure in his own mind that Oswald carried the rifle wrapped in a long package into work Friday morning. Fritz just wants him to admit it. The homicide captain saunters over behind his desk, taking his time with his line of inquiry. "Did you ride in a taxicab yesterday?" Fritz finally asks. "Well," Oswald says hesitantly. "Yes, I thought you said you rode a bus home," Fritz snaps back. "Well, that's not exactly true," Oswald says with a smirk, like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "Actually, I did board a bus at the book depository, but after a block or two it got stalled in traffic, so I got off and took a cab back to my room. I remember a lady looking in the cab and asking the driver to call her one as I got in." Oswald is good at volunteering details that don't amount to much. "Did you talk to the driver during the ride home?" Fritz asks. "Oh, I might have said something just to pass the time," Oswald answers. "Did he say anything to you?" "He told me the president had been shot," Oswald says. "How much was the fare?" Fritz asks. "It was about 85 cents, Oswald replies. "This is the first time you ever rode in a cab?" Fritz asks innocently. "Yeah, but that's only because a bus is always available," Oswald answers. "What'd you do when you got home?" Fritz asks. The question has been put to Oswald before, but Fritz is keenly aware that repetition will frequently trip up liars. They just can't keep their story straight because they don't have the truth as their framework of reference. That's why there's an expression that liars have to have very good memories. They only have their verbal lie to remember, not the full experience of the truth. "I changed my shirt and trousers and went to the movies," Oswald says. Fritz makes a mental note that Oswald has again changed his story. Yesterday, Oswald said he only changed his trousers. "What did you do with your dirty clothes?" the homicide captain asks. "I put them in the lower drawer of my dresser," Oswald says matter-of-factly. "Lee, would you describe this clothing?" "The shirt was a reddish color with a button-down collar, and the trousers were gray." 11 a.m. Robert Oswald arrives at the Hotel Adolphus and finds that room 906 is a suite. A stranger answers his knock. "I'm Robert Oswald. Is my mother here?" "In the next room," the man says. "Just come on through." The suite has been transformed into the local headquarters for Life magazine. A teletype machine clatters away as Robert makes his way past several reporters and photographers. In the next room, he finds his mother, Marina, and her children, an interpreter, and FBI agent Bardwell Odom. Not surprising to Robert, Odom is in the middle of an argument with Marguerite. The FBI agent wanted to ask Marina some questions, but the controlling Mrs. Oswald had intervened. "I'm not going to let Marina say anything to anybody, and that's final," Marguerite says, her voice rising to a shout. Odom tries to get around Mrs. Oswald by addressing Marina's interpreter, only to be repeatedly interrupted by the shrill woman. Odom decides he might have better luck with Robert. "Come on out here for a minute," Odom says as he pulls Robert into the next room. "You seem to be a sensible guy. All we want is a yes or no from Marina herself, not from your mother. Could you help us?" Robert agrees to try, although he doesn't think his sister-in-law should answer any more questions without the assistance of counsel. On the other hand, he doesn't want to speak for her. "I'll find out just what she wants to do," Robert says. The two men walk back into the room, and Robert holds out his hand to stifle his mother before she can get started again. "Now, wait a minute," he says. "Let me handle this." He explains quietly to Marina through the interpreter what Odom wants. Marina's answer is short and simple. "Niet." Odom is disappointed, but Robert assures him that Marina will very probably cooperate fully once things settle down a little. Odom gives him a card with his telephone number and asks Robert to call him when Marina feels like answering some questions. Back at the Homicide and Robbery Bureau, Captain Fritz focuses his questions to Oswald once again on the time of the assassination. "Did you eat lunch with anyone yesterday?" he asks. "I ate with two colored boys I worked with," Oswald says. "What are their names?" Fritz asks. "One of them is called Junior," Oswald says, "and the other one is a short fellow. I don't remember his name, but I would recognize him on sight." "What did you have for lunch?" Fritz asks. "I had a cheese sandwich and an apple," Oswald answers, "which I got at Mrs. Payne's house before I left." Captain Fritz changes the subject and begins probing Oswald's relationship with the Paynes. He asks Oswald to explain again the living arrangements he has for his wife, Marina. "Mrs. Payne doesn't receive any pay for keeping my wife and children there. What she gets in return is that she's interested in the Russian language, and having Marina around helps her with it." "What do you know about Mr. Payne?" Fritz asks. "I don't know Mr. Payne very well," Oswald says. "He usually comes by the house on Wednesday or Friday. He has his own car. Mrs. Payne has too." Do you keep any of your belongings at the Payne residence? Fritz asks. I've got some things in her garage that I brought back with me from New Orleans in September, Oswald says. Like what? Fritz inquires. Well, let's see, Oswald says. 2 sea bags, a couple of suitcases, and a few boxes of kitchen articles, dishes and such. That it? I've got some clothes there, too, Oswald adds. What about a rifle? Fritz asks. I didn't store a rifle there, Oswald says, very perturbed. I've already told you I don't own a rifle. Fritz switches gears. Lee, do you have any other friends or relatives living nearby? My brother Robert lives in Fort Worth, Oswald replies. Anyone else? Any other friends? Fritz asks. Paynes are close friends of mine, Oswald answers. Anyone ever visit you at your apartment on North Beckley? Fritz asks. No, Oswald says. Have you ever ordered guns through the mail? Fritz asks. I've never ordered guns, Oswald sighs, tiring of the game, and I don't have any receipts for any guns. How about a rifle? I don't own a rifle, Oswald snaps, nor have I ever possessed a rifle. How many times do I have to tell you that? Captain Fritz doesn't answer him. Are you a member of the Communist Party? Fritz asks instead. No, Oswald says. I never joined and have never had a card. What about the American Civil Liberties Union? Fritz asks. Oswald smiles at the thought that Fritz would ask about the Communist Party and the ACLU in the same breath. Yes, he says. I'm a member of the ACLU. I pay $5 a year in dues. Does that make me a communist? Oswald snickers under his breath. Lee, if you never ordered a gun or purchased a gun like you say, Fritz says calmly, then where did you get the pistol you had in your possession at the time of your arrest? Oh, I bought that about 7 months ago, Oswald says, avoiding the obvious contradiction. Where? Fritz asks. I'm not going to answer any more questions about the pistol or any guns until I've talked to a lawyer, Oswald fires back. Lee, have you ever been questioned before? Fritz continues to ask questions of the young suspect, but for the moment, less probing questions. Yeah, I've been questioned a number of times by the FBI in Fort Worth after returning from the Soviet Union, Oswald says, glaring at the FBI men present in the room. They used all the usual interrogation techniques, the hard and soft approach, the buddy system, all their standard operating procedures. Oh, I'm very familiar with all types of questioning. And I've got no intention of answering any questions concerning any shooting. I know I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to answer any questions until I've been given counsel. Frankly, the FBI has overstepped their bounds. What do you mean by that? Captain Fritz asks. When the FBI talked to my wife, they were abusive and impolite, Oswald says angrily. They frightened her with their intimidation. I consider their activities to be obnoxious. Oswald tells Captain Fritz that he's trying to reach the New York attorney named Apt, but so far has been unsuccessful. If I can't get him, then I may get the American Civil Liberties Union to get me an attorney. Captain Fritz advises Oswald that arrangements will be made so he can call Mr. Apt again. Where did you live in New Orleans? Fritz asks. I lived at 4907 Magazine Street, Oswald says. Where did you work? The William Riley Company, Oswald answers. Were you ever in trouble in New Orleans? Fritz asks. Yes, Oswald replies. I was arrested for disturbing the peace and paid a $10 fine. How'd that happen? Fritz asks. I was demonstrating on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, Oswald explains, and I got into a fight with some anti-Castro Cuban refugees who didn't particularly agree with me. Even though they started the fight, they were released and I was fined. Oswald shakes his head in disbelief like his mother. He plays the martyr well. What do you think of President Kennedy? Fritz asks. I have no views on the president, Oswald replies. My wife and I like the president's family. They're interesting people. Of course, I have my own views on the president's national policy, and I have a right to express my views, but because of the charges, I don't think I should comment further. Anything about him bother you? Fritz presses. Oswald knows where Fritz is going with the question. I am not a malcontent, Oswald snaps, almost annoyed that the cops must think he's that stupid. Nothing irritated me about the president. Lee, Captain Fritz asks in his grandfatherly tone, will you submit to a polygraph examination? Not without the advice of counsel, Oswald replies. I refused to take one for the FBI in 1962, and I certainly don't intend to take one for the Dallas police. Captain Fritz reaches into his desk and pulls out one of the 2 Selective Service cards Oswald had in his wallet at the time of his arrest. The card is made out in the name of Alec James Heidel and includes a signature in that name, but bears a photograph of Lee Harvey Oswald. Even a cursory examination reveals the card to be a crude forgery. Fritz shows the card to Oswald. "Did you sign this card, Alex J. Heidel?" Fritz asks. "I don't have to answer that," Oswald says. "This is your card, right?" Fritz asks. "I carried it, yes," Oswald replies. "Why did you carry it?" FBI agent James Bookout asks. Oswald is silent. "What was the purpose of this card?" Fritz asks. "What did you use it for?" "I don't have any comment to make on that," Oswald says stoically. Captain Fritz pulls another item out of his desk drawer, an address book filled with Russian names and addresses, and asks who the people are whose names are in the book. "Those are just the names of Russian immigrants living here in Dallas, who I've visited since my return from the Soviet Union," Oswald says, half amused. The homicide chief looks up at the surrounding faces of law enforcement and lets them know that they can question the subject if they'd like. Secret Service Inspector Thomas Kelly rises to the challenge. "Mr. Oswald, did you view the parade yesterday?" he asks. "No, I didn't," Oswald says. "Did you shoot the president?" "No, I did not," Oswald claims. "Did you shoot the governor?" Kelly asks. "No, I didn't know that the governor had been shot," Oswald says. "Okay," Captain Fritz says. "That's it for now. Take him back to his cell." As Detectives Sims, Boyd, and Hall escort Oswald from the room, Dallas Secret Service agent in charge, Forrest Sorrells, can't help but think that Oswald's defiant manner and obvious lying during this session is perhaps an attempt on his part to provoke Fritz into doing or saying something he shouldn't. Whatever Oswald had up his sleeve, it didn't work. None of Oswald's sass or lying bothered Fritz. As Dallas Postal Inspector Harry Holmes would later observe about a subsequent interview by Fritz of Oswald, it was like water off a duck's back. He was too old a hand to be taken in by something like that. 11:27 a.m. As detectives whisk him past newsmen in the crowded third-floor corridor, Oswald leans toward a microphone pointed in his direction. "I would like to contact Mr. Apt, A-B-T, Oswald says, spelling the name. "Mr. Apt in New York to defend me." Detectives push Oswald through the doorway leading to the jail elevators. The mob of reporters begins to pass the word. Oswald wants a New York attorney named Apt to defend him. It's the first indication they've heard about whom Oswald wants to handle his case. 11:45 a.m. Shortly after Oswald is taken back to his fifth-floor jail cell, the assistant police chief, Captain Glenn D. King, is stopped by reporters as he makes his way through the third floor. "Captain, can you detail the information you gave us a little while ago about the search for additional suspects?" King tells a television audience about the search earlier that morning conducted by representatives of his office and the DA's office of the man, Joe Molina, who worked with Oswald at the book depository building, and that the man was presently being interrogated by his office. "Do you regard this man as a suspect in this case at this moment?" a reporter asks. "All we regard him as right now is a person to interrogate," King says. "Certainly there's not an adequate amount of information on him to indicate he is a suspect. Does this indicate that Oswald has said something that would lead you to believe other people were associated with him in this alleged—" "Not necessarily, no," King answers. "What's the name of the man involved?" someone asks. "I don't want to identify him, no," King says, "because there's not an adequate amount of evidence of any involvement on his part to warrant identification of him." "Could we ask you, sir," a reporter says, "what do you know about the report that the FBI knew that Oswald was a priority one?" "I know nothing about that," King says dryly. "Did you give special consideration to the persons on your subversive list before the president came to town, where they were, what they were doing?" "Yes," King says. "Then, if the FBI had known about him ahead of time and had informed your office, you would have checked up on Oswald as well?" "I'd rather not speculate on what might have happened if something else had happened," King tells him. "We've been given information earlier today that the FBI did know he was here and had interviewed him during the last couple or 3 weeks," a reporter says. "On this I have no answer," King replies. 12 noon. Marina, Marguerite, and Robert Oswald arrive at police headquarters for their scheduled meeting with Lee. After being escorted to the third-floor forgery bureau office, They are informed there will be a slight delay because they have picked up another suspect, Melina. "Oh, Marina," Marguerite says to her daughter-in-law. "They think another man might have shot Kennedy." Whether Marina could understand these words is not clear, but in any event, she had somehow convinced herself that maybe it was a mistake after all, that Lee may be under suspicion because he has been to Russia, and that this horrible nightmare will all be over and they can go back to their ordinary lives. A female officer from the Juvenile Bureau comes in and takes the two women to another room so that Marina can nurse the infant Rachel in privacy. Meanwhile, Secret Service agent Mike Howard approaches Robert. "We're interested in everything we can possibly find out about your brother," Howard says. "Would you mind answering a few questions?" "I'll do my best to answer anything I can," Robert replies. Agent Howard wanted to know whether Robert thought Lee had shot at Governor Connolly because of the dishonorable discharge the Marine Corps had handed Lee following his defection to the Soviet Union. "I don't think that was the motive," Robert says, explaining that he never heard Lee express any kind of resentment toward Connolly and knew for a fact that Lee had received a letter notifying him that Fred Korth had succeeded Connolly as Secretary of the Navy and would be the one to rule on Oswald's efforts to have his discharge changed to honorable. As the conversation drifts toward the quirky relationship between Marguerite and Lee, Agent Howard tells Robert that the kind of personal details about the Oswald family that he's providing will be of interest to Mrs. Kennedy. Robert takes the agent's comments to mean that Mrs. Kennedy herself had requested the information, and Agent Howard will be delivering Robert's responses to her in person. Robert felt that he should express his family's sympathy to her. "I would like to take this opportunity to express to Mrs. Kennedy through you," Robert begins, and then his voice suddenly cracks. He stops and hangs his head. "That's all right," the agent says. "I know what you're trying to say." Under earlier instructions from Captain Fritz, Detectives Sims, Boyd, Hall, and Doherty pull up at Oswald's rooming house on North Beckley to make absolutely sure that nothing was missed in yesterday's search. But Oswald's room has little to tell them. The detectives find a paperclip and a rubber band, which they confiscate, but nothing else. In fact, as Earlene Roberts points out, not only did the police clear all of Oswald's things out the day before, but they made off with a pillowcase, 2 towels, and some washcloths belonging to the landlord. In less than 30 minutes, they're headed back to City Hall. 12:10 p.m. When Chief Curry learns that reporters have been bombarding his assistant Glenn King with questions about the FBI's possible prior knowledge of Oswald, he knows he'd better get out there and make a statement to the press. The retraction he had earlier promised Dallas FBI agent-in-charge Gordon Shanklin that he would make. "There has been information that has gone out," Curry tells reporters at a press conference with a live television audience looking in. "And I want to correct anything that might have been misinterpreted or misunderstood. And that is regarding information that the FBI might have had about this man." Curry looks hesitant, his eyes shifting quickly from the microphones in front of him to the floor at his feet. He chooses his words very carefully as he picks his way through the political minefield he knows is enveloping his department. "Last night someone told me, I don't even know who it was, that the FBI did know this man was in the city and interviewed him. I wish to say this. Of my knowledge, I do not know this to be a fact, and I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression that I am accusing the FBI of not cooperating or of withholding information, because they are under no obligation to us, but have always cooperated with us 100%. The conference quickly moves on to other topics. Asked whether Oswald was asked to take a lie detector test, Curry says that it was offered to him, but he refused to take it. "Chief Curry, what are your plans now in dealing with Oswald himself?" a reporter asks. "Will he be interrogated here further, or will he be transferred to the county jail to await presentment to the grand jury?" "He will go to the county jail," Curry replies. "I don't know just when, but I am thinking probably sometime today. It is more convenient here to have him near us where we can talk to him when we need to, but we will probably transfer him soon." After returning to his office, Curry calls Captain Fritz and asks if he will be ready to transfer Oswald by 4 p.m. Fritz says he doesn't think he will be finished questioning Oswald by then. Under normal circumstances, an arrested person becomes the responsibility of Sheriff Bill Decker and goes to the county jail as soon as he has been booked. Details of the transfer are usually left to Decker, who has deputies from his office pick the prisoner up at the police department and transport him to the county jail. But this one may be too hot for the relatively small sheriff's department to handle. The Dallas Police Department has far more men and resources. The transfer will be from City Hall straight down Main Street to the Criminal Courts Building at Main and Houston, less than a mile away, ironically following the path of yesterday's motorcade. The problem of how and when to move Lee Oswald to the county jail will occupy much of the chief's time and attention over the next 24 hours. 12:35 p.m. Captain Fritz orders Detectives Senkel and Turner to bring Oswald down from the jail for another interview. This time the questioning is perfunctory, aimed at getting a list of addresses where Oswald lived in Dallas, and in particular where the bulk of his personal property might be stored. The questioning lasts about a half hour, during which Oswald says that most of his belongings are stored in the garage at Mrs. Payne's house in Irving. Captain Fritz steps outside his office and dispatches Detectives Guy Rose and Richard Stovall to Irving with instructions to pick up anything and everything in storage there. This will be the second search of the Payne residence, but the first thorough search of the Payne garage. Only the blanket that had been used to store the rifle had been recovered from the garage on Friday. As they head out the door, Fritz orders 2 visitor passes for Oswald's wife and mother to see Oswald in the 4th floor jail office. 1:07 p.m. Robert Oswald is rather put out that 3 passes haven't been arranged so that he, too, can see his brother. Secret Service agent Mike Howard tells him that he'll see what he can do about arranging another pass for him. Robert reluctantly agrees to remain behind and let his mother and Marina use the 2 passes to go up and see Lee. The policewoman from the Juvenile Bureau takes care of the babies, and the 2 women are led through the pack of reporters in the hallway toward the 4th floor elevators. They are forced to wait momentarily for the next elevator car, giving the reporters a chance to descend on them like hungry vultures. The 2 women ignore the bushel of questions tossed at them until Marguerite finally caves in and tells them they are going up to see Lee now. The elevator doors finally open, and they escape the onslaught of questions, gliding up the elevator shaft to the floor above. A gaggle of reporters turn their attention to District Attorney Henry Wade, who is leaning against a corridor wall nearby. "Mr. Wade, do you expect to call Mrs. Kennedy or Governor Connolly, if he's able, in this trial as witnesses?" "We will not unless it's absolutely necessary," Wade tells them, "and at this point I don't think it'll be necessary." "How soon can we expect a trial?" "I'd say around the middle of January," Wade answers. "Has Mr. Oswald expressed any hatred, ill will toward President Kennedy, or, for that matter, any regret over his death?" a reporter asks. "He has expressed no regret that I know of," Wade replies. "This man, it seems, wasn't close to anybody," a reporter interjects. "Have you discovered any close friends in Dallas?" "No, sir," Wade replies, agreeing with the reporter that this suggests an introverted personality. "It's rumored that perhaps this case would be tried by a military court because, of course, President Kennedy is our commander-in-chief," a reporter suggests. "I don't know anything about that," Wade corrects. "We have him charged in the state court, and he's a state prisoner at present." "And you will conduct the trial?" "Yes, sir," Wade says. "I plan to." "And you will ask the capital verdict?" "We'll ask the death penalty," Wade says firmly. "And how many cases of this type have you been involved, that is, when the death penalty is involved?" "Since I've been district attorney, I've asked the death penalty in 24 cases," Wade replies. "How many times have you obtained it?" The district attorney looks the reporter in the eye. 23, he says. Elected district attorney 5 consecutive times over the last 20 years, Wade is confident that the Oswald case will bring him a 24th death penalty verdict. Texas juries, Texans, period, are strong believers in capital punishment. In a recent Dallas murder case of Wade's, after a long and impassioned plea by the defense attorney asking the jurors to spare the life of his client, Wade rose and gave one of the shortest summations ever delivered. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," the DA said, "this boy belongs in the electric chair." The jury returned a verdict of death after 3 hours of deliberation. 1:15 p.m. Marina and Marguerite Oswald wait nervously in the 4th floor visiting room to meet Lee for the first time since the murders. The long, narrow room is divided in 2 by a heavy glass window, one side for visitors, the other for prisoners. Rounded-off plywood wings divide the partition into several cubicles. There are no chairs in the booths, just a wood shelf and a telephone, the only communication across the grimy, dusty glass barrier. It is a stale, claustrophobic room haunted by the thousands of visitors who have crossed its threshold over the years. Although Marina has managed to convince herself of Lee's innocence, the minute she sees him caged in glass, troubled, pitiful, and alone, her confidence deserts her. They pick up the telephones on each side of the barrier. "Why did you bring that fool with you?" Lee says in Russian, glancing over her shoulder at his mother. I don't want to talk to her.
She's your mother, Marina says. Of course she came.
Marina stares at the cuts and bruises on her husband's face.
Have they been beating you? She asks.
Oh, no, he answers. They treat me fine. Did you bring Junie and Rachel?
They're downstairs,
Marina says, anxious to talk to Lee about something weighing on her mind.
Alec,
Marina's Russian nickname for Lee.
Can we talk about anything we like?
That morning, Marina had tucked 2 photographs of Lee and his rifle inside one of the shoes she was now wearing. They were there now. She desperately wants to ask him what she should do with them. Oh, of course, he says sarcastically. We can speak about absolutely anything. Marina could tell from his tone that he was warning her to say nothing.
They asked me about the gun, she says.
Oh, that's nothing, he answers, his voice rising, his words coming quickly. Marina can't bring herself to ask him if he did it. After all, he is her husband.
I don't believe that you did that, she finally manages to say. Everything will turn out well.
Oh, sure, he says. There is a lawyer in New York who will help me. You shouldn't worry. Everything will be fine. On the surface, it is the same old Lee, full of bravado, but this time there is something different. This time the pitch of his voice is higher. There is also fear in his eyes, betraying his guilt. He is telling her everything will turn out all right, but Marina feels that even he does not believe it. Tears start to roll down her cheek. Don't cry, he says tenderly. There's nothing to cry about. Try not to think about it. And if they ask you anything, you have a right not to answer. You have the right to refuse. Do you understand?
Yes,
Marina says, wiping the tears away. She looks him in the eye. There are tears in his eyes, too, but he's working hard to hold them back. Marguerite doesn't understand a word they're saying since the entire conversation is in Russian. Finally, Marina hands the phone to her.
Honey, you are so bruised up. Your face, Marguerite says. What are they doing?
Mother, don't worry, Lee says. I got that in a scuffle. Marguerite thinks that Lee is simply shielding his mother from the truth about the awful beatings behind the jail walls.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
No, Mother, everything is fine, Lee replies. I know my rights. I've already requested to get in touch with an attorney, Mr. Apt. Don't worry about a thing. Marguerite isn't about to insult him by asking him whether he shot President Kennedy. She heard him on television saying he didn't do it, and that is enough for her. Eventually, she yields the phone back to Marina. Lee again tells Marina not to worry. You have friends, he says. They'll help you. If it comes to that, you can ask the Red Cross for help. You mustn't worry about me. Kiss Junie and Rachel for me.
I will,
Marina promises, tears welling up in her eyes. 2 guards enter the room behind him.
Alka,
Marina says, using a variant of Alec she often used.
Remember that I love you.
It was her way of letting him know that he could count on her not to betray him. I love you very much, he says. Make sure you buy shoes for June. Oswald backs out of the room so that he can look at her until the very last second. Marina now knows Lee is guilty. She knows that if he were truly innocent, he would be raising the roof about his persecution, the denial of his rights, and the evils of the system, just as he had always done over the slightest perceived transgressions by others. His very docility in his predicament tells her more than he could ever say in words. There is also a certain tranquility about his personality. She remembers how tense he was after the failed attempt to shoot General Walker. Now he is altogether different. There seems to be almost a certain glow of satisfaction. As she watches him leave, it seems he is saying goodbye with his eyes. The door shuts behind him, and Marina starts crying. Downstairs, the women are forced once again to run the gauntlet of reporters, some of them shouting questions in Russian. What did he say? What did your husband say?
Leave me alone. It is hard for me now,
Marina wants to cry out. Instead, she maintains a stoical silence. 1:40 p.m. Lee Oswald has just been returned to his cell when word comes from the homicide and robbery office to let him make any telephone calls he wishes. Assistant Jailer Arthur E. Eves and the patrolman assigned to the suicide watch, Buell T. Bedingfield, take Lee from his cell and lead him over to the telephone, which is in a booth. Who do you want to call? The assistant jailer asks. New York City, collect, Oswald replies. The jailer gets the City Hall operator on the line and tells her that the prisoner would like to call New York City, collect. The jailer hands Oswald the phone and overhears Oswald call New York City, then place a local call, after which he is returned to his cell. In Irving, Ruth Payne is out in the front yard with her children. She's thinking about doing some grocery shopping so that she'll be prepared to stay home and deal with the press and the police, who will no doubt want to ask her questions. She's about to go inside when Dallas police detectives Rose, Stovall, Adamczyk, and Moore arrive with Detective McCabe of the Irving Police Department. The men have a warrant signed by Judge Joe Brown, Jr., and want to search the premises again. She has no objection to the search but doesn't want to wait for them. They assure her that this time they are looking for something specific, the items Oswald keeps stored in the garage. Mrs. Payne takes them to the garage and shows them where the Oswalds kept their things. "I want to go to the grocery store," she says. "I'll just go and you go ahead and do your searching." As Mrs. Payne leaves, the detectives begin pawing through the Oswalds' effects that they missed in their first search the day before. 2 sea bags, 3 suitcases, and 2 cardboard boxes of odds and ends. It doesn't take long before Detective Rose finds some things Marina would have surely destroyed or hidden had she known they existed. "Look at this," he says to the others, waving 2 negatives and a snapshot showing Oswald, dressed in black, holding a rifle that looks very much like the weapon found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, the same photo Marina had been hiding from the authorities and trying to give to Marguerite. On Oswald's hip, a holstered pistol. Probably, they assume, the gun he used to shoot Officer Tippit. A moment later, Detective McCabe finds the second snapshot that matches the other negative. In the same cardboard carton, Stovall finds a page torn from a magazine advertising weapons available from Klein's Sporting Goods in Chicago. One of the offerings is circled. It is for a Mannlicher Carcano rifle. That's not all the detectives find. They turn up some more interesting negatives, shots of a selective service card with something on the back of the negative to block out the space where the name would be typed in. Several prints made from the negatives were bundled with them. The resulting prints were, in effect, blank selective service cards. The detectives immediately recognized them as identical to the false selective service card that Oswald had in his wallet in the name of Alec James Heidel. The detectives take their time, combing through the rest of the inventory, careful not to overlook anything. It takes 2.5 hours to complete the task. When they're finished, they cart everything off to their car. Mrs. Payne hasn't returned from her shopping trip, so they flip the latch, lock the front door, and head back toward Dallas City Hall. 2:05 p.m. Captain Fritz emerges from the homicide and robbery office and wades into the newsman, Chief Curry, at his side. "Captain, can you give us a resume of what you now know concerning the assassination of the President and Mr. Oswald's role in it?" a television reporter asks. "There's only one thing that I can tell you," Fritz replies in his gravelly voice. "Without going into the evidence before first talking to the district attorney, I can tell you that this case is cinched, that this man killed the President. There's no question in my mind about it." "Well, what is the basis for that statement?" the reporter asks. "I don't want to get into the basis," Fritz says. "In fact, I don't want to get into the evidence. I just want to tell you that we are convinced beyond any doubt that he did the killing." "Was it spur of the moment or a well-planned, long-thought-out plot?" "I'd rather not discuss that," Fritz answers. "If you don't mind, please. Thank you." The homicide captain brushes the reporters aside and begins making his way toward the stairwell near the elevators. A trail of reporters follow. "Will you be moving him today, Captain? Is he going to remain here?" "He'll be here today," Fritz finally answers. "Yes, sir." 2:14 p.m. Detective Jim Lavelle leads cab drivers William Whaley and William Scoggins into the show-up room to view Oswald in a lineup. Whaley drove Oswald to his Oak Cliff apartment after the assassination, and Scoggins witnessed the shooting of Officer J.D. Tippit. In a moment, they are joined by Detective C.N. Doherty and Assistant District Attorney Bill Alexander. In the hallway just outside, Detectives Hall, Sinkle, Potts, and Brown meet the fifth-floor jailers who have brought Oswald and 3 other prisoners down in handcuffs. This time, Oswald is in the number 3 position. Oswald is complaining bitterly about not being allowed to put on a shirt over his T-shirt. A nearby NBC cameraman captures a snippet of Oswald badgering the jailers. "I've been photographed in a T-shirt," Oswald is heard to say. "Now they're taking me to a lineup among these men. Naturally, I will be picked out, right?" The detectives tug Oswald toward the stage entrance. Inside the show-up room, the lights are dimmed as Detective Lavelle instructs Whaley and Scoggins to look over each man carefully. "If you recognize any of these men as the one you saw yesterday," Lavelle tells them, "just hold up the number of fingers that match the number over the man in the lineup." Oswald is belligerent, complaining in a loud voice as the prisoners are led out under the bright lights of the stage. "It's not right to put me in line with these teenagers," Oswald cries. "I know what you're doing. You're trying to railroad me. I want my lawyer." Oswald shows no respect for the detectives around him and tells them what he thinks of them. It matters little to Whaley, though. As soon as he sees Oswald, he knows he is the man he drove to Oak Cliff yesterday. When you drive a cab as long as Whaley has, 37 years, you learn to judge people by looking them over very carefully. It's the way he's learned to determine whether he can trust them or not. When Whaley saw Oswald's picture in the newspaper this morning, he recognized him immediately. Now, in the flesh, there is no doubt that Oswald is the man who got in his cab. Lavelle asks each of the prisoners a question so that the witnesses can hear them speak, although Oswald is spared the procedure. "Anybody up there look like the man you saw?" Lavelle asks Whaley. "Yes, number 3, the man in the T-shirt," Whaley says. "That's him, all right." Detective Lavelle turns to Scoggins, who is holding up 3 fingers at his waist. "Are you sure?" Lavelle asks. "Well, he can bitch and holler all he wants," Scoggins says to Detective Lavelle, "but that's the man I saw running from the scene, number 3. The prisoners are taken away as Detectives Doherty and Assistant D.A. Alexander lead Whaley and Scoggins up to the 3rd-floor auto theft office to take affidavits. Shortly after Oswald is returned to his cell, Bobby Brown of the Crime Scene Search Section of the Identification Bureau and Officer Jack Donahue come up to the 5th-floor jail. With Oswald's consent, they obtain scrapings from under the fingernails of both of his hands and specimens of hair from his head, right armpit, chest, right forearm, pubic area, and right leg. The specimens are turned over to FBI Special Agent C. Ray Hall for comparison tests to be conducted at the FBI's Washington, D.C. Crime Lab. 2:25 p.m. After their visit with Lee, Marguerite and Marina and her children climb into a squad car which circles the city for 20 minutes to shake any members of the press who might be following them on their way back to the Hotel Adolphus. At the 11th floor in the hotel, the police ask Tommy Thompson of Life for his credentials, something Marguerite realizes she hasn't thought to check herself. Satisfied of Thompson's bona fides, the police officers leave the Oswalds in his care. Thompson opens the door and lets Marguerite, Marina, and her children into the suite. "Mrs. Oswald, what do you plan to do now?" Thompson says, turning to Marguerite. Marguerite fears he is about to renege on his promise. "Well," she reminds him, "the arrangement was that we are going to stay here in the hotel for a few days and you are going to pay expenses." "But you haven't given us any facts," Thompson shoots back. Marguerite finds it strange that Thompson doesn't ask about her visit with Lee, even though he knew they left that morning to talk to him. "Mrs. Oswald," Thompson continues, "reporters will be coming here in flocks. They know where you are." "Just a minute." Thompson gets on the telephone and calls the 9th-floor room where the rest of Life's representatives are staying. "Come up here," he says into the phone. In a few minutes, Alan Grant and another Life rep show up. Marguerite helps Marina change the baby's diaper while the men converse with Thompson in hushed tones. Thompson then tells Marguerite that they intend to move her and Marina to the outskirts of town so reporters won't know where they are. "Here's some money," he tells her, "for your expenses in case you need anything." He gives her a $50 bill for expenses. She stuffs it into the pocket of her nurse's uniform without even looking at it. A few minutes later, Grant drives Marguerite, Marina, and the kids out to the Executive Inn, a hotel not far from Love Field. "Mrs. Oswald," he says, "I've arranged for you to stay here for 2 or 3 days. I have to be back in San Francisco. Anything you want, you have the cash that Mr. Thompson gave you. He'll be in touch with you." Grant and a porter escort the women and children up to the rooms, 2 very nice adjoining suites. Marguerite is pleased with the arrangements. It is only after Grant leaves that she begins to have misgivings about her predicament, stranded with a Russian daughter-in-law she barely understands and 2 small children. Marguerite orders room service and shoos Marina out of sight when the food comes to avoid being recognized. They had, after all, been paraded in front of those television cameras up at City Hall. Marguerite sees Marina hunched over an ashtray on the dressing table. Marina has torn up the photographs of Lee and his rifle that she's kept hidden in her shoe and thrown them into the ashtray. She strikes a match and sets the pieces on fire. But the heavy photographic paper doesn't burn very well. Marguerite decides to help and empties the remains into the toilet, flushing them away. 3 p.m. With the help of Secret Service agent Mike Howard and his partner, Charlie Kunkel, Robert Oswald has been trying to wrangle a visitor's pass to see his brother for the better part of 2.5 hours, with little success. Agent Kunkel heads down the hall again to see what he can do. Secret Service Inspector Thomas J. Kelly comes into the Forgery Bureau a moment later and introduces himself. Howard explains to Kelly that Robert is being cooperative and answering any questions he can. The three men speculate as to whether Lee Oswald will admit anything to his brother when he sees him. "I'm just as anxious as anyone to learn the reason behind the assassination," Robert tells them, "and to discover whether anyone else is involved." Kelly sends Mike Howard down the hall to help Kunkel arrange the pass, then fights his way through the mob of reporters to retrieve some peanut butter cookies and a soft drink for Robert from the machine at the end of the hall. It's 30 minutes before Kelly returns. He picks up the telephone and checks on the pass several times. Finally, he turns to Robert. "Okay, we got it." 3:37 p.m. Inspector Kelly, holding the pass signed by Captain Fritz and a Dallas police officer, take Robert Oswald upstairs in the elevator to the visiting room. Inspector Kelly and the officer wait outside. For a moment, Robert is alone in the stifling atmosphere of the room, the only sound that of the portable camera in the hands of a cameraman, who plants himself in the doorway and, without saying a word to Robert, grinds away, collecting footage to sell to television. Robert doesn't even hear the clank of the steel door, and Lee is almost at the smudged glass before Robert realizes he has come in. Lee points to the telephone on Robert's side of the transparent partition. As he picks up the one on his side, his voice is calm as he says, "This is Tate." Robert realizes that Lee is warning him to be careful of what he says. "Well, it may or may not be," Robert answers. "How are you?" Lee asks evenly. "I'm fine," Robert replies. "How are you?" Robert is surprised at his brother's physical appearance. He knew about the scuffle in the theater, but didn't know that Lee had sustained cuts and bruises. The liberally applied mercurochrome makes it look worse than it is. "What have they been doing to you?" Robert asks. "Were they roughing you up?" "I got this at the theater," Lee says. "They haven't bothered me since. They're treating me all right." Robert is astonished at how completely relaxed Lee is, as though the world's frenzied consternation over yesterday's events had nothing to do with him. Lee talks as if they're discussing a minor incident at the depository. Robert doesn't know how long he's got to talk with Lee, but resists the temptation to ask the one question he wanted to ask most. Instead, they talk casually for a few minutes. "Mother and Marina were up earlier," Lee says. "Yes, I know," Robert replies. "What did you think of the baby?" Lee asks with a grin. "Yeah," Robert says. "Thanks a lot for telling me. I didn't even know you had another one." "Well, it was a girl," Lee says, "and I wanted a boy, but you know how that goes." Finally, Robert can't resist any more. "Lee, what the Sam hell is going on?" he asks bluntly. "I don't know," Lee answers. "You don't know?" Robert says, disbelieving. "Look, they've got your pistol. They've got your rifle. They've got you charged with shooting the president and a police officer. And you tell me you don't know? Now, I want to know just what's going on." Lee stiffens, his facial expression suddenly becoming tight. "Don't believe all this so-called evidence," he says firmly. Robert studies his face, then his eyes, looking for some expression of the truth. Lee realizes what his brother wants. "Brother, you won't find anything there," he says. After an awkward silence, Lee, now more relaxed, mentions Marina again. "Well, what about Marina?" Robert interrupts. "What do you think she's going to do now with those two kids?" "My friends will take care of them," he answers. "You mean the Paynes?" "Yes," Lee replies, obviously surprised that his brother knew of them. "I don't think they're any friends of yours," Robert tells them, revealing his distrust and suspicion. "Yes, they are," Lee snaps back. Another awkward silence. "Junie needs a new pair of shoes," Lee finally says. Robert had noticed yesterday that one of the little girl's shoes was practically worn through. "Don't worry about that," Robert says sympathetically. "I'll take care of that." Robert asks about the attorney, Mr. Apt, that Lee has been asking for. "He's just an attorney I want to handle my case," Lee says. "I'll get you an attorney down here," Robert answers. "No, you stay out of it," Lee commands. "Stay out of it?" Robert says incredulously. "It looks like I've been dragged into it." "Well, I'm not going to have anyone from down here," Lee says firmly. "I want this one." "All right," Robert concedes. A police officer suddenly enters the room behind Lee, taps him on the shoulder, then steps back and waits for them to finish. Robert is surprised and disappointed at the interruption. He feels that they were just beginning to talk easily with each other. Robert hadn't expected his brother to flat-out admit his guilt, but he felt it was conceivable that Lee had made up his mind that the assassination was necessary for some reason that was sufficient to him and that he would have wanted to make that motive clear to someone, and Robert felt that he was closer to Lee than anyone else in a lot of ways. He had hoped he would tell him, but he hasn't. "I'll see you in a day or two," Robert says. "You've got your job and everything," Lee replies. "Don't be running back and forth all the time and getting yourself in trouble with your boss." "Don't worry about that," Robert tells him. "I'll be back." "All right," Lee says. "I'll see you." They are the last words Robert ever hears him say. Secret Service Inspector Kelly is still waiting for Robert outside the visiting room. "What did he say?" the inspector asks. "Let's wait until we're downstairs," Robert replies, miffed that the persistent cameraman is still grinding away. It makes him feel like a zoo specimen. Back in the forgery bureau and away from the prying ears of the news media, Robert tells Mike Howard and Inspector Kelly he didn't say anything because he said the line was tapped. "If that were true," Kelly replies, "I wouldn't be asking you, would I?" Robert can only shrug. Inspector Kelly asks Robert to reconstruct their conversation as carefully as he can, and Robert does exactly that. He is deeply unsatisfied by his brother's demeanor, which he found disturbingly machine-like, with an uncanny lack of emotion for a man in Lee's predicament, innocent or guilty. Robert was not talking to the brother he knew. The man in jail was a stranger to him. 3:51 p.m., 4:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. President Johnson from the White House issues a proclamation which is to the people of the United States, in which he calls John F. Kennedy a man of wisdom, strength, and peace, who molded and moved the power of our nation in the service of a world of growing liberty and order. All who love freedom will mourn his death. Johnson proceeds to appoint Monday next, November 25th, the day of the funeral service of President Kennedy, to be a day of national mourning throughout the United States, urging Americans to assemble on that day in their respective places of divine worship. Other than an exhortation to go to one's place of worship, the proclamation, of course, is unnecessary, as the shock, grief, and tears of millions of Americans had not even begun to subside. 4 p.m. Dallas Police Lieutenant Thurber Lord is the jail lieutenant in charge of the 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. shift on November 23rd. Around 4 p.m. he gets a call from Detective M.G. Hall of the Homicide and Robbery Bureau, telling him that Oswald had requested permission to use the telephone again, and that it would be okay for him to do so. Lord telephones Officer J.L. Popplewell on the 5th floor, where he had been assigned to guard the area in front of Oswald's cell. Popplewell takes Oswald to the phone, and Oswald tells the operator he wants to call Mr. John Apt, an attorney in New York. Oswald apparently didn't keep the number he had used earlier to call Apt because the operator looks up the number and gives it to him. Oswald hangs up, but can't remember the number he was just given. He asks Popplewell for a pencil and a piece of paper to write on. The officer tears a corner from a telephone contact slip and gives it to Oswald, along with a pencil. Oswald calls the operator again and this time writes down the number she gives him. He then tries to place the call collect, but there is no answer. 4:22 p.m. After Oswald unsuccessfully attempts to reach Attorney John Apt in New York City from the phone booth on the 5th floor of the jail, he places a local call. In Irving, the telephone rings at the home of Ruth Payne. She answers it. "This is Lee," a voice says. She knows who it is, Lee Oswald. "Well, hi," she says, unable to hide the surprise in her voice that he would telephone her at all. "I would like you to call Mr. John Apt in New York for me after 6 o'clock this evening," Oswald says. "I've got 2 numbers for you." Mrs. Payne grabs a nearby pencil and notepad. He gives her 2 telephone numbers, an office and a home number. Mrs. Payne quickly scribbles the numbers down. "He's an attorney I would like to have represent me," Oswald tells her. "I would be grateful if you would call him for me." She is very irritated by the fact that he sounds as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. It seems to him, she feels, that this is a call like any other call, a favor like any other favor. He doesn't mention the assassination, the fact that he is in jail, or the reason he needs a lawyer. He seems so apart from the situation. Still, she agrees to make the call. "Okay," Mrs. Payne manages to say. Oswald thanks her and hangs up. The receiver is barely back in the cradle when the telephone rings again. Ruth answers it. "Hi, this is Lee." It's Oswald calling back again. Mrs. Payne is stunned to hear Oswald repeat his request, nearly word for word. It all seems so strange to her. 5:45 p.m. H. Lewis Nichols, president of the Dallas Bar Association, trots up the concrete steps leading to City Hall. Nichols, a member of the American Bar Association since 1949, has been on and off the telephone since 2 o'clock this afternoon. He had gotten a call from the dean of an Eastern law school who said that the media back there were reporting that Lee Oswald couldn't get a lawyer to represent him in Dallas, and he wanted to know if Nichols was doing anything about the situation. Nichols acknowledged that he hadn't, but promised he would look into it. Under Texas law at the time, an attorney had to be appointed for an accused, if he didn't already have one, only after he had been indicted by a grand jury, which Oswald hadn't been yet. But if any defendant needed a lawyer immediately to make sure his rights were being protected, it was Oswald. Nichols had worked in the city attorney's office, still represented the city's credit union, and has a brother on the police force, so he knows many of the top men there. He telephones the assistant police chief, Captain Glenn King, who tells him that so far as he knows, Oswald hasn't asked for a lawyer. "Well, Glenn," Nichols says, "if you know at any time that he asks for a lawyer or wants a lawyer or needs a lawyer, will you tell him that you have talked to me? And that, as president of the Bar Association, I have offered to get him a lawyer if he wants one." "Why don't you come down here and talk to him?" King says. "I don't know whether I want to do that at this point or not," Nichols replies. Within an hour, Nichols got a call from another law school dean questioning whether the Dallas Bar was doing anything about Oswald's right to an attorney. That was enough for Nichols, who decides he might as well go down and talk to Oswald directly. The Dallas Bar Association president takes an elevator to the third floor, where he knows he'll find the Dallas Police Administrative Offices. When the doors open, Nichols is flabbergasted to find an ocean of reporters and photographers stepping over and around a tangle of television cameras, cables, and electrical cords stretched out across the corridor. He pushes his way through the jam to the eastern end of the building and into Chief Curry's outer office. Nichols can see Chief Curry in his office talking with 3 or 4 men. "Is Captain King in?" Nichols asks an officer standing nearby. "I don't think so," the officer replies. Just then, Chief Curry looks up, recognizes Nichols, and motions for him to come in. Nichols tells Curry why he is there. "Well, I'm glad to see you," Curry says. "I'll take you up to see Oswald myself." They walk out into the hallway and take an elevator to the 5th floor. The jailer opens the outer door of the maximum security area of the 5th floor jail, and Nichols and Chief Curry step inside the narrow corridor. Oswald, in trousers and a T-shirt, is lying on his bunk. Oswald gets up as Curry asks the officer seated in the corridor to open Oswald's cell. "Mr. Oswald," Curry says, "this is Lewis Nichols, president of the Dallas Bar Association. He's come here to see whether or not you need or want a lawyer." With that short introduction, Chief Curry steps back into the outer hallway so that they can talk freely without interference. Curry is far enough away that neither Nichols nor Oswald can see him from inside the cell. Oswald sits back down on the edge of the bunk. Nichols takes a seat on the bunk across from him, 3 or 4 feet away. "You have a lawyer?" Nichols begins. "Well, I really don't know what this is all about," Oswald says. "I've been incarcerated and held incommunicado." "It's my understanding that you're under arrest for the shooting of President Kennedy," Nichols tells him. "I'm here to see if you need or want a lawyer." "Do you know a lawyer in New York named John Abt?" Oswald asks. "No, I don't," Nichols says. "Well, I would like to have him represent me," Oswald says in a calm and clear voice. "Do you know any lawyers who are members of the American Civil Liberties Union?" "I'm sorry," Nichols says. "I don't know anybody who is a member of that organization." "Well, I'm a member of that organization," Oswald says, "and if I can't get Mr. Abt, I would like to have somebody from that organization represent me." Nichols can see that Oswald is in full control of his faculties. He is neither belligerent, nor does he appear to be frightened or subdued. "If I can't get either one of those to represent me," Oswald adds, "and if I can find a lawyer here who believes in my innocence," Oswald hesitates for a moment, then continues, "as much as he can, I might let him represent me." "What I'm interested in knowing, Mr. Oswald," Nichols responds, "is do you want me or the Dallas Bar Association to try to get you a lawyer right now?" "No, not now," Oswald replies. "I talked with members of my family this afternoon, and they're trying to get in touch with Mr. Abt." Oswald adds, "You might come back next week if I don't get some of these other people. I might ask you to get somebody to represent me." Satisfied that Oswald knows what he is doing and is aware of his right to counsel, Nichols leaves the cell. As he and Curry climb back into the elevator for the ride back to the 3rd floor, Curry asks if he wants to make a statement to the press. "I don't know," Nichols says. "I don't know whether it's the thing to do or not." Well, they are going to be right outside the door here, Chief Curry warns him. And if you want to say anything, this would be an opportunity to do it. Curry adds, Incidentally, I'm very glad you came up here. We don't want any question coming up about us refusing to let him have a lawyer. That takes the burden off us. 6:15 p.m. The elevator doors open and they step into a swarm of photographers and cameramen. When the media see who it is, they pack in closer. Chief Curry raises his voice above the ruckus. This is Mr. Nichols, president of the Dallas Bar Association, Curry announces. He has been talking to Mr. Oswald, and he will make a statement for you if he desires. Flashbulbs pop and microphones are pushed toward Nichols' face as he suddenly finds himself on live television, wholly unprepared. Nichols explains what has just transpired. Did he seem to be in possession of all his faculties? Did he deny the shooting to you? More questions follow until little can be understood. Nichols picks one out of the noise and answers. He appeared to be perfectly rational, and I could observe no abnormalities about him at all in the short time that I visited with him, Nichols says. Do you know anything about John Apt? Someone asks. I don't know anything about him, Nichols says. How long did you talk with him? About 3 minutes, Nichols replies. Do you think he can get a fair trial in Dallas? A reporter asks skeptically. I think he can get a fair trial in Dallas, Nichols says with assurance. Would you be willing to represent him? Someone asks. Nichols' answer is quick and direct. I do not practice criminal law, he says, and I've never tried a criminal case, so I don't know the answer to that. Lieutenant Robert E. McKinney of the Forgery Bureau appears at the Office of Justice of the Peace, David Johnston, in Richardson, Texas, with a criminal complaint, affidavit number F-155. He's prepared and signed as an affiant, charging Oswald with assault with intent to murder Governor John Connally. Johnston affixes his signature to the complaint, and it is officially filed at 6:15 p.m. Oswald will never be arraigned on this charge. Back in Homicide and Robbery, Captain Fritz picks up the telephone and calls the Identification Bureau on the 4th floor. Have them bring those pictures down to my office, he orders. They know what pictures he's talking about. The photographs of Oswald holding a rifle. 6:24 p.m. Under orders from Captain Fritz, Detectives Sims, Hall, and Graves escort Oswald down from his jail cell to the Homicide and Robbery office for another interrogation session. Once again, Oswald is marched through the 3rd-floor corridor. He's getting good at playing to the crowd of reporters, using their microphones to take jabs at the police department and build sympathy. This time he complains about being denied the basic fundamental hygienic rights, like a shower. The smirk quickly evaporates from Oswald's face as he's brought into the homicide captain's office. 3 homicide detectives in white Stetson hats stand guard, silently. Fritz walks in, followed by Secret Service Inspector Thomas Kelly, FBI agent James Bookout, and homicide detective Guy Rose, who is carrying an envelope. Oswald immediately complains about not being allowed in the last lineup to put on clothing similar to that worn by some of the other individuals in previous lineups. No one says anything. The hostile prisoner braces himself for another onslaught of questions, but Fritz begins slowly with a methodical list of mundane questions designed to relax and settle Oswald down. Oswald is eager to talk about anything that doesn't pertain to the assassination investigation, and eventually softens with the gentle banter. Soon Oswald is rambling on about how life is better for the colored people in Russia than it is in the United States. Finally, Fritz turns to the business at hand. Now, you told me yesterday that you'd never owned a gun, Fritz says innocently. That's right, Oswald replies. I never owned a gun. Okay, Fritz says, reaching for the envelope Detective Rose has laid on his desk. I want to show you something. Oswald purses his lips and eyes the envelope the captain is reaching into. Like Houdini pulling a rabbit out of a hat, Fritz suddenly produces an 8x10-inch black-and-white photograph and holds it out in front of Oswald. How do you explain this? He says. The photograph is an enlargement of one found earlier in the afternoon among Oswald's possessions stored in Mrs. Payne's garage. After returning to City Hall and showing it to Captain Fritz, Detective Rose has been working with officers in the Identification Bureau to produce this slightly cropped blow-up. Everyone present can see that Oswald is flustered. I'm not going to make any comment about that without the advice of an attorney, Oswald replies smugly. Well, is that your face in the picture? Fritz asks, pointing at the image. I won't even admit that, he sneers. That's not your face, Fritz asks, scarcely believing that Oswald would deny what is so obvious. No, Oswald says. That's not even my face. That's a fake. I've been photographed a number of times since I got here, first by the police, and now every time I get dragged through that hallway, someone has taken my picture and put my face on a different body." "So that is your face?" Fritz asks. Oswald answers quickly to cover his own contradiction. "Yes, that's my face," he says, "but that's not my body. I know all about photography. I've worked with photography a long time. Someone has photographed me and then superimposed a rifle in my hand and a gun in my pocket. That's a picture that someone has made. I've never seen that picture before in my life." Fritz lays the photograph on his desk. "We found this photo in Mrs. Payne's garage among your effects," Fritz tells him. Oswald rolls his eyes toward the ceiling. "That picture has never been in my possession," he snaps. "Wait a minute," Fritz shoots back. "I'll show you one you probably have seen." The captain reaches back into the envelope and pulls out a small snapshot, the original photograph used to produce the enlargement. He shows it to Oswald, who squirms. "I never have seen that picture either," he says defiantly. "That picture's been reduced from the big one." Fritz asks him how that's so, and Oswald gets into a long argument with Fritz about his knowledge of photography, asking Fritz a number of times whether the smaller photograph was made from the larger or whether the larger was made from the smaller. "We made this enlargement from the snapshot we found in the search," Fritz finally acknowledges. "Well, I understand photography real well," Oswald says arrogantly. "And at the proper time I will show that they're fakes. Right now, I have nothing more to say about them." 7 p.m. In the third-floor corridor outside, reporters scrambled toward Chief Curry, who was about to make a statement. He waits for everyone to settle down. "The FBI has just informed us," Chief Curry begins, "that they have the order letter for the rifle that we have sent to the laboratory. They received it from a mail-order house in Chicago. This order letter has been to the laboratory in Washington, D.C., and compared with known handwriting of our suspect, Oswald, and the handwriting is the same on the order letter as Oswald's handwriting. The return address on this order letter was to the post office box in Dallas, Texas, of our suspect Oswald, and it was returned under another name. But it has definitely been established by the FBI that the handwriting is the handwriting of Oswald." The reporters shout questions at once. One can be heard clearly above the others. "Was it a recent purchase?" "This purchase was made on March the 20th of this year," Curry tells them. "What about the ballistics test, Chief?" "The ballistic test, we haven't had a final report, but I understand it will be favorable," Curry replies. "Is this the development you referred to today as making this case ironclad, in your opinion?" "This was not what I had reference to earlier," Curry says. "Will you give us an indication of what that is?" a reporter shouts. "Were you referring to the photograph earlier?" The media are already aware of the photographs of Oswald holding a rifle found by police in Mrs. Payne's garage. Curry doesn't have time to answer the question before another is shouted out. "Where did these photographs come from, Chief?" a newsman asks. "The photographs were found in out at Irving, where he had been staying and where his wife had been staying," Curry says. "Does the rifle in the photograph look like the one that you have, that you think is the murder weapon, sir?" "It does," Curry responds. "How is he taking this information as it builds up?" someone asks. "I don't know," Curry says. "Chief, just a moment ago he came out bitterly complaining about being deprived of his citizenship rights because he can't take a shower. Do you have any comment on that?" "I didn't know he had asked to take a shower," Curry says. "We have a shower up there where he could take a shower if he wants one." "What was the name under which he ordered the rifle?" a reporter asks. The name on the return address was A. Heidel," Curry tells them. "Do you consider the case shut tight now, Chief?" "We will continue to work on it," Curry replies, "and try to get every shred of evidence that's possible." The chief's statements set off alarm bells at FBI headquarters. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover can't believe that Curry is willing to give the press details about the evidence against Oswald. Curry's comments are being broadcast nationally, and Hoover doesn't think that cases should be tried in the newspapers. The Bureau has a policy of no comment until it has a warrant and makes an arrest. Then a release is prepared, briefly stating the facts of the case and the charges. The details of the evidence are kept secret until the case goes to trial. The kind of information Curry is blabbing about would never, under any circumstances, be given out to the press by the FBI. Hoover is particularly incensed that Curry is talking about evidence that is being developed in the FBI's Washington, D.C. crime lab. Hoover gets Gordon Shanklin, agent in charge in Dallas, on the phone. "Talk to Chief Curry," Hoover tells Shanklin, "and tell him that I insist that he not go on the air anymore and discuss the progress of the investigation." Hoover has little direct authority over the Dallas police chief. The FBI crime lab furnishes free service to all law enforcement agencies throughout the country. What they do with the FBI's lab reports, once they've received them, is their business. But because of the fact that President Lyndon Johnson has asked Hoover to take charge of the case, Hoover feels justified in asking Curry to abide by his wishes. "You tell him," Hoover adds, "that I insist that he and all members of his department refrain from public statements." The IBM computers at the U.S. Postal Records Center in Alexandria, Virginia, have been humming for nearly 7 hours now. Though state-of-the-art at the time, these computers are a far cry from today's technology, searching for the original money order used to purchase the assassination weapon. There's no telling how many man-hours it might take to do a manual search. Suddenly, a match is found, and the money order is located. The center rushes the original money order by special courier to the chief of the Secret Service in Washington. A handwriting analysis by a questioned documents expert for the Department of the Treasury shows that the handwriting on the money order is that of Lee Harvey Oswald. If there is one thing that is now unquestionably certain, it is that Lee Harvey Oswald ordered and paid for the Mannlicher Carcano rifle that was found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building shortly after the assassination. 7:10 p.m. Secret Service Inspector Thomas Kelly is very impressed by Captain Fritz, who has shown great patience and tenacity in his efforts to uncover the truth from Oswald about the rifle photographs. But Oswald remains arrogant and uncooperative. Fritz asks Oswald about some of the places where he's lived, trying to get him to admit where the pictures were taken. Oswald tells him about one of the places he lived in Dallas, but is very evasive when Fritz questions him about living on Neely Street. "You never lived there?" Fritz asks. "No," Oswald says defiantly. "You didn't take any photographs there?" Fritz persists. "No," Oswald snaps back. "I've got statements from people who say they visited you when you lived there," Fritz tells him. "They must be mistaken," Oswald answers. Fritz can only shake his head in frustration. It is apparent to everyone that Oswald, though shaken by the photographic evidence, has no intention of furnishing any more information about the rifle pictures. After 45 minutes of trying to pull impacted teeth to get answers, Captain Fritz orders Oswald returned to his cell. 7:15 p.m. Detectives Hall, Sims, Graves, and Boyd lead a very hostile Oswald into the bright news lights basking the third-floor hallway. A reporter yells, "Here he comes!" to his colleagues as a live television camera swings around and zooms in on the T-shirt-clad Oswald. Newsmen rush toward him, arms outstretched, microphones searching for a brief statement. "Did you fire that rifle?" a reporter shouts. Oswald is smoldering, his voice finally exploding in anger. "I don't know what dispatches you people have been given," he roars, "but I emphatically deny these charges." The officers pull him sharply through a doorway into the vestibule of the jail elevator and out of sight of the live television audience. "What about Connolly?" a newsman hollers, shoving his microphone into the doorway. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, another persona seems to slip under Oswald's skin as his anger suddenly gives way to a gentler side. "I have nothing against anybody," he says, his voice returning to its usual calm state. "I have not committed any acts of violence." 7:20 p.m. Marguerite Oswald is in a robe and slippers when there is a knock on the door of the suite at the Executive Inn, where she and Marina are staying. "Who is it?" Marguerite says, moving toward the door. "This is Mr. Odom," a voice responds. She opens the door a crack to see 2 FBI agents. They are wet from the pouring rain. "Mrs. Oswald," Agent Bardwell Odom says, "I would like to see Marina." She peers at him through her heavy black-framed glasses, the door barely open. "Mr. Odom, we're awfully tired," she says. "I just want to show her a photograph," Odom replies. "She's completely exhausted," Marguerite pleads. "I am not calling my daughter-in-law to the door. As a matter of fact, she's taking a bath." Marina isn't really in the bathtub. Marguerite will say anything right now to get rid of the FBI men. "Mrs. Oswald," Odom says, "let me ask you a question then." "Yes, sir." Odom holds up his hand to the crack in the door. Cupped in his palm is a glossy black-and-white photograph, its corners carefully trimmed with a pair of shears. It's the image of an unknown individual originally thought to be Oswald leaving the Soviet embassy in Mexico City in early October 1963. Only the head and shoulders of the man are visible in the photo. The FBI knows that it's not Oswald, but they wonder if it could be an accomplice. "Do you recognize this individual?" he asks. Marguerite looks at the photo briefly through the crack in the door. "No, sir. Believe me," she says. The rain pelts the ground around the two men. Odom lowers his hand. "Thank you," he says as she closes the door. 7:46 p.m., 8:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. NBC commentator Chet Huntley announces that all the personal effects of the late president have now been removed from the White House. 8 p.m. In Irving, Ruth Payne answers the phone and hears Lee Oswald say in Russian, "Marina, please." That's the opening phrase he normally uses when he wants to speak to his wife, and he's used it on many occasions. "She's not here," Mrs. Payne replies in English. Oswald is clearly irritated that his wife is not available to speak with him. "Where is she?" he asks, an edge to his voice. "I've got an idea where she might be, but I'm not at all certain," Ruth answers. "I'll try to find out." She doesn't tell Lee, but earlier today, while FBI agent Bardwell Odom was at her home, she overheard Odom talking on the telephone to the Life magazine people staying at the Hotel Adolphus. He was trying to find out where Marina was staying, and she heard him say, "Executive Inn," and saw him jot it down. She thinks that Marina may be there. "Tell her she should be at your house," Oswald says tersely. "I'll try to reach her and give her your message," Mrs. Payne answers. Oswald hangs up. Mrs. Payne had been waiting to hear from Marina since she left that morning. She had no intention of attempting to reach her. She felt that if Marina wanted to talk to her, she would call. Of course, she was hurt that Marina hadn't called or made any attempt to contact her, but now that Lee is trying to reach Marina, Ruth Payne decides to make the first move. She telephones the Executive Inn and asks the hotel operator to speak to Tommy Thompson, the Life representative. There is a short pause. Then a female voice answers, "Hello?" It's Marguerite Oswald. "Hello, this is Ruth Payne. I'd like to talk to Marina." There is no love lost between Mrs. Payne and Oswald's mother, who is suspicious of Ruth and her husband. "Marina's in the bathroom," Marguerite tells her. "Lee called me," Mrs. Payne tells her, "and he wanted me to deliver a message to Marina." "Yes?" "He wants me to contact an attorney for him," Ruth says, "and he was very upset that Marina was not at my house." "Well, he is in prison," Marguerite replies callously. "He don't know the things we are up against, the things that we have to face. What he wants doesn't really matter." Ruth is shocked that Marguerite doesn't have any respect for Lee's wishes. "Please let me speak to Marina," Ruth asks. Marguerite finally relinquishes control of the telephone to her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Payne repeats Lee's message to her in Russian. Marina only says that she is very tired and wants to get to bed. Ruth agrees that it's best that she stay at the hotel tonight. Ruth is disappointed that Marina doesn't tell her what she plans to do tomorrow. "Did you see Lee today?" Ruth asks. "Yes, around noon," Marina says. It's obvious she doesn't want to talk, so Mrs. Payne says goodbye and hangs up. Marguerite asks Marina what Mrs. Payne said, but Marina doesn't answer her. Marguerite's suspicions escalate, and she begins to imagine that everyone is working against her. She begins to wonder how Mrs. Payne knew where they were staying. What did she say to Marina that caused Marina to withdraw and not want to tell her what Mrs. Payne said? In her conspiratorial mindset, FBI agent Odom's earlier visit and insistence on seeing Marina and Mrs. Payne's call are somehow tied together. And whatever these people are up to, it's no good. On the third floor of City Hall, reporters approach Assistant Police Chief Charles Batchelor outside the administrative offices. They are hungry and want to go out to dinner, but they don't want to miss anything if the Dallas police decide to move the prisoner to the county jail. Just then, Chief Curry walks up. "How about it, Chief?" they ask. "Are you going to move Oswald tonight?" "No," he tells them. "It probably will be in the morning." "When?" they want to know. "I think if you fellows are back here by 10 o'clock in the morning, you won't miss anything," Curry says. With that, the newsmen head out for dinner. Curry decides he'd better double-check with Captain Fritz to see when he plans to transfer Oswald. He walks down the hall to Fritz's office. Fritz doesn't think it's a good idea to transfer Oswald at night. An attacker could use the cover of darkness to his benefit and hinder the police from preventing trouble. Fritz suggests they wait until daylight. Besides, Fritz would like to question Oswald again in the morning. "Okay," Curry says. "What time do you think you'll be ready tomorrow, then?" "I don't know exactly when, Chief," Fritz answers. "Do you think about 10 o'clock? Curry suggests. "I need to tell these people something definite." Fritz nods his head. I believe so, he replies. Curry returns to his office and tells Assistant Chief Batchelor of the plans. Then Curry decides that he might as well make an announcement to the press in the corridor. Otherwise, they'll be there all night. Once again, Chief Curry steps into the crowd of reporters gathered in the third-floor hallway and tells them that Oswald will be transferred to the sheriff's office tomorrow. If you men would be here by no later than 10 o'clock in the morning, that will be early enough. Are you through with him for the night, sir? Someone asks. Captain Fritz says he is finished with him, unless possibly some witness might show up that we needed to bring him out for a show-up. Curry says, but I don't believe there will be any more questioning tonight. Someone wants to know what progress has been made toward a confession in the assassination. I don't think we've made any progress toward a confession, Curry replies. You don't think so? Nope, Curry answers firmly. Why are you so pessimistic about a confession? Well, Curry says with a smile, you know we've been in the business a good while. Laughter ripples through the crowd of reporters. And sometimes, Curry continues, you can sort of draw your own conclusions after talking to a man over a period of time. Of course, he might have a change of heart, but I'd be rather surprised if he did. Someone asks why Oswald's mother and wife were at police headquarters today. The chief says they visited Oswald and are attempting to get in contact with his attorney, John Apt, out of New York. Has anyone heard anything from Apt? A reporter asks. Well, it's hearsay with me, Curry responds. And I don't know who said this, but somewhere back in the office someone said that they understood John Apt did not want to handle the case. Chief, will you transfer him under heavy guard? I'll leave that up to Sheriff Decker, Curry says. That's his responsibility. The sheriff takes custody of him here? Someone asks. Yes, Curry answers. That's all I have, gentlemen. Thank you. A chorus of thank yous follows the chief as he retreats down the hall for the night. Sunday, November 24th, 12 midnight. The press, having been told they could go home for the night without missing anything, the press room at Dallas City Hall has been nearly deserted for 2 hours. Only 2 reporters, Dallas Times-Herald reporter Darwin Payne and the longtime police beat reporter for the Dallas Morning News, Johnny Rutledge, remained to cover the late shift, their normal assignment. The telephone rings. It's the Times-Herald news editor Charles F. Dameron asking for Payne, who takes the phone. Dameron has heard that Dan Rather was on WCBS radio saying that the Dallas Police Department had an eyewitness in protective custody who could identify Oswald as the one who pulled the trigger in the book depository. Dameron wants to know if there's any truth to the vague report. I'm not sure, Payne says in a whisper, afraid his competition might overhear him. Find out, Dameron commands. Payne hangs up and eyes Rutledge, sitting quietly across the room. Payne can't help but think that the Dallas Morning News already has the story wrapped up and is going to run it as a big banner in the morning paper. How would that make the Times look? Darwin Payne has only been at the newspaper 3 months, but he knows one thing. He has to get that story. Payne slips out of the press room and runs down the night watch commander. He says it might be true, but he doesn't know anything about it. Payne scrounges around a bit more, but comes up empty-handed. 1 a.m. With the deadline for the final edition rapidly approaching, Darwin Payne, desperate, calls his office. He has no details to report to Dameron. They confer briefly and decide that Payne should call Chief Curry at home. Payne hates the thought of waking the chief, who surely is in bed at this hour. Dameron gives Payne the police chief's home telephone number anyway. Call him, Dameron says. When the telephone rings, Curry's wife answers, obviously awakened from a sound sleep. Yes, she mumbles, I'll give you the chief. In a second or two, Curry comes on the line half asleep. Payne tries to explain to him the information he has and asks if the story is true or not. Curry is nearly incoherent, mumbling softly as if he's in a dream. The reporter frantically scribbles down notes, hoping to make sense of them later. Finally, he gives up, trying to make Curry understand, and hangs up. Payne's notes are useless. The frustrated reporter is forced to telephone his boss and report that he is unable to confirm the story. The chief of police rolls over and drifts back into a deep sleep. His wife knows just how exhausted he feels. There's been a constant barrage of phone calls since he came home. She reaches over and takes the telephone off the hook so that she and her husband can get a much-needed night of uninterrupted sleep. 2:30 a.m. FBI Security Patrol Clerk Vernon R. Glossop receives a telephone call while working the night desk at the Dallas FBI office. "I would like to talk to the man in charge," a male voice says calmly. "The special agent in charge is not in at the present time," Glossop answers. "Is there someone else that could help you?" "Just a minute," the anonymous caller says. There is a brief pause, and Glossop is under the impression, though he can't be sure, that the caller hands the telephone to someone else. A second, more mature-sounding voice speaks next. "I represent a committee that is neither right nor left-wing," the man says, "and tonight, tomorrow morning, or tomorrow night, we are going to kill the man that killed the president. There will be no excitement, and we will kill him. We wanted to be sure to tell the FBI, police department, and sheriff's office. We will be there, and we will kill him." The caller hangs up. Glossop immediately notifies FBI Special Agent Milton L. Newsom and quickly prepares a memorandum on the call. 3 a.m. FBI Agent Newsom telephones the Dallas County Sheriff's Office to advise them of the call, only to learn from Deputy Sheriff C.C. McCoy that he too got such a call. The message was nearly identical, except that the anonymous caller said that he represented a group of around 100 people who had voted to kill the man who killed the president. The caller said that they were advising the sheriff's office because they didn't want any of the deputies to get hurt, but that they were going to kill Oswald anyway. The two lawmen shift into action. Newsom tells McCoy that he'll contact the Dallas police and let them know what's going on. Meanwhile, McCoy calls Sheriff Decker at his home and informs him of the threats they've received. "Call in a pair of our supervisory personnel," Decker orders, "and have them stand by at the office in case the Dallas police decide to transfer Oswald tonight." 3:20 a.m. Captain William B. Frazier, the senior man on duty at the Dallas Police Department, takes the call from FBI Agent Newsom. Informed of the threats, Frazier tells Newsom that the Dallas police haven't received any threatening calls at the department. He will, however, notify his superiors, and the FBI will be advised of any change in the transfer plans. 5:15 a.m. Nearly 2 hours later, Frazier calls the Department of Homicide Captain Will Fritz, a notorious early riser. Frazier relates the threatening calls, but Fritz reminds him that Chief Curry is handling the particulars of the transfer and that he should be contacted directly. A few minutes later, Deputy Sheriff McCoy telephones the Dallas Police Department and tells Captain Frazier that Sheriff Decker would like Chief Curry to call him as soon as possible about the transfer plans, adding that Decker thinks the police should transfer Oswald immediately to the county jail. 6 a.m. Frazier telephones Chief Curry's residence but is unable to get through. He continues to ring the line for the next 15 minutes with no success. Finally, Frazier calls the telephone operator and asks her to check the phone to see if a conversation is in progress or if the line is out of order. The operator calls back in a few minutes and tells him that the telephone is out of order. 6:15 a.m. By now, the second shift is beginning to arrive at City Hall, including Platoon Captain C.E. Talbert, who is scheduled to relieve Captain Frazier. Before going off duty, Frazier tells Talbert of the overnight threats and his repeated attempts to contact Chief Curry. Talbert immediately calls the Assistant Chief of Police, Charles Batchelor, and informs him of the threat and the fact that they can't raise Curry on the telephone. Batchelor instructs Talbert to send a squad car over to Curry's house and wake him. Not long thereafter, officers are pounding on the chief's front door to tell him of the death threats against Oswald. 6:30 a.m. Captain Fritz's homicide team, the big taciturn Texans in sober off-the-rack suits and obligatory Stetsons, who are the top drawer on the force and operate on their own time schedule, are also on the job early. Detective E.R. Beck arrives at 6:30, getting there even before the indefatigable and early-rising Captain Fritz. C.W. Brown gets in at 7. Most of the crew is in well before 9. 7:28 a.m. Captain Talbert telephones the Dallas FBI office and informs Special Agent Newsom that the police chief has been advised of the threat against Oswald and that Curry expects to be in the office sometime between 8 and 9 o'clock this morning. "What about the transfer plans?" the FBI agent asks. "Well, I don't know," Talbert tells him. "But personally, I don't think there'll be any effort to sneak Oswald out of the city jail. We want to maintain good relations with the press, and right now, extensive coverage has been set up to cover the transfer. I don't think that Chief Curry will want to cross the media." 8 a.m. Marguerite Oswald is up early at the Executive Inn near Love Field. She has been worried all night. She and Marina haven't heard from the life representatives since they arranged their suite at the inn. Marguerite feels stranded, alone in a strange motel with a Russian daughter-in-law and 2 babies. She wonders whom she can call for help. She doesn't want to call Mrs. Payne, a woman she has no use for, nor does she want to telephone Robert, who is clear out in Boyd, Texas, at his farm. Instead, she remembers Peter Gregory, a Fort Worth petroleum engineer who taught Russian language classes at the library. Gregory was a Russian émigré who came to the United States in 1923 to attend the University of California. About 3 weeks ago, Marguerite read an advertisement in the Fort Worth newspaper announcing that free Russian classes were being offered at the public library beginning November 12th. Although she had not heard from Lee or Marina for nearly a year, she hoped in her heart that they would contact her someday, and she thought the instruction might help her communicate with her daughter-in-law. As it turned out, her car broke down just 1 block from the library before the second class started, just 3 days ago, and had to be towed. She walked to the class, and Gregory, when he found out that she lived only about 10 blocks from his house, kindly drove her home. Marguerite approaches Marina, who is up with the babies. "Marina," Marguerite says, "we need help, honey. I'm going to call Mr. Gregory." She tells Marina about taking Russian language lessons. "Oh, Mama," Marina exclaims, "I know Mr. Gregory. Lee know Mr. Gregory." Marguerite had no idea that Lee and Marina had already met Peter Gregory, Lee having gone to Gregory's office in June of 1962, seeking his help in getting a job as a Russian translator or interpreter. She thinks it's a terribly odd coincidence that they already know him, but feels that somehow her guardian angel is guiding her actions. She picks up the telephone, gives a fictitious name to the hotel operator, and has her dial Mr. Gregory's residence. "Mr. Gregory, I can't say who I am," she tells him when he answers, "but you know my son and you know my daughter-in-law, and I am in trouble, sir." "I'm sorry," Mr. Gregory says, "but I won't talk to anybody I don't know." "I would rather not tell you who I am," she replies, "but I shall identify myself by saying I am one of the students in the Russian class in the library." Mr. Gregory recognizes the voice of Mrs. Oswald. "You know my son real well," she adds. Gregory realizes for the first time who the caller is. "Oh, you are Mrs. Oswald," he says, sitting up in bed. "Mr. Gregory, I need your help," she confesses. "The reporters, the news media, are badgering me." This is a lie, of course, but Marguerite has learned to twist the truth to suit her own ends. "My daughter-in-law Marina and I are at the Executive Inn in Dallas, stranded," she continues. "I wonder if some of your friends or you could provide a place for me to hide from them." To Peter Gregory, it sounds as if Marguerite is crying on the telephone, although he finds it hard to believe that Mrs. Oswald cries easily. Still, he's not entirely unsympathetic. "I'll tell you what I will do, Mrs. Oswald," Gregory says. "You stay where you are, and I promise you that I will come to see you sometime today." In fact, Peter Gregory already knows where Marina and Marguerite Oswald are. Secret Service agent Mike Howard had called him on Saturday and asked him to come out to the Executive Inn and translate an interview with Marina. He hadn't done it because it turned out that his services weren't necessary. The interview didn't take place. As soon as Gregory hangs up the telephone, he calls Agent Howard, who lives just north of Fort Worth, and reports his conversation with Mrs. Oswald. "Well, that's fine," Howard tells Gregory. "We'll find a hiding place for Marguerite and Marina Oswald and the babies." He offers to come by Gregory's house in 45 minutes to an hour or so, and they can go over to the Executive Inn together. 8:05 a.m. Chief Curry pulls his car into the basement garage at City Hall, parks, and heads for the elevators that'll take him upstairs to his office, where he meets Assistant Police Chief Charles Batchelor and the Assistant Police Chief in charge of investigations, M.W. Stevenson, to discuss the Oswald death threats, the word of which had spread quickly through the police department. The men discuss security precautions that might thwart such an attempt. They even discuss the possibility that a detective or some police officer might be so emotionally charged that he tries to make some move against Oswald. They agree that the men assigned to the basement security detail should be men they know to be emotionally stable. 8:17 a.m., 9:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cardinal Cushing, presiding over a pontifical mass in Boston, says, "The world stands helpless at the president's death." He speaks of the unprecedented sorrow and that millions lament in a silence which will never be broken. 9 a.m. Detective Jem Lavelle, along with Detectives Doherty and Brown, has already run over to the Statler Hilton Hotel after receiving a tip from the hotel security officer that a man who said he represented a California munitions company had checked in. The detectives determined very quickly that there is nothing to be concerned with. Such is the tension and concern in Dallas this Sunday morning. The Dallas police may believe Oswald is the ultimate scum, but they have to make sure he is protected so he can stand trial for murdering the nation's president. Across town, Postal Inspector Harry Holmes pulls up in front of a church with his wife and daughter. All the way there, Holmes has been thinking about the whirlwind of events that have driven him to near exhaustion. On the seat next to him is a folder with the postal documents he's been busy gathering on Oswald all weekend. He figures on running them over to Captain Fritz later that day. As his wife and daughter climb from the car, Holmes suddenly has a change of heart. "You know, I think I'll run down and see if I can help Captain Fritz with anything," he tells his wife. She knows that look in his eye, and she knows there's no use talking to him about why he should spend Sunday with his family at church services. She agrees to find a ride home with friends. Holmes spins the family car around and heads downtown. 9:10 a.m. At Dallas Police Headquarters, Chief Curry calls Captain Fritz's office and asks when he'll be ready to have Oswald transferred. "We'll be talking to him shortly," Fritz says. "I suppose we'll be ready around 10 o'clock. "Fine," Curry says. He hangs up and dials Sheriff Decker. The two decide that since the Dallas Police Department is investigating the case and also has a lot more manpower, it would be better to depart from protocol and have the police, rather than Decker's boys, transport Oswald to the county jail. Curry hangs up the telephone, tells Deputy Chief Stevenson and Assistant Chief Batchelor that their office will be moving Oswald, and asks, "What do you think about getting an armored truck?" "I think I know where I can get one," Batchelor replies, telling Curry that he knows the Vice President of Armored Motorcar Service, an outfit that serves the Fort Worth, Dallas area. Curry nods his approval. The three discuss a possible route and settle on leaving the jail office in the basement via the Commerce Street exit ramp, taking Commerce to the Central Expressway, north on Central to Elm, west on Elm to Houston, and south on Houston to the entrance to the county jail. It's decided that Chief Curry's car will lead the caravan, followed by a car of detectives, the armored car, another car of detectives, and Batchelor and Stevenson in the rear car. Batchelor returns to his third-floor office and looks up the home number of the armored car company's Vice President, Harold Fleming, in the city directory. When the phone rings, Fleming is shaving, getting ready for church. Batchelor makes a pitch for the use of an armored truck. Fleming replies that he has two that he can send down, one large, one small, and the police can take their pick once they see them. "I'll need them here about 10 o'clock, Batchelor says. "I'll call you as soon as I can arrange a couple of drivers," Fleming responds. Downstairs in the police garage, Captain Cecil Talbert notices a crowd beginning to build just outside the Commerce Street exit, apparently in anticipation of the transfer. To avoid the chaos of a last-minute security check, Talbert, who is a captain of a patrol division and not assigned to any security detail for Oswald's transfer, takes the initiative to begin securing the basement area of City Hall against anyone or anything that could pose a threat to Oswald. He orders Lieutenant Rio S. Pierce to pull 3 squads from each of the 3 outlying police substations and 4 from the central station. Then, using 2-man squads, they are to search the basement area, clear it, and keep it cleared of everyone but authorized personnel. He also moves 3 tear gas grenade kits into the basement, just in case a large, threatening crowd storms the jail entrance for a good old-fashioned lynching. Lieutenant Pierce assigns Sergeant Patrick T. Dean to be in charge of the security detail in the basement garage, to be assisted by Sergeant James A. Putnam. Pierce apparently didn't tell Dean who was supposed to conduct the search, but Dean commandeers 13 reserve officers, including their captain, Charles Arnett, who were congregated in the police assembly room, and together with himself, Putnam, Officers L.E. Jez, and Alvin R. Brock, they proceed to empty everyone out of the basement garage, including other officers and members of the media who had already started to wait there. Dean's group searches the entire garage basement, including the air conditioning and heating ducts, even the trunks of the cars that are in the basement. Other than 4 hunting rifles and the squad cars of officers who were going deer hunting, nothing is found. 2 doors that would give ingress into the basement garage, one just east of the Commerce Street exit ramp, the other in the interior parking area of the garage just north of the adjacent elevators, a service elevator is nearby, are also checked and seen to be locked. In addition to Dean's assigning officers to cover every door or other possible entryway into the basement garage, Dean assigns Officer R.E. Vaughn to the main street entrance ramp leading down to the basement garage, and Officer B.G. Patterson to the Commerce Street exit ramp. Sergeant Putnam assigns Officer A.R. Brock to cover the elevator area. Dean then lets the press and any other authorized personnel back into the garage. On the 3rd floor, Captain Fritz turns to Detectives Lavelle, Graves, and Doherty and orders them to bring Oswald down for further questioning. 9:30 a.m. George Senator doesn't even know what time it is when he hears Jack Ruby get up and go to the bathroom, always his first stop when he awakens for the day, but it's probably around 9:30. George himself has been up since 8 or so. He notices that Jack looks a little worse than the day before and was even mumbling, which I didn't understand. Jack turns on the TV, which is carrying the preparation for the elaborate state funeral of the president. Over Jack's breakfast of scrambled eggs and coffee — George only had a cup of coffee — George notices that Jack had this look about him that didn't look good. It was almost as if he was in shock. The previous day, Saturday, was almost a carbon copy extension of the day before for Ruby, who continues in his grief over the assassination, and in his impulsive, frenetic activity with respect to it. The morning got off to a bad start when around 8:30 a.m., Crawford awakens Ruby with a phone call from the club to say he needs dog food for Ruby's dogs he's taking care of for Ruby at the club. Jack chews Crawford out royally for awakening him after only 2 hours' sleep, but he doesn't go back to bed again. Crawford, not appreciating Jack's vitriol, gathers his meager belongings, takes from the till the $5 Ruby owes him, and begins hitchhiking to Michigan to visit his sister. Ruby turns on the TV to hear a rabbi eulogizing about Kennedy, that here was a man who fought in the war, went to every country, and had to come back to his own country to be shot in the back. When a stripper calls Ruby around noon to find out if the club will be open that night, he tells her no. She notices his voice is shaking as he talks about the terrible events of yesterday. With Ruby leaving his apartment shortly after 1 p.m., there is irreconcilable confusion as to the chronology of his movements that Saturday afternoon, irreconcilable to the point where no one at this late date will ever know for sure what the chronology was. But the conflict is only as to the sequence. With one exception, everyone agrees that Ruby went to all the places mentioned. Each separate view had its advocates, but the confusion is so great that each view is itself internally inconsistent. The following is one view. After leaving home, Ruby drives downtown to his club, the Carousel, stopping by the Nichols Garage next door to the club where he and Carousel customers park their cars. He uses the garage phone to call someone and advises that person, in the presence of the garage attendant, Tom Brown, where he could find Chief of Police Jesse Curry. He then tells Brown that 2 men would probably be coming to the club to see him and to inform them that the club would not be open that night. Garnet Cloud Hallmark, the parking lot manager, overhears Ruby in a separate call talking to a newsman about having heard that Oswald was going to be transferred to the county jail that afternoon, and telling the newsman that he'd be there. Ruby tells Hallmark, "I am acting like a reporter." On the other end of the line is Dallas radio station KLIF announcer Ken Dow. Dow hardly knows Ruby, but Ruby says, "I understand they are moving Oswald over to the county jail. Would you like me to cover it? Because I am a pretty good friend of Henry Wade's, and I believe I can get some good news stories." Dow, who needs all the help he can get, says, "Okay." The word, incorrect, had gone out to some that Oswald was going to be transferred at 4 p.m. Ruby then proceeds to Soul's Turf Bar and Delicatessen a few blocks away at 1515 Commerce Street. It is around 2 p.m. when Frank Bellocchio, a self-employed jeweler who had known Ruby casually for 7 or 8 years, sees Ruby near the back of Soul's. Bellocchio had been seated at the bar with a friend Tom Apple discussing the assassination. It is Bellocchio's position that the city of Dallas is responsible for the assassination, but his friend, Apple, disagrees. Bellocchio leaves his seat at the bar and approaches Ruby, and they get into it on the cause of the assassination, Bellocchio taking from his pocket a folded copy of the full-page ad taken out in the Dallas Morning News the previous day by Bernard Weissman. Bellocchio was confused by Ruby's response. On one hand, Bellocchio said Ruby, who was very upset about the ad, said he had learned that there was no person named Bernard Weissman, and that the ad was probably taken out by a group trying to stir up racial problems. Bellocchio assumed that Ruby meant arousing feelings against the Jews, and it was this group, not Dallas, that was responsible for the assassination. But then Ruby takes 2 of his Impeach Earl Warren photos out of his pocket to show Bellocchio, from which Bellocchio felt that Ruby was taking the contrary position, that Dallas was responsible. He seemed to be vacillating between the 2 sides. He seemed to be very incoherent, Bellocchio said. Bellocchio asks Ruby for one of the 2 copies of the Earl Warren impeachment photo, but Ruby refuses to give him one, Bellocchio saying he believed Ruby said something about the photos being some sort of a scoop for him, and he wanted to see that the right persons got the photos. After leaving Soul's Turf Bar around 3 o'clock, Ruby drives over to Dealey Plaza, where he looks at all the wreaths there for the president and talks to a police officer he knows, James Cheney, about the tragedy of what had happened. Ruby walks off because he starts to choke up and doesn't want Cheney to see him crying. When Ruby sees Wes Wise, a newsman at KRLD in town whom he also knows, parked in his car near the book depository building. Wise was calling back to his station that he couldn't gain entrance into the building. He knocks on the window of Wise's car, and when Wise rolls it down, they talk for about 10 minutes about the tragedy. When Wise tells Ruby that he had been at the Trade Mart waiting for the president's arrival the previous day and had seen in the president's waiting room 2 large presents meant for Caroline and John Jr., Western saddles, that were going to be given to the president to give to his children, Wise notices tears in Ruby's eyes, and Ruby walks away. But he returns to Wise's car shortly thereafter to give him a tip that Captain Fritz and Chief Curry were over there looking at the flowers for the president, and hints that Wise should go and take their picture. Wise is grateful to Jack, and he does just that. Ruby then walks the short distance over to the entrance to the county jail on Houston between Elm and Main, where a large crowd has gathered in anticipation of Oswald's arrival at 4 o'clock. But the transfer doesn't take place, and Ruby drives off for his home, leaving shortly thereafter for his sister Eva's apartment. Ruby stays at his sister Eva Grant's apartment for a good 4 hours. Eva, who herself feels like the world was coming to an end with the president's murder, feels for her brother, sitting like a broken man, crying. Jack starts up again on the Weissman ad, and Eva senses that Jack feels that Bernard Weissman may very well be a Gentile using a Jewish name trying to get Jews in trouble. He's also still upset about the Earl Warren sign, and he calls Russ Knight over at KLIF and asks him, "Who is Earl Warren?" reflecting that Ruby had only known that the billboard words were an attack on a high official of the U.S. government, a government Ruby honored and was protective of. In the late afternoon, at his sister's apartment, Ruby calls Stanley Kaufman, a lawyer friend of his, brings up the Weissman ad with which he has become obsessed, and suggests to Kaufman that the black border of the ad was a tip-off that Weissman knew the president was going to be assassinated. He asks Kaufman if Kaufman knows how he, Ruby, could locate Weissman, but Kaufman has no idea. He tells Kaufman that he doesn't know why he wants to connect the ad and the Warren sign with Oswald, but I do. He leaves no doubt in Kaufman's mind that he sees a connection between the ad and the assassination. Though Kaufman has known Ruby for almost 10 years and knows how very quick-tempered he is, Kaufman has never seen Jack so upset. Jack asks Eva if she feels up to going to Officer Tippett's funeral with him. It doesn't surprise her. Other than the wife of an officer, she feels that no one in Dallas loves the police more than her brother Jack. He goes to the funerals of all Dallas police officers who die in the line of duty, and if he knows an officer, personally, even to the funerals of their loved ones. In fact, when one officer, Johnny Sides, was killed in the line of duty a while back, Ruby held a benefit at his club and turned the proceeds over to Sides' family. But Eva is still weak and sick from her recent surgery and tells him she won't be up to it. Ruby leaves Eva's apartment and returns home to his apartment 5 miles away around 8:30 p.m. Around 9:30, he receives a call from one of his strippers, Karen Bennett Little Lynn Carlin. Little Lynn and her husband, not getting the message that the carousel was closed, find it locked when they arrive. She calls Jack from the Colony Club next door to find out if he's going to open the club, and Jack erupts. "Don't you have any respect for the president?" he barks at her. "Don't you know he's dead?" He adds, "I don't know when I will open. I don't know if I will ever open." Little Lynn feels Jack is very hateful to her. But since she and her out-of-work husband only have 40 to 50 cents on their person together, she still asks him if he could pay her in advance on her salary so they can get back home to Fort Worth. He tells her he'll be down to the club in an hour to help her, but he doesn't show up, so her husband calls back from the garage next to the carousel. Jack gets the garage attendant on the phone and gets him to give Little Lynn $5, which he'll reimburse him for. And when Lynn gets back on the phone and tells him she'll need rent money tomorrow, he tells her to call him. Ruby places a few calls from his apartment that night, including to a friend from Chicago, Lawrence Myers, who was in town. Ruby talks of the terrible, terrible thing that has happened and is very critical of his main competitors, Abe and Barney Weinstein, whom he refers to as money-hungry Jews for keeping their clubs, the Theater Lounge and the Colony Club, open, and tells Myers he's going to do something about it. Myers, also Jewish, feels there are just as many money-hungry Christians, but now was not the time to argue with his old friend, who kept repeating to the point of almost being incoherent, these poor people, I feel so sorry for them," referring to Jacki and her 2 children. Myers has never seen his old friend anywhere near like this before and feels like Jack has flipped his lid. When Ruby invites Myers to join him for a cup of coffee, Myers declines, saying he didn't want to get up and get dressed, but tells Jack that if he wants to talk, to come over to his motel for a cup of coffee. But Jack also declines, and they agree to meet the following evening for dinner. Shortly after 11 p.m., after repaying the $5 the garage attendant had given Little Lynn, he goes to his office at the Carousel and makes some more calls. Among them to his old friend Ralph Paul in Fort Worth and Breck Wall, an entertainer friend of Jack's, who had gone to Galveston to visit a friend when his show in Dallas suspended its performance out of respect for the president. Wall had just been elected president of the Dallas branch of the American Guild of Variety Artists, AGVA, and Ruby wants to know if AGVA, which includes among its members striptease dancers, had met to discuss his beef with the union. Their failure to enforce AGVA's ban on striptease contests and performances by amateurs, both of which the Weinsteins were guilty of, but AGVA hadn't met yet on the issue. Ruby, Wall can tell, is very upset about the assassination and curses the Weinsteins for not having the decency to close their 2 clubs out of respect for the dead president. Ruby caps his evening around midnight at the Pago Club, about 10 minutes from the Carousel, where he orders a Coke. Ruby rarely drinks alcohol, and asks the waitress in a very disapproving tone, "Why are you open?" "Ask my employer," she says, and leaves Ruby's table. The manager of the club, Robert Norton, knows Jack, and when he sees him sitting alone, he joins him to chat. He tells Jack he doesn't know whether he should keep his club open, and Ruby tells him he has closed his. During their short visit, Norton brought up the assassination, saying it was terrible and an insult to our country, adding that we couldn't do enough to the person that had done this sort of thing. For once, Ruby, apparently already all talked out for the day about the assassination, shows no emotion and says nothing except he was tired and was going home. Ruby then heads home and goes to bed around 1:30 a.m. Jack's ugly mood when he awakens worsens when he sees in the Sunday morning's Times-Herald a heartbreaking letter to my dear Caroline, dated 2 days earlier from a Dallas resident who tells her that, "Even as I write, you probably have not yet received the news of your father's death. This news is now being transmitted to all parts of the world. In all of this, my thoughts turn to you," saying that though she was old enough to feel the awful pain, but not yet mature enough to understand this sorrow, he tells her he is a man of 40 with 2 young daughters whom he had taken out of school in order that they might get to see your mother and Daddy when they visited Dallas. From a position on the street not too far from Love Field, he said Caroline's mother and father looked so very nice and appeared so happy. He said when the limousine passed by, "Your Daddy did something that made me love him very much. It seemed like such a little thing, but it made me appreciate him the more for it. He looked at the grown-ups for just a second, and then he looked squarely at my youngest and then my eldest daughter. He smiled broadly and waved just to them in his warm way. Caroline, it was then I first thought of you. I thought your daddy must love little boys and little girls very much. Only one who loves and understands little children would realize just how much it would mean to them to be noticed in the presence of so many adults. I thought then how much he must love you." He goes on to conclude, "No one can erase this day. You will cry. My children did, my wife did, and I did. You will miss him. We will. You will be lonely for him. You will want to know why anyone would do a thing like this to your father." Telling her he wished there was something he could do to help her, he says that she would be given strength and help and love by her mother and friends. Most of all, God will help you. You see, God loves little girls, too. And closes by praying that Caroline would be cradled in God's love. The letter had a devastating effect on Ruby. He also reads in another article in the Times-Herald, captioned, "State's Biggest Trial Expected," that when asked about the possibility of Jacqueline Kennedy being used as a witness at the trial of Oswald, D.A. Henry Wade said, "We will try to avoid issuing a subpoena for Mrs. Kennedy, that she wouldn't necessarily have to come to Dallas to testify." Ruby seethes. If something happened to the president's killer, his jumbled mind thinks, then Mrs. Kennedy won't have to come back for the trial. He decides that he just has to kill Oswald. He suddenly gets this tremendously emotional feeling that someone owes a debt to the slain president to spare his wife the ordeal of coming back to Dallas. He doesn't know what the connection is, but he also has this feeling about wanting to show his love for his Jewish faith and demonstrate to the world that a Jew has guts. In the welter of emotions is his hatred for the SOB who had killed his presidents. If he had confessed, then Jack could know he'd get what was coming to him. But he hasn't, and there apparently is going to be a trial. Jack recalls that hotel guy who killed a Dallas police officer a while back, and he beat the rap and got away with the killing. It's possible Oswald could get turned loose, too. He knows there are people going about their regular activities, out dancing at the clubs and having a good time, not suffering the way he is. The civic leaders of Dallas are probably sincere in their sorrow, but they're helpless to overcome the everlasting stain on the reputation of Dallas, a city he loves and is proud of. The officers of the Dallas Police Department are helpless to do anything to Oswald for killing the president, and one of their own. He saw Bobby Kennedy on television, saw how much he loved his brother, and thought how much Bobby would like to do something to Oswald, but of course he can't do anything either. Somebody ought to do something. Something that no one else can apparently do. Though Jack is not insane, most people know he's not all there either, and his limited intellect gets carried away emotionally by the power of his thought to kill Oswald, though he has no idea exactly when or where he will attempt to do this. Jack is in another world when Eleanor Pitts, the aging colored maid, calls to see whether Jack wants her to come clean the apartment, as she has for the past 8 months or so. He paid her $7.50 the first time she came because it was pretty dirty. The next time it was $4 in bus fare, and then one day he said, "Well, it's getting pretty dirty. I'm going to give you a little raise today." And from then on he paid her $5.50 for a half-day's work. She came Tuesdays first, then on Saturday, but eventually they settled on Sunday because Jack liked to have it clean in case he had guests that day. Jack sounds very strange to Elnora on the phone. "What do you want?" he asks. "This is Elnora." "Yes, well, what? You need some money?" "No," Elnora says, puzzled. "I was coming to clean today." "Well, what do you want?" Jack kind of hollers. "I was coming to clean today." She doesn't think she should have to tell him that, much less repeat it. "You coming now?" "No." "When?" She says she'll try to be there before 2. "Why so late?" "I have to go to the store and I have got some things to do." "You seem so funny to me," Elnora says. "Do you want me to come today?" "Well, yes, you can come," Jack says, "but you call me." "That's what I'm doing now, calling you so I won't have to call you again." "Are you coming to clean today?" "Who am I talking to? Is this Mr. Jack Ruby?" "Yes, why?" "Oh, nothing," she says. Jack is sounding terribly strange to Elnora, doesn't sound like himself, so she says, "Well, I'll call you." "Yes, so I can tell you where the key will be and the money," he says. "Okay," Elnora says, completely bewildered, and she hangs up. Elnora thinks there's something wrong with Jack, wrong enough to scare her, wrong enough for her to call her daughter, who asks, "Well, are you going over there now?" "No, he don't sound right to me over the phone," Elnora tells her daughter. "I'm going to wait." Postal Inspector Holmes hurries up the steps at City Hall and takes the elevator to the 3rd floor. Holmes spots Captain Fritz standing in the corridor just outside the Homicide and Robbery Bureau. Fritz motions to him. "We're getting ready to talk with Oswald one more time before we transfer him to the county jail," Fritz says. "Would you like to join us?" "I sure would," Holmes replies. "Well, come on in," Fritz says, pushing the door open. "I'm waiting here now for them to bring him downstairs from the holdover." Fritz leads Holmes into his office and closes the door. Secret Service Agent Forrest Sorrells and Dallas Police Detective L.D. Montgomery are already there. So is Chief Curry, who has stopped by briefly to talk with Captain Fritz. In a moment, Detectives Lavelle, Graves, and Doherty bring Oswald into the office, his hands cuffed in front of him. Oswald slouches into the wooden chair next to Fritz's desk. Oswald appears in a particularly arrogant mood. "Are there any FBI men in here?" Oswald asks, looking at the faces around him. "Nope," Fritz says. "No FBI men." "Well, who is that man?" Oswald snaps back, motioning toward Holmes. "He is a postal inspector, and he has a few questions for you," Fritz says calmly. Oswald seems to relax at the answer. "Okay," he says. Captain Fritz hands Oswald a telegram from an East Coast attorney who is volunteering to represent Oswald. Oswald reads it. "Maybe you should call him," Fritz says. "I'll call him later if I can't reach Mr. Apt," Oswald replies, predictably. There is a light knock at the door. It opens a crack, and Secret Service Inspector Thomas Kelly comes in, slightly out of breath, and takes a seat next to Agent Sorrells. Captain Fitz circles his desk, reaches into a drawer, pulls out the photograph of Oswald holding the rifle, and lays it on the desk next to the prisoner. Oswald purses his lips. "Lee, why don't you tell us where this picture was taken?" Fritz asks. Oswald is silent. You'll save us a lot of time if you'll just tell us," Fritz continues, slow and methodical. "We'll find a location sooner or later." "I don't have anything to say about it," Oswald answers defiantly. "Did you shoot the president?" Fritz suddenly asks. "No," Oswald says. "Do you have any knowledge of the shooting?" "No," Oswald replies. "What about the shooting of Officer Tippit?" Fritz asks. "Look, I don't know why you're asking me these questions," Oswald says, shaking his head negatively. "The only reason I'm here is because I popped a policeman in the nose at the theater on Jefferson Avenue. Okay, I admit it, but the reason I hit him was because I was protecting myself. As far as the rest of it, I emphatically deny having anything to do with shooting an officer or killing the president." Chief Curry had had enough of Oswald's arrogance. Besides, he has transfer arrangements to see to. The police chief silently pulls open the office door and slips out. 9:45 a.m. Curry hooks up with Batchelor and Stevenson, and the three descend in the elevator to the basement garage to survey the security requirements for the forthcoming transfer. The press has been arriving in force since 9 and have nearly taken over the basement jail office. Cameramen, reporters, and all of their equipment are everywhere, including on top of the booking desk. The media have been insisting all morning that Chief Curry gave them permission to be there. When Curry comes down, they learn otherwise. "Let's clear this area out," Curry tells Jail Lieutenant Woodrow Wiggins. "Move the patrol car and paddy wagon from those first 2 parking spaces and have the television cameras set up there. If the media want to be down here, put them over behind the rail." Curry is pointing to an area across the ramp from the jail office. The top brass are pleased to learn that Captain Talbot had already begun on his own making security arrangements for the transfer. Back up in homicide and robbery, Captain Fritz motions to Inspector Holmes to go ahead and question Oswald. Holmes introduces himself and opens the folder he brought. "Did you have a post office box here in Dallas?" Holmes asks. "Yeah." "What number?" "Box 2915, Oswald answers. "I rented it at the main post office for a few months before moving to New Orleans." "Did you rent it in your own name?" Holmes asks. "Yes." "How many keys did you have?" 2, Oswald says. "When they closed the box, I had them forward my mail to my new address in New Orleans." Holmes glances at the forms in his folder as Oswald answers. Everything he offers is correct, although Holmes is surprised that Oswald is willing to volunteer so much information about the post office box that the assassination rifle was shipped to. Of course, Oswald isn't telling him anything that he doesn't already know. Holmes quickly learns that this is Oswald's game. "Did anyone else receive mail in that box other than yourself?" Holmes asks. "No." "Did anyone have access to the box other than yourself?" Holmes asks. "No," Oswald says again. "Did you permit anyone else to use the box?" "Well, it's possible that I may have given my wife one of the keys to go to get my mail," Oswald replies. "But that was rare. Certainly no one else used it." "Did you ever receive a package in that box?" Holmes asks. "What kind of package?" Oswald asks innocently. "Did you ever have a rifle shipped there?" "No," Oswald says testily. "I did not order any rifle." "Ever order a rifle under another name?" Holmes asks. Oswald emphatically denies that he ever ordered a rifle under his name or any other name, nor permitted anyone else to order a rifle to be received in his post office box. "In fact," Oswald says, "I've never owned a rifle. I haven't practiced or shot a rifle since I was in the Marine Corps." "You never shot a rifle since your discharge?" Fritz asks disbelievingly. "No," Oswald says, then backs up. "Well, maybe a small-bore .22 or something." "You don't own a rifle?" Fritz questions. "Absolutely not," Oswald insists. "How can I afford a rifle on my salary? I make $1.25 an hour. I can hardly feed myself on what I make." "What about this?" Fritz asks, pointing to the photograph of Oswald and the rifle. "I don't know what you're talking about," Oswald sneers. "You mentioned that when you moved to New Orleans, you had your mail forwarded to your new street address," Holmes says. "Did you rent a post office box while you were in New Orleans?" "Yes," Oswald says. "Box 30061. "Why did you have a post office box if you were getting mail at your residence?" the postal inspector asks. Oswald explains that he subscribed to several publications, at least 2 of which are published in Russia, one being the hometown paper published in Minsk where he met his wife at a dance. I took the 2 newspapers for her benefit because it was local news to her, Oswald says. She enjoyed reading about the hometown folks. He explains that he moved around so much that it was more practical to simply rent post office boxes and have his mail forwarded from one box to the next rather than going through the process of furnishing changes of address to the Russian publishers. Did you permit anyone other than yourself to get mail in the post office box in New Orleans? Holmes asks. No, Oswald answers. Holmes looks at the original application for Oswald's New Orleans post office box, which Oswald filled out in his own hand. Under the entry, Persons entitled to receive mail through box, Oswald has written Marina Oswald and A.J. Heidel. Your application here lists Marina Oswald as a person entitled to receive mail in the box, Holmes reminds Oswald. Well, so what? Oswald says mockingly. She was my wife. I don't see anything wrong with that. It could very well be I did put her name on the application. Your application also shows the name A.J. Heidel as another person entitled to receive mail in the box. Oswald simply shrugs his shoulders. I don't recall anything about that, he says. Secret Service Inspector Thomas Kelly jumps into the fray. Well, isn't it a fact that when you were arrested you had an identification card with the name Heidel on it in your possession? Yes, that's right, Oswald grunts. How do you explain that? Kelly asks. I don't explain it, Oswald says flatly. Holmes refocuses on the Dallas post office box. Did you receive mail through box 2915 under any name other than Lee Oswald? Absolutely not, Oswald says. What about a package to an A.J. Heidel? No, Oswald snaps. Did you order a gun in that name to come there? Holmes asks. No, absolutely not. If one had come under that name, could this fellow Heidel have gotten it? Holmes presses. Nobody got mail out of that box but me, Oswald retorts. Holmes has the impression that Oswald has disciplined his mind and reflexes to the point that the inspector personally doubts he will ever confess. 10:15 a.m. Lieutenant Rio S. Pierce walks through the City Hall basement garage and checks security arrangements. Pierce can see that Sergeant Dean and his men have done a fine job. He deems the basement secure and returns to the third-floor homicide office to await further instructions. In Washington, Commander Humes arrives at Bethesda Naval Hospital for a conference in Admiral Calvin B. Galloway's office with his colleagues from the autopsy, Drs. Boswell and Fink. Dr. Humes has been up half the night working on a longhand draft of the autopsy report, incorporating notes made during the autopsy with the information he had obtained from Dr. Perry on Saturday morning. The result is the 15-page draft he now has in his hands. Humes, Boswell, and Fink carefully review the language of the handwritten draft, making minor corrections and clarifications. Although the details are extensive, the conclusion is short and to the point. It is our opinion that the deceased died as a result of 2 perforating gunshot wounds inflicted by high-velocity projectiles fired by a person or persons unknown. The projectiles were fired from a point behind and somewhat above the level of the deceased. The observations and available information do not permit a satisfactory estimate as to the sequence of the 2 wounds. The fatal missile entered the skull above and to the right of the external occipital protuberance. A portion of the projectile traversed the cranial cavity in a posterior-anterior direction. See later skull Rowan genograms, depositing minute particles along its path. A portion of the projectile made its exit through the parietal bone on the right, carrying with it portions of cerebrum, skull, and scalp. The 2 wounds of the skull combined with the force of the missile produced extensive fragmentation of the skull, laceration of the superior sagittal sinus, and of the right cerebral hemisphere. The other missile entered the right superior posterior thorax above the scapula and traversed the soft tissues of the suprascapular and supraclavicular portions of the base of the right side of the neck. This missile produced contusions of the right apical parietal pleura and of the apical portion of the right upper lobe of the lung. The missile contused the strap muscles of the right side of the neck, damaged the trachea, and made its exit through the anterior surface of the neck. As far as can be ascertained, this missile struck no bony structures in its path through the body. In addition, it is our opinion that the wound of the skull produced such extensive damage to the brain as to preclude the possibility of the deceased surviving this injury. A supplementary report will be submitted following more detailed examinations of the brain and of microscopic sections. However, it is not anticipated that these examinations will materially alter the findings. It will take some time to type up the final draft, but Commander Humes is confident that he can deliver it to Admiral George Berkeley at the White House by Sunday evening as promised. 10:19 a.m. Jack Ruby and his roommate George Senator are still in their underwear when the phone rings, and George can tell from Jack's end of the conversation that it's little Lynn. She says she is calling to try to get some money because the rent is due and I need some money for groceries, and you told me to call. How much will you need? She confers with her husband Bruce and asks for $25. I have to go downtown anyway, Jack says, so I'll send it to you by Western Union. She asks him to use her real name, Karen Bennett, and wonders what time she should expect it to arrive at the Western Union office in downtown Fort Worth, but he can't say. He's not dressed yet, and he has to do something about the dog, but he promises to take care of it this morning. I sure would appreciate it, she says. He still seems sort of hateful and short with her, but not as much as last night, and she's grateful that he doesn't give her any problem about the money. Jack finally gets it together enough to shower, shave, and get dressed, an elaborate process that never takes him less than half an hour, but his mood doesn't change. Even after he's fully dressed and ready to go out, he paces nervously from bedroom to living room and back for another 10 minutes or so, mumbling to himself, too low for George to catch any of it. And George is too wrapped up in his newspaper to pay much attention in any case. 10:20 a.m. In the anteroom of Chief Curry's office, a dozen or so members of the news media have come up from the basement and lay in ambush for the chief, hoping to get some advance word on Oswald's transfer. Comfortable with the security arrangements, Curry steps out of his office and holds an impromptu news conference while he waits for Captain Fritz to finish this morning's interrogation. Chief, you say you're going to take him to the county jail in an armored car? A reporter asks. Have you ever had to do this with another prisoner? Not to my knowledge, Curry says. Is it a commercial-type truck, the kind that banks use? Yes, sir. Did the threats on the prisoner's life, did they come in right through the police switchboard? Yes, Curry replies. Do you have any details at all on them? Someone asks. No. Is there any way we can get some details on the calls, sir? I don't know who took the calls or what was said, Curry says, feigning ignorance. Someone asks again about the possibility that Oswald might have had accomplices. This is the man, we are sure, that murdered the patrolman and assassinated the president, Curry says confidently. But to say that there was no other person that had knowledge of what this man might do, I wouldn't make that statement because there is a possibility that there are people who might have known this man's thoughts and what he could do or what he might do. Does he show any signs of breaking? To make a clean breast of this and tell the truth about what happened? No, sir, Curry answers. There is no indication that he is close to telling us anything. The press questions Curry about Oswald's relationship with his wife, whether Oswald has any friends, about the backyard photographs showing Oswald holding a rifle, and other topics, but Curry isn't really telling them anything they don't already know. Jerry O'Leary of the Washington Star is less interested in what Curry has to say, and more interested in coming up with a plan to cover Oswald's descent to the basement. O'Leary wants to be on the third floor when Oswald is led to the elevator, in case Oswald makes a statement, and also wants to be in the basement when Oswald is put in the armored truck. He figures the only way he'll be able to cover both events is to race down the stairwell once Oswald is safely on his way down in the jail elevator. O'Leary and New York radio reporter Icarus Ike Pappas set up a test race to see if it can be done, with O'Leary and Pappas starting to run down the stairway at the same time the public elevator starts down. When O'Leary and Pappas reach the bottom, they can dash out of the stairwell just ahead of the elevator. The reporters can only hope the jail elevator will be as slow as the public elevator when the time comes. Neither thinks about it until later, but curiously, no one questions or asks them for their credentials while running up and down the stairwell. In Captain Fritz's third-floor office, Holmes grills Oswald about his current post office box rentals. Oswald says that after he came back to Dallas from New Orleans and shortly after he went to work at the book depository, he rented a new post office box in Dallas, number 6225. Rented it in your own name? Holmes asks. Yes, Oswald says. I checked out one key. All of this was true. The police confiscated the key, which they found in Oswald's pocket after his arrest. Holmes has already compared it to the master key for box 6225 and found them identical. Did you show in your application for the box that anyone else was entitled to get mail in the box? Holmes asks. No. What did you show as your business? I didn't show anything, Oswald replies. Well, your box rental application here says Fair Play for Cuba Committee and the American Civil Liberties Union, Holmes tells him. Maybe that's right, Oswald admits. Holmes wants to know if he rented the box for these groups, but Oswald denies it. I paid for it out of my own personal money, he says. Asked why he put them on the application, Oswald only says, I don't know why. How did you get involved with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee? Captain Fritz interrupts. Well, I first became interested when I went to New Orleans, Oswald says. It started out as simply a group of individuals who thought and had political opinions like my own. We decided to organize, and did after a while. Who is the head of the organization? Fritz asks. We don't have any elected officers, Oswald replies. The homicide captain presses Oswald, trying to get him to admit that he is the head man of the New Orleans chapter, but Oswald is very evasive. Well, I could probably be considered the secretary, Oswald finally admits, since I wrote some letters on their behalf and tried to collect dues. How much were the dues? Fritz asks. $1 a month? Oswald shoots back. Isn't there a Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New York? Fritz asks. Oswald smiles. Yes, but they're much better organized than we are. Did you contact them? Fritz asks. Yes, I wrote to them, Oswald replies, and they sent me some communist literature and a letter signed by Alex Heidel. Oswald's statement about Heidel, someone he previously claimed he knew nothing about, doesn't escape the lawman, but for the moment they let him go on. I distributed the literature in New Orleans, Oswald tells them, and it was at that time that I got into an altercation with a group of Cuban exiles and was arrested. I appeared on Bill Stuckey's television program, New Orleans, on a number of occasions and was interviewed by the local press often. So, you see, my opinions on the Fair Play for Cuba Committee are well known. Did you know Heidel in New Orleans? Secret Service Inspector Kelly asks. I never knew him or even saw him in New Orleans, Oswald replies. Do you believe in what the Fair Play for Cuba Committee stands for? Kelly asks. Yes, Oswald says. Cuba should have full diplomatic relations with the United States. There should be free trade with Cuba and freedom for tourists from both countries to travel within each other's borders. Is that why you came to Dallas? Postal Inspector Holmes asks. To organize a cell of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in Dallas. No, not at all, Oswald says. Did you work on it or intend to organize here in Dallas? No, I didn't, Oswald chuckles. I was too busy trying to get a job. Do you think that the attitude of the U.S. government toward Cuba will change since the president has been assassinated? Kelly asks. Oswald turns to Fitz. I'm filed on for the president's murder, right? Yes, Fritz says. Under the circumstances, Oswald says to Kelly, I don't believe I will answer the question because whatever I say might be misconstrued. Despite his declaration, Oswald answers the question anyway. When the head of any government dies, he says, there is always a second in command who takes over, and in this particular case it will be Johnson. So far as I know, Johnson's views and President Kennedy's views are the same, so I don't think the attitude of the U.S. government will change toward Cuba. Are you a communist? Captain Fritz asks. It's the kind of question Oswald likes. No, I'm not a communist, Oswald says. I am a Marxist, but not a Marxist-Leninist. What's the difference? Fritz asks. It would take too long to explain, Oswald replies, enjoying the fact that he knows more about the subject than the homicide captain. Try me, Fritz shoots back. Well, a communist is a Leninist Marxist, Oswald explains, while I am a true Karl Marxist. I've read just about everything by or about Karl Marx. Do you read a lot of communist publications? Fritz asks. I'm an avid reader of Russian literature, Oswald says, whether it's communist or not. Do you subscribe to any Russian magazines or newspapers? Agent Kelly inquires. Yes, I subscribe to The Militant, Oswald replies. That's the weekly of the Socialist Party in the United States. Oswald is suddenly intrigued by Agent Kelly. Are you an FBI agent? He asks. No, I'm not, Kelly tells him. I'm a member of the Secret Service. Oh, I see, Oswald says, nodding his head. When I was standing in front of the depository about to leave, a young crew-cut man rushed up and said he was from the Secret Service, showed me a book of identification, and asked where the phone was. Did you show him? Kelly asks. Well, I pointed toward the payphone in the building, Oswald says, and he started toward it, and then I left. 10:45 a.m. The Vice President of the Armored Motor Car Service, Harold Fleming, calls Assistant Chief Batchelor and tells him he has 2 armored trucks, a smaller and a larger one, with drivers ready and waiting for instructions. Send them down to the Commerce Street ramp, Batchelor tells him, adding that after picking the one they want, we're going to back the truck into the ramp so they'll be leaving the ramp in the right direction when they pull out. They already know that the low ceiling in the basement garage will prevent the driver from backing the truck all the way down into the basement. They're simply hopeful that they can get the truck back down far enough so that they can get Oswald into it without exposing him to the street traffic. Deputy Chief Stevenson approaches Captain Orville A. Jones of the Forgery Bureau and directs him to take any remaining detectives who are available on the 3rd floor down to the basement to assist the officers already stationed there. Stevenson and Assistant Chief Batchelor then head down to the basement to meet the armored trucks and check the security arrangements again. Captain Jones makes his way down the hall and tells the duty officers in the Juvenile Forgery and Burglary and Theft Bureaus to have all available officers report to the basement jail office for security detail. 2 or 3 detectives accompany him at that time to the basement, where he stations them at the jail office. Jones then walks to the head of the Commerce Street ramp. He instructs the 2 officers there to clear the way and assist the armored truck that will be arriving at any moment. Nearby, Batchelor and Stevenson are going over the proposed route of the caravan with Captain Talbot. Are you planning to use sirens to stop traffic at each intersection? Talbot asks. I don't want to attract any more attention to the transfer than we already have, Stevenson says. Do you have enough men available to cover each of the intersections along Elm Street? I'm sure we can get them, Talbot replies, calling Sergeants Patrick T. Dean and Don F. Steele over and instructing them to get some officers and station them along the Elm Street route to cut cross traffic at all the intersections as the convoy comes through. When Sergeant Steele says he doesn't have enough men available, Talbot orders him to get any additional forces he needs from Captain Perdue Lawrence of the Traffic Division. Instruct the men stationed along Elm, Talbot tells Steele, to fall in line behind the convoy as they come past and be prepared to handle any trouble that develops down at the county jail, where a crowd of around 600 people is gathered. Batchelor and Stevenson can see officers stationed at the top of the Main and Commerce Street ramps. The 2 men walk up the Commerce Street ramp and survey the crowd that is gathered across the street. A police supervisor advises the deputy chiefs that no one but police officers are allowed on the side of the street next to City Hall. Batchelor can see a few officers stationed across the street, helping to control the crowd. Everything seems to be in order. In the 3rd floor homicide office, Secret Service Inspector Kelly can sense, like many others before him, that Oswald likes to talk about himself and express his opinions. Perhaps this is the key to cutting through his denials. What do you think about religion? Kelly asks Oswald. Karl Marx is my religion, Oswald replies. What I mean is, what faith are you? Kelly inquires. I have no faith, the prisoner answers. Then a moment later, I suppose you mean the Bible? Yes, that's right, Kelly says. Well, I've read the Bible, Oswald begins. Some people might find it interesting reading, but not me. As a matter of fact, I'm a student of philosophy, and I don't consider the Bible to be even a reasonable or an intelligent philosophy. You don't think much of it, Kelly sums up. You could say that. As a Marxist, do you believe that religion is an opiate of the people? Agent Kelly asks. Oswald is in his element and lights up at the chance to talk about ideology. Most definitely so, Oswald says. All religions tend to become monopolistic and are the cause of a great deal of class warfare. Do you consider the Catholic Church to be an enemy of the communist philosophy? Kelly probes. Well, there is no Catholicism in Russia, Oswald answers. The closest thing to it are the Orthodox churches, but I'm not going to discuss my opinions about religion any further since this is an attempt to get me to say something which could be construed as anti-religious or anti-Catholic. Do you believe in a deity? Fritz interjects, trying to pick up the ball. But Oswald will have none of it. I don't care to discuss that with you, Oswald replies sharply. The homicide captain turns back to the issues of evidence. I understand you were dishonorably discharged from the Marine Corps. Oswald bristles noticeably and cuts him off. I was discharged honorably, Oswald snaps. They later changed it because I attempted to renounce my American citizenship while living in Russia. Since my change in citizenship did not come to pass, I wrote a letter to Mr. Connolly, who was then Secretary of the Navy, to have this discharge reversed. And after a considerable delay, I received a very respectful reply in which Mr. Connolly stated that he had resigned to run for governor of Texas, and that my letter was being referred to the new secretary. I'm still waiting. Some reporters had been speculating that Oswald's intended target was Governor Connolly, rather than the president. But Captain Fritz doesn't detect any animosity toward the governor in Oswald's voice. "Lee, we found a map in your room with some marks on it," Fritz says, shifting subjects. "What can you tell me about those marks? Did you put them on there?" "Oh, God," Oswald says, rolling his eyes. "Don't tell me there's a mark where this thing happened." No one says anything. "What about the other marks?" Oswald says. "I put a lot of marks on that map. I was looking for a job and marked the places where they were interviewing." Oswald explains that he has no transportation and either walks or rides a bus, and that he was constantly looking for work. He says that as he got leads, he would chart them on the map to save time in traveling. "Why was there an X at the location of the book depository?" Fritz asks. "Well, I interviewed there for a job," Oswald replies. "In fact, I got the job. That's all that map amounts to." 11 a.m. In the basement jail office, Captain Frank Martin and a posse of detectives walk up to assist in the security measures, having just come down from the third-floor juvenile bureau. They're there only a moment when someone hollers, "The armored trucks are here!" Assistant Chief Batchelor heads up the Commerce Street exit ramp, and after a quick inspection of the vehicles, he decides that the larger truck with room for 2 guards is better suited for the mission. There wasn't sufficient clearance for the truck to be taken to the bottom of the ramp, and the driver believed that because of the truck's weight, if he parked the truck on the incline, when he started to pull out, he might stall the truck on the ramp. It was decided to leave the truck at the top of the ramp, the front wheels on the sidewalk on Commerce Street, and the rear wheels on the incline of the ramp. "That's fine," Batchelor tells the driver and points out the car that he will be following when they get ready to leave. "There is very little room for anyone to squeeze by the truck. A foot to 2 feet on either side is all." It's effectively plugging the ramp. Batchelor then opens the back of the truck to make sure it's clean. An empty knee-high soft drink bottle rolls out and pops as it shatters on the concrete. The sound causes commotion among the reporters at the bottom of the ramp. "What was that, a shot?" A group of them break toward the armored truck to see what happened. On the 3rd floor, time is growing short, and Captain Fritz makes one more attempt to shake Oswald's story. "Lee, why did you go to Irving to visit your wife on Thursday night instead of Friday, like you normally did?" the homicide chief asks. "I learned that my wife and Mrs. Payne were giving a party for the kids," Oswald tells him, "and that they were going to have a house full of neighborhood kids there. I just didn't want to be around then, so I went out Thursday night." "Did you bring a sack with you the next morning?" "I did," Oswald says. "What was in the sack?" Fritz asks. "My lunch." "How big of a sack was it?" Fritz asks. "What was its shape?" "Oh, I don't recall," Oswald replies, tiring of the cat-and-mouse game. "It may have been a small sack or a large sack, I don't know. You don't always find one that fits your sandwich just right." "Where did you put the sack when you got in Wesley's car?" Fritz questions. "In my lap," Oswald says. "Or possibly on the front seat next to me. That's where I always put it because I don't want it to get crushed." "You didn't put it in the back seat?" Fritz asks. "I didn't put any package in the back seat," Oswald says vehemently. "Wesley Frazier says that you brought a long parcel over to his house and put it in the back seat of his car," Fritz tells him. "Do you deny that?" "Oh, he must be mistaken," Oswald claims, "or else thinking about some other time when he picked me up." "Didn't you tell him you had curtain rods?" Fritz asks. "Absolutely not," Oswald snaps. "I never said such a thing." Captain Fritz asks Oswald again where he was at the time of the shooting. "When lunchtime came," Oswald says, "one of the Negro employees invited me to eat lunch with him, and I said, 'You go on down and send the elevator back up, and I will join you in a few minutes.' He said that before he could finish what he was doing, all the commotion surrounding the assassination took place, so he said, I just went on downstairs to see what it was all about. On the way, he says he stopped to get a Coke, and before he could proceed on his way out of the building, a police officer stopped me to ask some questions. But my superintendent stepped up and told the officer that I'm one of the employees of the building, so he told me to step aside for a little bit, and we will get to you later. Then I just went out the front door and into the crowd to see what it was all about. Postal Inspector Holmes notices that Oswald didn't say what floor he was on at the time of the shooting or whether he had taken the elevator or stairs down. He also wonders why Oswald left the scene and how he got away, but figures that Fritz had covered these areas in a previous session. What Holmes doesn't realize is that Oswald, like thousands of guilty people before him who incriminate themselves by telling inconsistent stories, had changed his story significantly. Shortly after his arrest, Oswald told Fritz that at the time of the shooting he was eating lunch on the first floor. Also, that he had gone up to the second-floor lunchroom to get a Coke when he was stopped by Officer Baker and the building superintendent, Roy Truly. Now, Oswald was admitting that he was on an upper floor of the depository when the shooting occurred and was on his way down to the front door when he was stopped. Through the Venetian blinds, Captain Fritz can see Chief Curry milling about impatiently in the outer office. Finally, the chief raps lightly on the door and opens it a crack. "We'll be through in a few minutes," Fritz tells him. Curry closes the door and questioning continues, with Dallas Secret Service agent in charge, Forrest Sorrells, and Fritz returning one final time to Oswald's use of the name A. Heidel at his post office box in New Orleans and elsewhere. "Now, you say that you have not used the name A. Heidel," Sorrells says, "but you show the name on this change of address card as a person entitled to receive mail at this address. If you don't know anyone by the name Heidel, why would you have that name on this card?" "I never use the name of Heidel," Oswald says, dodging the issue. The door to Fritz's office opens again, and this time Chief Curry steps inside. Although no words are spoken, it's clear that he wants the interrogation to come to an end. But Captain Fritz, following up on Sorrells' question, once again asks Oswald, "Lee, do you know anyone by the name of A.J. Heidel?" "No," Oswald says. "Have you ever used that name as an alias?" Fritz presses. "No," Oswald insists. "I never use the name, and I don't know anyone by that name." "What about the draft registration selective service card we got out of your wallet showing the name A.J. Heidel?" Fritz fires back. Oswald boils over. "I've told you all I'm going to about that card," Oswald flares. "You took notes. Just read them for yourself if you want to refresh your memory. You know as much about it as I do." That's it. There'll be no more from Oswald, at least until after the transfer. Both Fritz and Sorrells plan to question Oswald further in the days ahead. Captain Fritz and Chief Curry huddle briefly, whispering in hushed tones, then step out into the outer office to confer in private. Secret Service Inspector Kelly tells Oswald that the Secret Service is responsible for the safety of the President, and that as soon as he has secured counsel, the Secret Service is very anxious to talk with him to make sure that the correct facts are being developed regarding the assassination. "I would be glad to discuss your proposition with my attorney," Oswald says. "And after I have talked with one, you can discuss it with me or my attorney, if my attorney thinks that is a wise thing to do. But at the present time, I have nothing more to say." It's around 11 by the time Jack Ruby starts to leave his apartment to send little Lynn her money. He tells George he's also going to take Sheba down to the club, and he puts his revolver in his right coat pocket. He normally carries it in his right trouser pocket because he doesn't want to get his coat out of shape. In the 15-minute or so drive downtown on the Thornton Expressway, Ruby listens to his car radio, but doesn't hear anything that informs him Oswald hasn't yet been moved. He decides to go by Dealey Plaza once again to see the wreaths there and take the Industrial Street turnoff to Main, where he takes a right and proceeds past the Criminal Courts building. He is surprised to see a crowd gathered outside the county jail on the other side of rope barricades, since he had heard Oswald was going to be moved to the county jail at 10, and it's now well past 11. But as he passes City Hall, he notices quite a crowd there, too, so he figures maybe they haven't moved Oswald yet, and he makes an illegal left turn into a parking lot across the street from the Western Union office on Main, just 1 block away, at the end of the same block and on the same side of the street, from police headquarters. Leaving Sheba in the car, he takes his keys and locks the trunk. There's over $800 in cash and a grocery bag in there, half of it in $5 bills. He then puts the trunk key and, oddly, his billfold, with all of his identification in it in the glove compartment of his car, a 1960s Oldsmobile. Leaving the car itself unlocked, he walks across the street to Western Union. In addition to the gun, he's carrying more than $2,000 in cash, wads of it bundled in rubber bands stashed in every pocket. He often carries the cash from the carousel around with him for a couple of days, sometimes as long as a week, and there's almost always money in the trunk of his car, particularly by Sunday night when he has to make the payroll. 11:05 a.m. With the armored truck in place, Captain Jones walks back down the ramp to the basement jail office, where he meets the men who have come down from the juvenile and forgery bureaus, as well as the burglary and theft bureaus. He instructs them to form a line on each side of the passageway leading from the jail office to the ramp and parking area so that Oswald and his escorts will have a protective lane to pass through on their way to the armored car once they emerge from the jail office. Altogether, there are around 70 members of the Dallas Police Department in the basement to make sure there are no problems. "Don't allow anyone into this area," Captain Jones barks over the noise of the basement garage. "Do not allow the press to approach or even attempt to converse with the prisoner. And don't allow anyone to follow the caravan until after it's left the basement. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," a chorus of officers answers. Jones then commands the media horde, "Do not speak to the prisoner as he is led from the building." Of course, few newsmen plan to heed the captain's order. "I'll go let them know we're ready," Chief Stevenson says to Batchelor as he heads for the elevators. On the third floor, Captain Fritz and Chief Curry are discussing the transfer plans in the outer office of the Homicide and Robbery Bureau. A small group of investigators surrounds them. Postal Inspector Harry Holmes, Secret Service Agent in Charge Forrest Sorrells, Lieutenants Rio S. Pierce and Richard E. Swain, and Detective Jem Lavelle. "Are you ready for the transfer?" Curry asks. "When the security downstairs is ready, we're ready," Fritz replies. Curry tells Captain Fritz that everything is ready, that an armored truck is in position at the Commerce Street ramp and will transport the prisoner to the county jail. But Fritz suddenly shakes his head. "Chief, I don't think it's a good thing to try to move him in that money wagon," he tells Curry. "I don't think it's a good idea at all. For one thing, we don't know the driver or anything about that wagon, and if someone tries to take our prisoner, we should be in a position to be able to cut out of the caravan or to take off or do whatever is necessary to protect him. That heavy money wagon will be too awkward in that kind of a situation. I would prefer to transfer him in an unmarked car." Curry can see the merit to his plan and isn't about to argue with Fritz. "Well, okay," Curry says, "but we'll still use the armored car as a decoy and let it go right on down Elm just as we planned, and if anyone tries to take the prisoner away from us, they'll find themselves attacking an empty armored car." "I'll transport him in one car, with myself and 2 detectives," Fritz says, "and we'll have another carload of detectives as backup. We can cut out of the caravan at Main Street and head straight west on Main Street to Houston, then make a right turn to the county jail. The rest of the convoy can go on to Elm Street to Houston, turn left, but not enter the jail. We'll be in the county jail before they even get there." Curry nods his approval. "Okay." The door to the homicide office opens, and Deputy Chief Stevenson comes in and tells Chief Curry that the armored truck is in place. Chief Curry tells him there has been a change in plans and that they're going to move Oswald in an unmarked police car. "You know, Chief," Fritz says, "we ought to get rid of the television lights and cameramen so they don't interfere with our getting to the car." Curry knows that Fritz is suggesting he get rid of the press entirely. "The lights have already been moved back," Curry replies, "and the media have been moved back in the basement, back of the rail, and the spectators have been moved across the street. You won't have any trouble." Detective Lavelle takes Fritz aside. "Why don't we take him out on the first floor and put him in a car on Main Street?" Lavelle says to Fritz. "We could be in the county jail before they even know we've left the jail." "Well, we wouldn't have much protection getting off on another floor," Fritz replies. "You can only get so many men on the elevator." Fritz adds that he didn't think Curry would go for it because the chief had given his word to the press that they would be able to witness Oswald's transfer. 11:10 a.m. There is a flurry of activity now as the police brass make last-minute changes to the transfer plan. Captain Fritz instructs Detectives C.N. Doherty, C.W. Brown, and E.R. Beck to go to the basement and get 2 cars set up for the transfer. Doherty will drive the car transporting Oswald. Fritz tells him to park it near the entrance to the jail office, the door Oswald will emerge from in the basement. The car will be between Oswald and the media behind the railing on the other side of the ramp. Beck will drive a posse of detectives in the lead car, parked directly ahead of Oswald's car. When both cars pull out of the Commerce Street exit, behind the armored car, they will turn left 2 blocks to Central, turn left 1 block to Main, turn left and go west on Main to Houston, then right a half block to the county jail. Beck will drive past the entrance, and Doherty and Fritz behind them will pull right into the jail entrance. Someone is already on the telephone to Sheriff Decker, making arrangements to have the steel gate at the county jail entrance open when they arrive. "Get going," Fritz tells the detectives who head downstairs. Curry turns to Lieutenant Rio S. Pierce and instructs him to get a third car, to be used as a decoy, park it in front of the armored truck, and when the signal is given, lead the caravan left 2 blocks to Central, turn left up to Elm, where the Oswald vehicle breaks away from the caravan by turning left a block earlier on Main, turn left on Elm to Houston, then left past the jail. Captain Fritz is so intent on preventing anyone from harming Oswald or allowing him the opportunity to escape that he pulls Lavelle aside and orders him to handcuff himself to the prisoner. "Lee, I want you to follow Detective Lavelle when we get downstairs," Fritz says, "and stay close to him." Fritz realizes that Oswald is clad only in a T-shirt. "Do you want something to put over your T-shirt?" he asks. "Yes," Oswald says. Fritz orders a detective to go and get some of the clothing police confiscated from Oswald's room. No more than a minute later, they bring in some clothes on hangers and hand Oswald one of the better-looking items, a light-colored shirt. "If it's all the same to you," Oswald says, "I'd rather wear that black sweater. That might be a little warmer." Oswald points at a black Ivy League-type slip-over sweater that has some ragged holes near the right shoulder. Someone makes a remark that the other shirt looks better, but Oswald insists on the black sweater. They hand it to him as Detective Lavelle releases one of the handcuffs from Oswald's wrists. Detective Graves helps him pull it over his head. In his black trousers and black sweater, Oswald looks very much the way he did in the backyard photographs, the snapshots where he posed proudly with a rifle and pistol. Captain Fritz asks whether Oswald would like to wear a hat to camouflage his appearance during the transfer, but Oswald doesn't want to do that. 11:15 a.m. In the City Hall basement, Deputy Chief Stevenson corrals Chief Batchelor and Captain Jones. "There's been a change in plans," he advises them. "We're going to put 2 cars on the driveway and transfer him in one of them." Stevenson quickly outlines how the armored truck will now be used as a decoy. "Why?" Batchelor wants to know. "Curry and the others in homicide have decided using the decoy would be a wise move in case anyone attacks the caravan," Stevenson says. By the time Ruby fills out the money order in the Western Union office, there's only one client ahead of him in line. Doyle Lane, the 35-year-old senior delivery clerk on duty, recognizes Ruby as a fairly frequent customer. Ruby has already filled out the order in large printing, $25 to Karen Bennett, will call, FTH Worth. But Lane crosses out FTH Worth, and according to the company regulation, which requires the full destination on the body of a money order, writes Fort Worth, Texas, in the space provided. He asks Ruby for his own name and address and fills in Ruby's reply, Jack Ruby, 13.5 Commerce. Doyle writes, Maud FTW for Money Order Department, Fort Worth, and rates the order, adding a charge of 55 cents, a toll charge of $1.20, and a tax of 12 cents, for a total of $26.87. He makes change from $30 in bills Ruby gives him, stamps the money order and the receipt with the time clock, which rotates on the counter on a minute-to-minute basis, and hands a copy of the receipt and the change back to Ruby. The time, signifying the end of the transaction and synchronized to the U.S. Naval Observatory time in Washington, D.C., as are all Western Union clocks at 11 every morning, reads 11:17. As Doyle puts the money order into the pneumatic tube that blows it upstairs for transmission, he sees Ruby turn from the counter, walk out the door, and turn left, toward City Hall at the other end of the block, walking at an ordinary gait. It will be more than an hour before the money order is wired to Fort Worth. Normally it takes no more than about 20 minutes for a transmission to Fort Worth, but the office has had a lot of reporters running in with their scribbled notes, and the extra traffic has slowed the wire way down. 11:18 a.m. In the third-floor Homicide and Robbery Bureau, Captain Fritz steps out into the outer office where Chief Curry waits. "Is everything ready?" Fritz asks. "Yes, as far as I know," Curry replies. "Everything is ready to go. I'll go on down to the basement. Chief Stevenson and I will meet you at the county jail." As Curry leaves, Secret Service agent Sorrells approaches Fritz. "If I were you, I would not move Oswald to the county jail at an announced time like this," Sorrells says. "I would take him out at 3 or 4 in the morning when there's no one around." Personally, Fritz couldn't agree more, but this is not his show. Chief Curry wants to go along with the press and not try to put anything over on them. Curry has just exited the Homicide and Robbery Bureau when an officer walks up to him. "Mayor Cabell is on the phone for you, Chief." Curry heads to his office, down the hall where he takes the call. Cabell wants to know how everything is progressing and when Curry plans to transfer Oswald to the county jail. "We're getting set to transfer him now," Curry says, and quickly brings the mayor up to speed on the transfer. 4 floors below, the public elevator opens onto the basement corridor just outside the jail office, and a crowd of detectives piles out, followed by 2 WBAP cameramen struggling to push a rolling tripod with a large TV camera perched atop it. When it nearly topples over, a 3rd crewman from the WBAP basement team rushes over and helps them roll it out to the ramp. The word from the 2 crewmen who have just come from the 3rd floor is that Oswald could be brought down at any moment. 11:19 a.m. In Captain Fritz's office, Oswald stands quietly, his hands manacled in front. Detective Lavelle snaps one end of a second pair of handcuffs on Oswald's right wrist, the other end on his own left wrist. "Lee, if anybody shoots at you, I hope they're as good a shot as you are," Lavelle says half-jokingly, not only meaning that he hopes Oswald gets hit and not him, but that he knows Oswald killed Kennedy. "Oh, there ain't gonna be anybody shooting at me," Oswald replies with a laugh, one of the few jovial moments he's had since his arrest. "You're just being melodramatic." "Well, if there's any trouble, you know what to do," Lavelle says. "Hit the floor." "Captain Fritz told me to follow you," Oswald answers. "I'll do whatever you do." "In that case," Lavelle tells him, "you'll be on the floor." With the Commerce Street exit blocked by the armored truck, Lieutenant Rio S. Pierce, who has been assigned to drive a car with 2 detectives in front of the armored truck, decides to exit the basement with his squad car via the Main Street ramp, which is actually the entrance into the basement, circle the block, and back up in front of the armored truck. It will mean he'll have to travel the wrong way on what is normally a one-way ramp, but he has little choice. With Sergeant James Putnam in the passenger seat and Sergeant Billy Joe Maxey in the left back seat, Pierce flips on the flashing red lights, cranks the steering wheel to the right, and inches toward the newsmen lined up across the bottom of the ramp. Captain Talbert splits the group apart so Pierce can get through. As soon as the squad car moves through the line of reporters, the line closes up like water behind a boat. 2 more cars, driven by Detectives C.N. Doherty and C.W. Brown, one of which will transport Oswald, begin to move into position at the base of the Commerce Street ramp behind the armored truck. In the 3rd-floor hallway, outside Homicide and Robbery, uniformed officers with plainclothes detectives have begun moving the dozen or so reporters still on the 3rd floor against the far wall of the corridor. They're told not to move toward Oswald when he comes out, or ask any questions or shout at him. In the basement, 2 lines of Dallas detectives form to protect Oswald from the jail office door to where the vehicles to be used for the transfer of Oswald will soon appear. They have instructions to close in behind the prisoner as he walks past them. Inside the homicide office, Captain Fritz turns to Lieutenant T.L. Baker. "Calm down and tell them we're on our way," he orders. The door opens into the 3rd-floor hallway and Lieutenant Swain leads the way out, followed by Captain Fritz. As reporters jostle for position, Detective Lavelle steps out the door with Oswald's right wrist cuffed to Lavelle's left wrist. Detective L.C. Graves is close behind, holding Oswald's left arm. Detective L.D. Montgomery follows, covering the rear. As soon as Oswald emerges, several reporters ignore police orders and begin shouting questions at him. A microphone picks up part of Oswald's response to one question. "I'd like to contact a member representative of the American Civil Liberties Union." Oswald's words are broken off as he is pulled into the anteroom of the jail elevator. As soon as he disappears, reporters Jerry O'Leary of the Washington Evening Star and Ike Pappas from New York's WNEW Radio, accompanied by Maurice Mickey Carroll of the New York Herald Tribune, bolt for the stairway in their planned bid to get to the basement before Oswald does. 11:20 a.m. The telephone in the jail office rings, and Lieutenant Woodrow Wiggins, standing at the booking desk, answers it. "They're on their way down," Lieutenant Baker says. "Is everything ready?" "All clear," Wiggins replies. He hangs up the phone and sees the jail elevator lights cascading downward as the elevator makes its descent. Patrolman Roy E. Vaughn, assigned to guard the entrance to the Main Street ramp, is surprised to see the squad car driven by Lieutenant Pierce exiting from the entranceway. As the squad car approaches the top of the ramp, Vaughn, who was not standing at the top of the ramp but inside a few feet, apparently to see as much of what was going on below as he could, is forced to step to his right to get out of the way of the car, all the while backing up to the top of the ramp that faces the sidewalk. There are small groups of people on each side of the ramp exit on the sidewalk. He clears them, steps out into the sidewalk, checks for traffic on Main, and waves the car through. Pierce turns left onto Main Street and heads for the top of the Commerce Street exit ramp to position himself in front of the armored truck. As Ruby, who has walked the long block on Main from the Western Union office to City Hall, approaches the top of the Main Street ramp, he sees with a quick glance the officer at the entrance, Vaughn, backing up and stepping to his right, his back toward Ruby. By the time Ruby reaches the entrance to the ramp, Pierce's car has temporarily stopped at the sidewalk outside the ramp, and Ruby recognizes Pierce. Jack is one of many who call the detective by his middle name, Sam, rather than his first, Rio. Ruby sees Vaughn stoop down to acknowledge the officers in the car. Without breaking his stride, Ruby turns left toward the ramp, slips past the car, and hurries down the ramp, not sure whether Vaughn has seen him or not. He knows from a lifetime of gate crashing that the best way to get in is to look as though you belong there. Halfway down the ramp, he hears someone shout something like, "Hey, you!" but he pays no attention, just keeps walking down the ramp into the basement. At the bottom of the ramp, there is considerable excitement as the reporters know it's just a matter of moments before Oswald appears. Adjacent to them in the level area between the Main Street entrance ramp and the Commerce Street exit ramp, the two unmarked police cars driven by Detectives Doherty and Brown are having a difficult time maneuvering in the tight quarters behind the armored truck. Detective Brown swings a pea-green Ford up behind the armored truck, his partner, Detective Doherty, right behind him in an unmarked white sedan. But Brown doesn't pull far enough forward for Doherty to get his vehicle in line behind it. Captain Talbot can see the predicament and hollers to Brown, "Pull forward!" When he does, Doherty drives the white sedan onto the Commerce Street ramp, then puts the car into reverse and begins backing up toward the jail entrance to wait for Oswald. But a mass of reporters who have defied instructions and come out from behind the railing is blocking his path. Chief Stevenson and Captain Jones shout out to them, "Get out of the way!" Captain Talbot, along the sedan's left side, pushes at the newsmen, who do not respond instantly because their attention is fixated on the door where Oswald is expected to emerge. Get back, he repeats, tugging on their shoulders. Detective Doherty finally resorts to blowing the horn at the reporters as he rolls the car back toward the door of the jail office. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Here they come!" Television floodlights flip on, bathing the garage in a blinding white light as newsmen start rushing as close as they can get to the jail office entrance, craning their necks over the cordon of detectives who are in place to shield Oswald, trying to get a glimpse of him. Stevenson, Jones, Talbot, and other officers hopelessly shout at the wave of humanity, their commands falling on deaf ears. Get back! Get back! Reporters Jerry O'Leary, Ike Pappas, and Mickey Carroll burst out of the basement stairwell as planned, arriving just before the jail elevator. As they rush through the public corridor and out into the garage, a police officer asks O'Leary and Carroll to show identification. They flash their press credentials, and Ike Pappas manages to squeeze in close to the doorway where Oswald will emerge from the jail office. The jail elevator doors open, and Lieutenant Swain and Detective Montgomery step off into the jail office, then move aside as Captain Fritz emerges. Fritz turns back and grabs Swain by the arm. "I want you to lead the way," Fritz tells him and motions for him to take the point position. As Swain begins making his way around the booking desk toward the exit door, Detectives Lavelle and Graves cautiously step out of the elevator with Oswald between them. Multiple voices ripple through the crowd of reporters. "Here he is! Here comes!" 2 of the 3 national television networks are on hand to broadcast Oswald's departure from the City Hall basement. ABC Television opted to cover Oswald's arrival at the county jail and consequently had no live camera coverage in the basement. The NBC television network is just concluding a 2-minute report from the Kennedy family compound at Hyannisport when Frank McGee, the anchor in New York, hears through his earphone Correspondent Tom Pettit in Dallas shouting, "Give me air! Give me air!" A switch is flipped in New York, and the live camera feed from the basement of City Hall comes up on the screens of millions of viewers. CBS correspondent Nelson Benton is also shouting into his microphone, "Take it, take it, take it! They're at the door!" CBS cameras are picking up the scene, but the program controllers in New York refuse to cut away from the preparations in Washington, D.C. to move the president's body from the White House to the Capitol Rotunda. Dan Rather in the local CBS affiliate control room in Dallas leans on the guys in New York. "You've got to come to us now." "Hold on just a minute," New York says. "We have to get through this Roger Mudd piece." Then Harry Reasoner has a 1-minute essay. Rather can't believe it. It is clear to him by the time New York switches over, the transfer will be over. Only NBC is broadcasting live to the nation. Detectives Lavelle and Graves fall in behind Swain and Captain Fritz as they escort Oswald through the jail office and toward the doorway leading out into the basement garage. Detective Montgomery is right behind them. Fritz looks toward the booking desk where Lieutenant Wiggins stands. "Are they ready?" Fritz asks. Wiggins indicates that everything is in place, walks out from behind the desk, and steps through the doorway to the garage just ahead of Swain. WNEW radio reporter Ike Pappas, just 6 feet from the doorway, speaks into his microphone. Now, the prisoner wearing a black sweater is being moved out toward an armored car, being led out by Captain Fritz. Lieutenant Swain steps through the doorway of the jail office and into the bright television floodlights. Captain Fritz is a few feet behind him. Swain walks toward the sedan that will carry Oswald as it continues to roll back into position. The driver, Detective Doherty, hits the car horn again to clear the media away. Lavelle and Graves hesitate momentarily at the doorway, holding Oswald just inside the jail office. "Is it okay?" Lavelle asks. Detective Wilbur J. Cutshaw, standing just outside the doorway, answers Lavelle, "Okay, come on out, Jim." Detectives Lavelle and Graves march out, Oswald firmly between them, but manacled only to Lavelle. For a moment, Lavelle and Graves are blinded by their first exposure to the lights, making it impossible for them to observe any movements originating from their left front. But they soon regain their vision and are surprised that nothing is ready. The white sedan that is supposed to be parked about 13 to 14 feet just outside the door is still rolling back, struggling to get into position against the tide of reporters who have come around or over the railing they have been ordered to remain behind and are now surging toward Oswald. The driver blasts the horn again as Captain Fritz reaches for the back door handle. Oswald and his police escorts nearly come to a halt as the protective lane around Oswald begins to collapse. Detective Graves finds himself rubbing elbows with reporter Ike Pappas on his left. Pappas thrusts his microphone forward and shouts a question as Oswald turns slightly toward him. "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Pappas asks Oswald. Suddenly, a man with a hat lunges from the crowd to Oswald's left front, his arm outstretched with a gun in his right hand. Detective Don Ray Archer, to the man's left, thinks it's someone who has jumped out of the crowd to take a sock at Oswald. The man's face is familiar to Lavelle, and in a split second he realizes the man is Jack Ruby. Detective Billy H. Combest, who is part of the line of officers forming a protective lane on each side of Oswald and his escorts, also recognizes Ruby and shouts, "Jack, you son of a bitch, don't!" 11:21 a.m. Bang! The shot reverberates through the basement garage. Several police officers jump at the sound. There is a cold moment of silence, a split second, then Oswald lets out a loud cry. "Oh!" and grabs his stomach, his face contorting in pain. No one can believe it. The unthinkable has happened. Tom Pettit, the NBC News correspondent broadcasting television's first live murder, instantly utters into his NBC microphone what would become the most famous and replayed live words in the entire Kennedy assassination saga. "He's been shot," Pettit explains. "He's been shot. Lee Oswald's been shot," he repeats in a tone more declaratory than incredulous. "There's been a shot," Ike Pappas shouts out almost simultaneously, his astonishment captured on his personal audio tape. "Lee Oswald has been shot." The police spring into action as Oswald's knees crumble, and he falls to the garage floor. Lavelle pushes back on the gunman's shoulder as Graves grabs the pistol. He can feel the man trying to squeeze the trigger again. "Turn it loose! Turn it loose!" Graves yells, wrenching the revolver from the gunman's hand with a twisting motion. A platoon of detectives pile on the gunman, knocking him to the concrete, his hat tumbling under their feet. "I hope I killed the son of a bitch," Ruby manages to say while being held down on the floor of the basement. Chaos breaks out as the crowd of reporters push madly toward the scuffle. NBC's live national audience hears correspondent Tom Pettit shouting above the din, "There's absolute panic here in the basement of the Dallas Police Headquarters. Pandemonium has broken loose here." The appalled anchormen at NBC headquarters in New York cannot contain their shock and outrage. While none of them are sure of what just happened, they know they have witnessed a disaster. Captain Talbot vaults over the trunk of an unmarked squad car, throwing himself between the reporters and the melee on the floor. Get back, and nobody out," he shouts, shoving the newsman back hard against the railing. Several officers draw their pistols, and Dick Swain, a burly detective, jumps in with his arms outstretched, fists tight. "I'll knock you on your ass," he yells at reporters. Bob Huffaker, reporting live for CBS through its local channel, KRLD, reports excitedly into his microphone that police have ringed the inside. He gets only 4 words into a sentence. "And no one is—" When he falters, buckling under the weight of reporters who are moving and pressing in on him, he holds on tight to his mic cord as they step on it, pulling him farther down. Still not uttering another word into his mic, he manages to regain his footing, but only at a low crouch as he thrusts upward as hard as he can, shoving men off his shoulders on the way up through the brawl. Someone shouts, "Get a doctor!" as Detective Combest helps Jim Lavelle drag Oswald back into the jail office. Oswald is moaning as they take the handcuffs off him, his sweater ripped open by the gun blast. Police detectives bring the gunman to his feet and rush him back into the jail office. Captain Jones spots some people running up the ramp out to the street. A number of reporters are trying to escape with the news. "Block the exits! Don't let anybody out!" Jones yells. Fellow officers join in. "Nobody out! Nobody out!" An officer at the top of the ramp pulls his gun. "Get back down!" The reporters quickly retreat, a few managing to escape through the corridor near the jail office to the floors above, where they telephone their newspapers. One of them is Washington Star reporter Jerry O'Leary, who rockets up the public elevator to the 3rd floor in search of a phone. He notices Chief Curry in his office, apparently unaware of what has happened. He pokes his head in. "Oswald's been shot," O'Leary says. Curry's face turns ashen as the phone in the next office begins ringing. A police officer comes in and confirms the news. Secret Service agents Sorrells and Kelly are standing just outside Deputy Chief Batchelor's office when they hear of the shooting. They both run for the basement. Captain Talbot pushes his way into the basement jail office and over to the group of detectives who have the gunman on the floor. One of them has his knees on the man as they slap a pair of handcuffs on him. Everyone is talking all at once. "Who is this son of a bitch?" Talbot asks. "Oh, hell, you guys all know me. I'm Jack Ruby," the gunman says. Indeed, many of them do. "He operates the Carousel Club," an officer chimes in. Talbot, his mind swirling, manages to remember being introduced to Ruby by Lieutenant Pierce a while ago at a restaurant in Dallas. A few feet away, Detective Combest bends down over Oswald as Lavelle unleashes the 2 pairs of handcuffs. Combest pulls Oswald's sweater up and sees a bullet hole in the lower left part of his chest, the flesh around it bruised and purple. There doesn't seem to be a lot of blood. Combest thinks that maybe the point of entry has been seared by the gun blast, or that perhaps the wound is not too serious. He reaches around Oswald's right side and feels a lump. The bullet is just below the skin. It has almost passed completely through him. Oswald continues to moan and seems conscious. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Combest asks him. "Is there anything you want to say right now before it's too late?" Oswald's eyes are open. He seems to recognize that Combest is speaking to him. "Do you have anything you want to tell us now?" Combest asks again. Oswald only shakes his head slightly as if to say no. Combest goes on appealing to him, but Oswald is fading before his eyes. Finally, the detective is no longer sure that Oswald even hears him. At the booking desk a few feet away, Patrolman Willie Slack, who was telephoning the dispatcher's office at the time of the shooting to tell them that Oswald was on his way to the county jail, instead tells the dispatch operator, "This is Slack at the jail office. Somebody just shot Oswald. We need a doctor." The operator picks up the hotline to O'Neill's funeral home, a direct connection to its ambulance service, and tells the man on the other end that Oswald has been shot. They need an ambulance at City Hall as fast as possible. He tells her that an ambulance is on its way. The operator then immediately informs police dispatcher Clifford E. Hulse. Dispatcher Hulse recalls that Michael Hardin and Harold Wolf, another ambulance team from O'Neill's, have just become available a short distance from downtown. The dispatcher contacts them via radio and orders them to report to the City Hall basement, Code 3. The ambulance driver switches on his red lights and sirens and races toward Main Street. 11:22 a.m. Frederick A. Bieberdorf, a 25-year-old medical student at Southwestern Medical School, and the on-duty first aid attendant for inmates at the city jail, frantically bangs on the door leading into the basement jail office. But the man standing guard, Detective Wilbur J. Cutshaw, won't let him in. "I'm a doctor. Somebody called me," Bieberdorf cries. Cutshaw finally opens the door and quickly runs his hands down the young man's coat. He discovers a stethoscope in his right coat pocket and lets him through. Bieberdorf dashes around the booking counter and drops to his knees. Oswald's pupils are slightly dilated. The young medical student is unable to detect a pulse, heartbeat, or any signs of breathing, although there is so much noise and confusion he's not sure whether he'd be able to hear one anyway. Bieberdorf reaches around and feels the bullet bulging between the ribs on Oswald's right side. He starts to massage Oswald's sternum in an effort to get a heartbeat. Assistant Chief Batchelor makes his way over to where officers have Jack Ruby on the floor. Captain Talbot asks Batchelor for permission to put all the media in the assembly room for an immediate search when someone says, "Graves has the gun. Let's get him onto the elevator and take him to the 5th floor jail," Captain Glenn King roars. The detectives assist Ruby to his feet and march him past Oswald's body toward the jail elevator. "I hope I killed the son of a bitch," Ruby hollers out again. "It'll save everybody a lot of trouble." As they crowd him into the elevator for the ride to the 5th floor, Ruby adds, "Do you think I'm going to let the man who shot our president get away with it?" Captain Talbot grabs a batch of memo pads from the jail office and begins passing them out, telling officers to get the names, identification, and location of each person in the basement at the time of the shooting. Chief Batchelor checks with Lieutenant Wiggins to make sure an ambulance has been called, then orders Captain Talbot to go to Parkland Hospital immediately and secure it for Oswald's arrival. Secret Service Agent Forrest Sorrells enters the jail office and sees Oswald on the floor being attended to. Sorrell uses the Signal Corps security telephone mounted on the wall to call Secret Service Deputy Chief Paul Paterny in Washington and tell him of the shooting. Sorrells believes the assailant's name is Jack Rubin. Paterny instructs him to get as much background information on the man as possible and report back immediately. Sorrells hangs up and takes the elevator back to the 3rd floor, believing that Rubin has been taken to Captain Fritz's office. Outside the basement jail office, the newsmen, desperate for any information at all, begin interviewing each other. Almost none of them actually saw what happened. All eyes were focused only on Oswald. They cluster around François Pelloux, a French journalist who excitedly tells them he saw.
Some things require silence to be fully understood. Let's slow down for a beat. What follows is a piece of healing music for the soul. Let these sounds embrace your emotions and nurture your inner peace before we move on to the next chapter.
The blue muzzle flash against the background of Oswald's black sweater. Ike Pappas recalls seeing the flash, too. Immediately after the shot, someone came running from the left of KRLD film cameraman reporter George Phoenix and nearly knocked him down. His eye came away from the eyepiece as his unipod slipped to a lower level, but he just kept shooting, not knowing whether he captured anything on film or not. He later learned he got it all, the shooting and the struggle for Ruby's gun. John McCullough of the Philadelphia Bulletin was on the other side of the ramp from the action, but high enough to see Ruby's sudden lunge toward Oswald. At first he thought it was just a photographer disobeying the instructions not to move toward Oswald when he came out. When Ruby's right hand came up, he wondered for a fraction of a second whether he was going to shake hands with him. Only at the last instant did he see the gleam of metal in Ruby's hand and the muzzle flash against Oswald's sweater. The millions of viewers who were watching the event on television hardly fared better. although the tape of the incident is already being rebroadcast over and over. The shooting lasts just a fraction of a second, and all anyone can really see is Oswald's grimace as the shot rings out. 11:23 a.m. Up on the 5th floor of the jail, detectives Archer, McMillan, and Clardy push Ruby against the wall and tell him to spread eagle. With help from the jail officer, they frisk him, tossing the items they find into Ruby's hat, including a sizable roll of money. They remove the handcuffs and have Ruby stripped down to his shorts, searching his clothes completely for weapons. In his underwear, Ruby no longer seems all that threatening. "Jack, I think you killed him," Archer says, recalling the look on Oswald's face as he lay on the jail office floor. "Somebody had to do it," Ruby says. "You all couldn't." "Did you think you could kill the man with one shot?" someone says. "Well, I intended to shoot him 3 times, Ruby replies. "I didn't think that I could be stopped before I got off 3 shots. "How'd you get into the basement?" Detective Bernard Clardy asks. "Rio Pierce drove out in the car," Ruby says, referring to the Main Street ramp, "and the officer stepped out from the ramp momentarily to talk to Pierce, or said something to him, and I came in behind him right on down the ramp. When I got approximately halfway down the ramp, I heard somebody holler, 'Hey, you!' but I don't know whether he was hollering at me or not, but I just ducked my head and kept coming. It was 1 chance in a million. If I had planned this, I couldn't have had my timing any better." Down in the basement, reporters wander about like sleepwalkers among the noise and chaos, trying to get some information, any information that might make sense out of the past few minutes. "How could it have been possible for him to slip in?" NBC's Tom Pettit asks Sergeant Dean above the din. Dean, whose job it was to make sure that no one like Ruby could slip in, is wondering the same thing, but he isn't about to discuss it on television. "Sir, I can't answer that question." Although Dean knows Ruby, he refuses to name him. Pettit manages to corner Captain Fritz next. "Do you have the man who fired the shot?" "We have a man, yes," Fritz replies tersely. Although the Dallas Police Department has just sustained the greatest blemish on its record ever in not protecting a presidential assassin for his historic trial, and the officers are visibly upset and humiliated, others aren't upset at all. Outside the entrance to the Dallas County Jail on Houston Street, several hundred people had congregated in a roped-off area across the street awaiting Oswald's expected arrival. When Dallas Sheriff Bill Decker walks out into the middle of the street and announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Harvey Oswald has been shot and is on his way to Parkland Hospital," very loud cheers and applause immediately erupt from the crowd of smiling faces. 11:25 a.m. It doesn't take long for the ambulance to get to City Hall, arriving just 4 minutes after the shooting. Newsmen jump out of the way as the ambulance comes down the Main Street ramp into the basement garage, its flashing red lights sweeping over the concrete walls. Police scramble to move the 2 unmarked sedans still parked at the foot of the ramp. 23-year-old ambulance driver Michael Hardin leaps from the station wagon and scurries toward the back of the wagon. A police officer shoves him back into the crowd of reporters before realizing that he's the driver. Hardin and assistant Harold Wolf flop open the back hatch and roll the stretcher into the jail office. They find Oswald on the floor surrounded by officers. There is little they can do at the scene. It is long before the days of trained paramedics and attendants. Hardin and Wolf are simply there to get the victim to a hospital as fast as possible, their ambulance being equipped with little more than an oxygen tank and a resuscitator cup. They pick up Oswald's limp body and put him on the stretcher, and within seconds are wheeling him out toward the ambulance, his left arm dragging along the floor. Ike Pappas breathlessly describes the scene, his tape recorder capturing the chaos of the moment for posterity. "Here is young Oswald now," Pappas says in a rush of words. "He is being hustled in. He is lying flat. To me he appears dead. There is a gunshot wound in his lower abdomen. He is white." The attendants lift the stretcher and slide it into the back of the station wagon. "Pull the truck out! Pull the truck out!" several anxious policemen yell, suddenly realizing that the armored truck is still blocking the Commerce Street exit. "Let the driver by," someone pleads to newsmen crowding around the ambulance. Detectives Graves and Lavelle, along with first aid attendant Fred Bieberdorf, pack into the back of the wagon alongside the stretcher. The tailgate is slammed shut as an officer hollers again, "Get the truck out of the way!" "Oswald, white, lying in the ambulance," Pappas says into his microphone, now nearly shouting over the noise. "His head is back. He is out, unconscious. Dangling. His hand is dangling over the edge of the stretcher." The armored truck crawls out onto Commerce Street as the ambulance slips up the ramp, turns left, passes the armored truck and screams off to Parkland Hospital, sirens wailing. Captain Fritz, along with Detectives Beck, Montgomery, and Brown, follow in Beck's car. The detectives are all talking about Jack Ruby. "Who is Jack Ruby?" Fritz asks. "He's a man that runs the Vegas Club out on Oak Lawn," Montgomery tells him. "Do you know him?" Fritz wants to know. "Yes," Montgomery says. "I used to have a district for about 4 years out there." 11:27 a.m. At the foot of the ramp, newsmen plead with police officials to allow them to leave the basement so they can file their stories. "Who is he?" Pappas asks as he slips his microphone into the group. "Jack Ruby is the name," a police official replies. "He runs the Carousel Club." "He runs the Carousel Club," Pappas repeats into his mic. The name rings a bell with several of the newsmen gathered there. "He handed me a card the other day," a reporter says. Suddenly, Pappas remembers a curious little man he met Friday night in the third-floor hallway of police headquarters. Pappas was standing at a telephone waiting for District Attorney Henry Wade to join him for an interview he had arranged with WNEW in New York. The line was open and Pappas was frustrated because Wade was tied up on another telephone interview a short distance down the hall. Just then, a nattily-dressed man in a gray fedora hat, who Pappas first thought was a detective, walked up and asked, "Where are you from?" Pappas told him he was a reporter from New York and was in town to cover the story. The man reached into his pocket and handed him a business card with the words, "Carousel Club, Jack Ruby, your host," on it. Pappas asked if he was Jack Ruby, and Ruby said, "Yes, come on over to the club if you get a chance and have some drinks. There are girls there." Pappas slipped the card into his pocket and Ruby disappeared into the crowd. A short time later, Ruby passed him again, Pappas still waiting for Wade. The reporter must have looked cross because Ruby asked, "What's the matter?" Pappas explained that he was trying to get Wade over to the phone. Ruby asked, "Do you want me to get him?" Pappas said, "Sure," grateful for any kind of help. He watched as Ruby pushed through the crowd, said something to Wade, who was on another phone, pointed over at Pappas, and disappeared again into the crowd. Whatever he said worked because a short time later, Wade finished his call and came over to be interviewed by Pappas. Now, Pappas reaches into his pocket and thumbs through a stack of business cards he's been collecting all weekend. "I know him," Pappas announces. "Here it is." "I got a card from him the other day," another reporter says. Apparently Pappas isn't the only one Ruby gave a card to. "Here he is," Pappas says, fishing the Carousel Club card out and showing it to police officials. "Jack Ruby. Is this him?" "Carousel Club?" "That's him," a reporter says. Yeah, police officials agree. "Jack Ruby," another reporter says. "I seen him around several times." "Who's going to give a complete briefing on this?" someone calls out. "Chief Curry at his office on the third floor as soon as we can get one set up," a police official says with a thick Texas drawl. Excited reporters repeat the name, Jack Ruby. "Jack Ruby," Pappas sputters into his microphone, "who we noticed the other day he was hanging around police headquarters. Apparently he's very well known here, and he was in the offices and mingling around, and now, so we understand, he has shot Oswald." Pappas turns and starts sprinting up the basement ramp. "Holy mackerel," he says into his mic between breaths. "One of the most sensational developments in this already fantastic case." 11:28 a.m. At the Executive Inn near Love Field in Dallas, Robert Oswald and Mr. Paul Gregory, the Russian language instructor, are trying hard to get Marguerite and Marina Oswald packed and into the car outside, where Secret Service agents Mike Howard and Charlie Kunkel wait. Marguerite is having kittens over the state of her and Marina's clothes, the lack of clean diapers, and last night's visit by FBI agent Bardwell Odom, who had shown Marguerite a photograph of an unknown individual. Robert doesn't want to hear it. "Mother," he says, "will you stop talking and hurry up? We have to get you out of here." Robert simply wants to get them out to his in-laws' farm in Boyd, Texas, about 45 miles from Dallas, with as little fuss as possible. None of them has any idea what has happened, but his mother won't listen. "What's your hurry?" she asks. "All we have been doing is running from one place to the other. The diapers are wet, and I want you to know how we got here. Mrs. Payne called last night and said that Lee called, and then I was shown a picture of this man." "Mother," Robert says again, his patience wearing thin, "stop talking. We have got to get you out of here." Robert tells her he is going down to the desk to take care of the bill while they finish packing. Marguerite hands him the $50 bill given to her by the life representatives. It is just enough to cover the charges. Robert walks back out to the car where the two agents have been listening to a Dallas police radio channel. Agent Mike Howard comes over to him. "Now, don't get excited, Robert," he says, "but we've just gotten word that Lee's been shot. It isn't serious, and they've captured the man who shot him." The weight of the news pushes Robert up against the side of the car. The only thing that seems reassuring about the news of his brother's shooting is the calmness in Mike Howard's voice. "Where are they taking him?" Robert finally manages to ask. "Parkland Hospital." Robert stares into space a moment, lost in thought. "What do you want to do now?" Agent Kunkel asks. "I believe I'll go to Parkland," Robert replies. "But I wish you'd take Mother and Marina and the children on to the farm." Kunkel suggests that Marina go with him to Parkland, but Robert doesn't think that will be best. "I'll find out how serious it is and let you know then," he says firmly. Robert asks the two agents not to tell his mother or Marina what has happened. "If they knew," he says, "I'm sure they'd insist on going to the hospital with me." Marguerite and Marina and the children come down to the cars and climb into one with Mr. Gregory and the two agents. Robert gets into his car and heads off for Parkland Hospital. Marguerite demands to know where they are going. "We're taking you to Robert's in-laws' house," Mr. Gregory tells her. "No," Marguerite complains. "You are not taking me out in the sticks. I want to be in Dallas where I can help Lee." The Secret Service agents explain that it's for security reasons, but Marguerite won't hear of it. "You can give me security in a hotel room in town," she whines. Mr. Gregory has finally had enough of this self-centered woman. "Mrs. Oswald," he snaps, "you called me at my home and asked me to come and help you to provide a place for you to stay, and here I am. Now, if you don't like it, then I am through with you." Marguerite is momentarily stunned by Mr. Gregory's forthrightness. The agents start the car and pull away from the executive inn. It isn't long before Marguerite insists that they need clothes and diapers for the babies. She suggests that they stop in Irving at Mrs. Payne's house and pick up some of the necessities. The agents radio the FBI dispatcher and learn that a cluster of reporters is staked out in front of the Payne residence. The dispatcher suggests they avoid the media and go to the nearby home of the chief of police of Irving. From there, they can telephone Mrs. Payne and have some things brought over. The agents agree, and for the moment don't tell the woman why they are making the detour. 11:30 a.m. The ambulance carrying Oswald speeds down Harry Hines Boulevard toward Parkland Hospital. First aid attendant Fred Bieberdorf has placed an oxygen resuscitator cup over Oswald's mouth and continues to massage his sternum in the cramped rear bed of the station wagon. Oswald has been unconscious the entire trip and quite still. Bieberdorf thinks he may already be dead. 5 blocks from the hospital, Oswald suddenly starts thrashing about, resisting Bieberdorf's efforts to massage his chest and pulling at the resuscitator cup over his mouth. The ambulance swings around to the hospital's emergency entrance, the same one President Kennedy was brought to less than 2 days earlier. A police contingent is already in place and assists the ambulance driver as he backs up to the entrance. A crowd of citizens, reporters, and cameramen are also on hand as Oswald is quickly unloaded and wheeled into the hospital. To Parkland's assistant administrator, Peter N. Geilich, it looks as though a wave of humanity is coming through the door with a stretcher. Flashbulbs seem to be popping everywhere. He gets a good look at Oswald, dressed in black, his face ashen. The police, besieged by reporters and photographers, set about clearing the emergency area and closing off the hallway. At the suggestion of a Parkland doctor who felt that it would be tantamount to a sacrilege to treat Oswald in Trauma Room 1, Oswald is rushed into Trauma Room 2 across the hall from where President Kennedy had been treated. Orders are given to clear Trauma Room 2 of all unnecessary personnel. An enterprising reporter, Bill Burris of the Dallas Times-Herald, evades the sweep for a time by hiding behind a curtain in Trauma Room 1 across the hall, but is eventually discovered and ejected. Doctors Malcolm Perry and Ronald Jones, who had both worked to save the president's life on Friday, rush down from the surgical suite and meet the stretcher as it's wheeled into Trauma Room 2. A battery of doctors and nurses, many of the same faces from Friday's ordeal, are already there. Dr. Perry makes a rapid assessment of Lee Oswald's condition, unconscious and very blue due to a lack of oxygen. Oswald has no blood pressure. An infrequent, barely audible heartbeat is accompanied by agonal attempts at respiration. Dr. Marion T. Jenkins, an anesthesiologist, immediately inserts an endotracheal tube down Oswald's throat to facilitate breathing, while Dr. Perry quickly examines his chest. Noting the bullet wound in the lower left part of the chest, Dr. Perry reaches around and feels for an exit wound. He encounters a lump on the right side. The bullet is just under the skin at the margin of the rib. Perry knew at a glance that the bullet had likely traversed every major organ in the abdomen. Detective Lavelle, who is in the room, wants the bullet as evidence, and he says that someone, maybe Perry, pinched the skin and the bullet just popped out on a tray like a grapeseed. Lavelle realizes that if the bullet hadn't been stopped by a rib on the right side, it would have automatically gone on to exit Oswald's body and hit him. The emergency team swings into action, starting resuscitation routines designed to stabilize the patient. 3 small venous incisions are performed on each of Oswald's legs as well as to his left forearm to introduce fluids. A chest tube is inserted to prevent the left lung from collapsing, and the front of the gurney is lowered to help get blood to Oswald's heart and brain. The irony is not lost on some that every effort is now being made to save the life of someone who, virtually everyone believes, extinguished the life of President Kennedy just 2 days earlier. Dr. Tom Shires, the chief of surgery at Parkland, and Dr. Robert McClelland enter the room just as Dr. Perry orders Oswald taken to the second floor and prepped for surgery. Perry quickly fills in the chief surgeon. Dr. Shires knows that it will be virtually impossible to save Oswald's life. Had the shooting happened right outside the operating room, they might have some chance, but Oswald has lost too much blood during the 20 minutes that have elapsed since the shooting. There are no doubt multiple internal bleeding points that will take considerable time to get under control. The tremendous blood loss will result in anoxia, the state of being deprived too long of blood-supplied oxygen, a fatal condition. Hospital Administrator Steve Landrigan manages to get a word with Dr. Shires as he and the other surgeons come out of Trauma Room 2, and he immediately passes it on to the press. Oswald has a gunshot wound in his left side with no exit. He is in extremely critical condition and is being taken immediately to surgery. For the moment, that's all anyone is willing to say. 11:34 a.m., 12:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Jackie Kennedy, her 2 children, and RFK enter the East Room of the White House where the president's body lies in state for a private viewing. Jackie had earlier written a letter to her lost husband, and minutes earlier upstairs in the family quarters, she had Caroline, soon to be 6 years old, write a letter to her father in which he said, "Dear Daddy, we're all going to miss you. Daddy, I love you very much. Caroline." Then Caroline, holding John's hand, had him scribble up and down something illegible on a separate sheet of paper. Now at the casket it is opened. "It isn't Jack, it isn't Jack," Jackie thinks, repeating her observation of several hours earlier as she looks at the grotesquely familiar figure before her, happy that the casket had been closed for the rest of the world. She places the 3 letters from herself, Caroline, and John along with a scrimshaw, a decorative article carved from whale ivory, and a pair of cufflinks she had given JFK in the coffin. Bobby, kneeling beside Jackie at the coffin, places a silver rosary his wife Ethel had given him at their wedding, and the PT-109 tie clip his brother had given him next to his brother's body in the coffin. The coffin is closed, and Jackie and Bobby quietly and slowly leave the room, their minds and souls racked with inconsolable pain. 11:38 a.m. At Dallas Police Headquarters, the public elevator opens onto the 3rd floor and Sergeant Patrick Dean steps off. He's hoping to find someone in Captain Fritz's office who can tell him if it's all right to release to the press the name of the man who shot Oswald. Dean is unaware that the name Ruby is already spreading like wildfire through the press corps in the basement below. As soon as Dean steps off the elevator, he encounters Chief Curry and a Secret Service agent. "This is Mr. Forrest V. Sorrells, head of the Secret Service in Dallas," Curry says. "Here's my keys. Take him to the 5th floor to interview Ruby." Curry hands Dean a packed key ring, including the one Dean will need to operate the 3rd floor jail elevator. As the 2 men ascend to the 5th floor, Agent Sorrells wrestles with a dilemma. He knows that before questioning Ruby, he should advise him of his constitutional right to remain silent under the 5th Amendment. However, Sorrells also knows that it is paramount that he find out if Ruby is involved with Oswald in the assassination, or if Ruby has accomplices. Sorrells figures that if he warns Ruby of his right to remain silent, Ruby might not tell him what he wants to know. By the time Dean and Sorrells reach the 5th floor, Sorrells decides not to warn Ruby, believing that at the moment it's far more important to the Secret Service to determine whether or not Ruby has accomplices, and of critical interest to determine whether or not Oswald and Ruby know each other. The elevator doors open onto the 5th floor of the jail, and Sergeant Dean and Secret Service Agent Sorrells step off. Sorrells surrenders his sidearm to the officer just outside, and they walk over to where 3 detectives are standing with Jack Ruby stripped to his shorts. "This is Mr. Forrest V. Sorrells," Dean says, introducing the 2 men. Ruby stops him. "I know who he is," Ruby says. "He's with the FBI." "No, I am not with the FBI," Sorrells replies. "I'm with the Secret Service." "Well, I knew that you were working for the government," Ruby answers. "I want to ask you some questions," the Secret Service man says. "Is this for the magazines or press?" Ruby asks. "No, it's for myself," Sorrells tells him. Ruby seems to be mulling over whether he's going to answer any of Sorrells' questions. The agent tries to think of a way to make Ruby feel comfortable talking to him. He remembers looking out Assistant Chief Batchelor's window just before the shooting and seeing Honest Joe Goldstein, a pawnbroker and one of the town's more colorful characters, across the street. It's not easy to overlook Goldstein, who's often seen in his garishly painted Edsel with its plugged .50 caliber machine gun mounted on the top. Honest Joe was well off and generous, always willing to cut prices for a police officer, and a publicity hound to boot. He likes to lend money on oddities like artificial limbs, just to get his name in the paper. Honest Joe Goldstein, the Lone Ranger. "I just saw Honest Joe on the street," Sorrells says. "I know a number of Jewish merchants here that you know." It seems to break the ice. "That's good enough for me," Ruby says. "What is it you want to know?" "Are you Jack Rubin?" Sorrells asks. "No, it's Jack Ruby," the 52-year-old nightclub owner says. "I was born Jack Rubenstein, but had my name changed legally when I came to Dallas." In answer to a series of questions, Ruby says he is in the entertainment business, operating the Carousel Club on Commerce Street and the Vegas Club on Oak Lawn. He has an apartment on South Ewing Street in Dallas. "Jack, why?" Sorrells finally asks. Ruby is longing to talk, and it all comes tumbling out. "When this thing happened," Ruby says, "I was in a newspaper office placing an ad for my business when I heard about the assassination. I canceled my ad and closed my business and have not done any business for the last 3 days. I have been grieving about this thing. On Friday night I went to the synagogue and heard a eulogy on the president. I thought very highly of him." Tears come to Ruby's eyes. "My sister," he continues, "who has recently had an operation, has been hysterical. When I saw that Mrs. Kennedy was going to have to appear for a trial, I thought to myself, why should she have to go through this ordeal for this no-good son of a bitch? I had read about a letter to little Caroline. I had been to the Western Union office to send a telegram. I guess I had worked myself into a state of insanity to where I had to do it. I was afraid he might not get his just punishment. Sometimes they don't, you know." Jack looks up at Sorrells. "I guess I just had to show the world that a Jew has guts," he says. Sorrells asks him if he was ever politically active, and Ruby tells him that he was a labor organizer years ago. Asked if he ever was convicted of a felony, Ruby says he was not. "I was arrested and taken before a justice of the peace in 1954, Ruby says, "but I was released." "What for?" Sorrells asks. "Investigation of violation of state liquor laws," Ruby replies. "Why were you carrying a gun today?" Sorrells asks. "I often have a large amount of money on me from my business," Ruby tells him. Now, Sorrells gets to what he really wants to know. "Was anyone involved with you in the shooting of Oswald?" "No." "Did you know Oswald before?" "No," Ruby says again. "There is no acquaintance or connection between Oswald and myself." Before it's all over, Ruby says that he has the highest regard for the Dallas police and that they all know him. After getting the answers to a few more questions about Ruby's background and family, Sorrells excuses himself and leaves. The interview has lasted less than 7 minutes, but Sorrells has all the information he needs to get an investigation rolling and needs to find a telephone to call Washington immediately. He retrieves his sidearm, steps into the jail elevator, and is whisked back to the 3rd floor. Now Sergeant Dean turns to face the prisoner. "Jack, I want to ask you a couple of questions myself," he says. Dean has known Ruby since about 1960 when he commanded a downtown patrol and routinely checked out the Carousel Club. He had even gone there 3 or 4 times with friends when he was off duty. Occasionally he would run into Ruby on the street, and Jack was always very friendly, inviting him up to the club to see the latest show. However, Dean didn't want to get cozy with Jack and kept his contacts on an impersonal basis. "How did you get in the basement?" the sergeant asks. "I walked in the Main Street ramp," Ruby says calmly, repeating what he's already told Detective Clardy. "I had just been to the Western Union to mail a money order to Fort Worth. I walked from the Western Union to the ramp and saw Rio's Sam Pierce drive out of the basement. At the time the car drove out is when I walked in." "How long had you been in the basement before Oswald came out?" Dean asks. "I just walked in," Ruby replies. "I just walked to the bottom of the ramp when he came out." 11:40 a.m. In the Dallas FBI office, Agent Jim Hosty heads down the stairs to the 11th floor, having just finished an interview with Katya Ford, a Russian-born refugee who had befriended Marina Oswald and knew Lee as an abusive husband. Just as Hosty reaches the bottom step, his supervisor, Ken Howe, scrambles toward him, dodging desks and chairs. "God damn it, Jim, they've just killed Oswald!" he shouts. Hosty is stunned. His mouth opens, but nothing comes out. Howe pushes him aside and dashes up the stairs. Hosty can't believe it. The police had been warned of the threats against Oswald. Why had they not taken them seriously? Hosty's desk phone rings, and he answers. It's W.P. Pat Ganaway, captain of the Dallas Police Intelligence Unit. "What do you guys have on a Jack Rubenstein, alias Jack Ruby?" Ganaway asks. "We've arrested him for shooting Oswald." "Let me check," Hosty says. "I'll get back to you, okay?" "Sure, as soon as you can," Ganaway says and hangs up. Hosty quickly locates the FBI file on Jack Ruby, which shows that Ruby was classified as a PCI, potential criminal informant. There are 4 pages in it. The first is a memo from Agent Charles Flynn saying he is opening the file. The second is a contact page, showing that Flynn had several contacts with Ruby, but no information had been developed. The third page was a memo saying the Ruby file was closed because Agent Flynn had been routinely transferred to another city. The final page was a misfiled item that had nothing to do with Ruby. Hosty knew Flynn as a young new agent in the Dallas office who, like most agents, aggressively sought out new potential informants. It was department policy and an easy way to keep bureau authorities off a new agent's back. Hosty ran the file over to Ken Howe's desk. "Ganaway just called and said they've arrested a guy named Jack Ruby for shooting Oswald," Hosty tells him. "He wants to know what we have on Ruby. Here it is." Hosty hands Howe the file. Ruby was one of our PCIs. Howe grabs the folder and scans the contents a moment. "Don't call Ganaway back," Howe orders. "I'll take care of it." Obviously, Howe was worried about how Ruby's PCI status would be viewed if it were ever made public that the gunman in the Oswald shooting was also one of the FBI's potential criminal informants. He knew the press would eat it up. The FBI ultimately decides to handle it the easy way. They bury it for 13 years. 11:42 a.m. On a second-floor operating table at Parkland Hospital, Dr. Malcolm Perry, under the supervision of Chief Surgeon Tom Shires, quickly lays open Oswald's abdomen in an operation called a laparotomy. The damage is, much as they suspected, massive. Both of the major vessels leading to and from the heart, the aorta and the inferior vena cava, have been ripped open, with catastrophic loss of blood and circulation. The abdomen is swamped with an excess of 3 quarts of blood, both liquid and in clots. The whole team, Shires, Perry, McClellan, and Jones, assisted by 3 anesthesiologists and 5 nurses, work quickly to remove the blood by suction, lap packs, and their own latex glove-covered hands. 16 500-milliliter bottles of whole blood, along with huge quantities of lactated Ringer's solution, are given to Oswald as the doctors feverishly work to stop the bleeding points one by one. The bullet has shattered the top of the spleen, damaged the area around the pancreas, and torn off the top of the right kidney and the right lobe of the liver before lodging in the right lateral body wall. Along the way, the bullet has also injured the stomach. The doctors first concentrate on the right side, using packing to control the bleeding around the kidney. Then turn to focus on the left, where the bleeding is massive. A multitude of organs and tissues are dissected free, then clamped, only to reveal more damage. Dr. Perry finds the source of most of the bleeding, a ruptured aorta, and uses his fingers to clamp it while Dr. Shires tries to stop the bleeding from another main artery that has been sheared away. Working at breakneck pace for the next hour, the surgical team manages to stop all the major bleeding and restore Oswald's blood pressure to 100/85. They begin to think that they may be able to save Oswald after all. In New York, CBS anchor Walter Cronkite calls a cousin of his in Dallas whom he grew up with and was like a brother to him. The cousin was the vice president of the local branch of the National Distillers. As such, he knew all the bars in Dallas. "Do you know anything about Jack Ruby?" Cronkite asks. "Oh, Jack Ruby, he's a nut. Why are you calling me about him?" It hadn't been on the air yet, but Cronkite said it is believed he is the person who shot Oswald. "No kidding," the cousin says. "Tell me more about him," Cronkite says. "Well, he's kind of a nut. He's been around town a long time. He's owned several bars. He's always been a strange sort of character. I can't imagine why he'd be shooting Oswald. He didn't strike me as the kind of patriot who would want to get rid of this assassin." 11:45 a.m., 12:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On all three networks, most of America is watching the televised proceedings in Washington where the weather is crisp and sunny. Jackie Kennedy, in black, her eyes swollen from hours of crying, holds the hands of her two children as she watches the president's coffin being carried by military pallbearers from the north portico of the White House and placed in an artillery caisson, a gun carriage without its gun. 6 magnificent white horses, which equestrians always call, no matter how white they may be, grays, will pull it up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. Immediately behind the caisson is Sardar, a riderless bay gelding given to Mrs. Kennedy by the President of Pakistan, and a 10-car procession with Mrs. Kennedy and her two children, Robert Kennedy and Lady Bird Johnson, in the first car. An estimated 300,000 people line the procession route on Pennsylvania Avenue. Seldom have so many people made so little noise. The crowd's silence is uncanny, loud to the senses. The sound of muffled drums, sticks beating slowly on slackened drumheads, from the corps of military drummers following the caisson increases the emotion of the moment for the hushed throngs. Many have never heard the oppressive and ominous sound before, but few will ever forget its monotonous expression of unremitting and unrelievable grief. Upon the arrival of the caisson, the same one that bore Franklin D. Roosevelt at the Capitol steps and with the Kennedy entourage now standing nearby, a military officer shouts, "Present arms!" The words echoing across the square, and nearby Union Station an artillery battalion commences firing a 21-gun salute, after which the Navy Band breaks into a dramatically melancholy version of Hail to the Chief. As the notes ring out, Jackie Kennedy's heretofore incredible public poise crumbles. Her head bows, and beneath the mantilla of black lace, she sobs openly. It is a scene that brings a nation to its knees. When the last measure has been played, the 9-man casket team from the United States Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Coast Guard unbuckles the coffin and carries it slowly up the 37 steps of the Capitol, the widow and her 2 children following behind. Inside the rotunda, they ease the coffin onto the catafalque. The honor guards take their positions, and the circle of mourners closes in around them. They endure a few brief eulogies, starting at 2:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time by Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, Speaker of the House John McCormack, and Chief Justice Earl Warren. The rotunda, with its vast spaces and hard reflective surfaces, is a very poor sound studio, and Mansfield's voice is faint, often buried under the barrage of nervous coughing from the onlookers. "He gave us of a good heart," Mansfield says, "from which the laughter came, of a profound wit from which a great leadership emerged. He gave us of a kindness and a strength fused into a human courage to seek peace without fear." Chief Justice Warren speaks of a man who was a believer in the dignity and equality of all human beings, a fighter for justice and apostle of peace, and that he had been snatched from our midst by the bullet of an assassin. The whole world is poorer because of his loss. It is not the words, though, but the images that are seared into the collective consciousness. Jackie Kennedy once again poised and collected little Caroline by her side, unable to understand fully what the Chief Justice is saying. The President's brother looks drained, deaf to the words of Speaker McCormack, who says, "Thank God that we were privileged, however briefly, to have had this great man for our President, for he has now taken his place among the great figures of world history." President Johnson follows a soldier bearing a wreath of red and white carnations to the catafalque. Johnson pauses in momentary prayer, then retreats to his place. The rotunda falls silent. The ceremony has ended, but no one seems to want to leave. Mrs. Kennedy suddenly realizes that everyone is waiting for her. She turns to Robert Kennedy and whispers, "Can I say goodbye?" He nods once. "We're going to say goodbye to Daddy," the First Lady says quietly, turning to her daughter. "And we're going to kiss him goodbye and tell Daddy how much we love him and how much we'll always miss him." They step forward solemnly toward the casket, Caroline keeping her eyes on her mother to see what to do. Mrs. Kennedy kneels at the coffin, then Caroline, as the whole world watches. "You know, you just kiss," whispers Jacqueline. She leans forward to brush her lips against the flag, and Caroline does the same, her small white-gloved hand slipping beneath to touch the closed casket. The microphones are too distant to capture the whispers, but the image strikes a deep chord in the hearts of the world. A cutaway to the faces of the Joint Chiefs of Staff shows them standing at attention with tears streaming down their faces. It is one of the most moving moments of the entire 4 days of television broadcasting. As the family emerges from the rotunda squinting in the stabbing sunlight, they see the immensity of the crowd that has gathered and is still growing, people as far as the eye can see, waiting to walk past the president's coffin in the rotunda. The streets leading from the Capitol are filled, an ocean of people everywhere, between the congressional office buildings, around the Supreme Court, the Library of Congress and the Folger Library, from the Botanic Gardens to the Taft Tower. The fact that the rotunda would remain open was announced on television, and people are already flowing toward it in a tide that cannot be stemmed. Cars on New York Avenue are bumper to bumper, and by dusk will stretch all the way back to Baltimore, 30 miles away. 12:35 p.m. FBI agent C. Ray Hall is in Chief Curry's office when a call comes in from the man in charge of the Dallas FBI office, Gordon Shanklin. Hall walks out and picks up a phone just outside Curry's office. "Get in and interview Ruby," Shanklin orders. Hall slips the phone back into the cradle, returns to the police chief's office, and requests permission to interview Jack Ruby. "Of course," Curry replies, and asks a uniformed officer to take Agent Hall up to Ruby's fifth-floor jail cell immediately. When he arrives, Hall finds Ruby in the same block of maximum security cells where Oswald had been imprisoned. The jailer, K.H. Haka, opens the outer door that leads into a small corridor in front of the 3 cells. There is a table and some chairs there. Detective T.D. McMillan is seated on one of them. A few minutes later, Detective Barnard Clardy joins them. Agent Hall enters the maximum security block and sees Ruby sitting alone in the center cell, clad only in shorts. Like Oswald, the cells on either side are empty. Ruby is let out of the cell and told to sit down at the table. Agent Hall sits across from him and introduces himself. "Be advised, Mr. Ruby," Hall tells him, "that you do not have to make any statement. You have the right to talk with an attorney before making any statement. Any statement you do make could be used against you in a court of law." Ruby tells him he understands. With that, Agent Hall begins to question the prisoner in his search for answers as to why Ruby shot Oswald. "When were you born?" Hall asks. "March 25th, 1911, Ruby says, "in Chicago." Under a string of questions during a long interview, Ruby tells the FBI man of his childhood in Chicago, how he grew up on the West Side, how he was hustling refreshments at rodeos and sporting events and scalping tickets as soon as he was old enough. He says he drifted to California in the mid-1930s and sold tip sheets at the racetrack and subscriptions to the Hearst newspapers to get by. A year later, he returned to Chicago and, with the help of attorney Leon Cook, became secretary-treasurer of the Scrap Iron and Junk Handlers Union. 2 years later, his life came crashing down when Cook was shot and killed during an argument at a union meeting. Ruby says he often uses Leon as his middle name as a tribute to the man he admired so much. In early 1940, he quit the union and drifted east, where he hawked punchboards at area factories until he was drafted in 1943. He served stateside in the Army Air Corps as a mechanic and was honorably discharged 3 years later at the rank of private first class. He returned to Chicago and helped his brother Earl with a mail-order business and then moved to Dallas in 1947 to help his sister open the Singapore Club, a nightclub. After a brief return to Chicago, Ruby says he eventually settled in Dallas and struggled to stay in the nightclub business. By the late 1950s, Ruby had owned or had an interest in several nightclubs, All failures, except one, the struggling Vegas club, which his sister Eva still operates. In 1960, with financial help from his brother Earl and bullpen restaurant owner Ralph Paul, Ruby bought the Carousel Club on Commerce Street in Dallas. Ruby says that through the years he has become personally acquainted with many Dallas police officers. 12:50 p.m. Robert Oswald's head is a dull, numbed mass of confusion. He has learned little about his brother's condition since arriving at Parkland 20 minutes ago. It took 10 minutes just to get past 2 Secret Service agents who, for whatever reason, wouldn't let him inside. Eventually, they escorted him to the hospital's volunteer office, but only after frisking him for a concealed weapon. How ironic, Robert later thought. If only they had done this to the man who had slipped into the City Hall basement. The hospital is swarming with police officers, and Robert waits to be told where to go to get a report on Lee's condition. A Secret Service agent comes into the room and says, "Robert, he's going to be all right. Don't worry about it." It's not much, but it's the first clear report he's heard since the shooting, and it sounds reassuring. Robert finally begins to relax and starts chatting with Secret Service agent John Howlett, who seems willing to help them pass the time. Upstairs, Dr. Shire's operating team has managed to stop the massive bleeding in Oswald's abdomen. The doctors take a moment to determine how to best go about repairing the damage done by Jack Ruby's bullet. They realize that clamping the aorta has stopped the bleeding, but it's also preventing blood from flowing to the kidneys, a hazardous situation if prolonged. They decide that this major artery must be repaired immediately in order to restore blood to the kidneys and the lower portion of Oswald's body. Suddenly, Dr. Jenkins reports that Oswald's heart is weakening. The pulse rate abruptly drops from 85 to 40, then seconds later to 0. Dr. Perry reaches in and feels the aorta, no pulse. The tremendous blood loss has set the stage for irreversible shock and cardiac arrest. Dr. Perry grabs a knife, opens the left side of the chest, and reaches in to massage the heart. It is flabby, dilated, and apparently contains little blood. Perry vigorously massages the organ and manages to obtain a palpable pulse in the blood vessels feeding the neck and head, but is unable to get the heart to pump on its own. Calcium chloride and then epinephrine xylocaine are injected directly into the left ventricle of the heart, causing fibrillation, an uncontrolled twitching of the heart muscles, but no heartbeat. They hit Oswald with 240, 360, 500, and finally 700 volts of electricity, but still no heartbeat. A thoracic surgery resident hands Dr. Perry a cardiac pacemaker, which he quickly sews into the right ventricle of the heart, hoping to artificially induce the heart to pump. The pacemaker creates a small, feeble, localized muscle reaction, but no effective heartbeat. After a frenzied, almost instinctual struggle, Dr. Jenkins calls a halt. Oswald's pupils were fixed and dilated. There is no retinal blood flow, no respiratory effort, and no effective pulse. They have done everything they know how to do, and it isn't enough. Oswald is dead. It is 7 minutes after 1 o'clock, almost exactly 2 days after Kennedy expired. 1 p.m. Dallas detectives Guy Rose, H.M. Moore, and J.P. Adamczyk arrive at the Marsala Place apartments, where Ruby lives, to search his unit, but the search warrant has an apartment number on it other than number 207, Ruby's apartment, and the manager won't open the door to 207 until after Rose calls Joe B. Brown, Jr., the Oak Cliff judge who had the original warrant, and Brown comes out to correct the error. The detectives examine everything in the apartment, find nothing of evidentiary value, and leave Ruby's apartment around 2 p.m. without taking anything with them. 1:16 p.m. Parkland's assistant administrator, Peter Geilich, dashes up the stairs to the second-floor operating room to get more news for the press. He is corralled into the hospital's makeshift press room. As he gets there, Dr. Shires and the other members of the surgery team are coming out the door and tell him the news. Geilich sees Dr. Malcolm Perry among the group and can't help thinking that Perry has certainly been in the thick of things over the last few days. Geilich grabs Dr. Shires by the arm. "The press wants to talk to you," he says. "We have promised them that you would make a statement as soon as you came out of surgery." Dr. Shires looks down and sees that he is covered in blood. He slips into the doctor's locker room and puts on a clean lab coat. Then he and Mr. Geilich make their way down to the classroom-turned-press room to face the live television cameras. "Is he alive, Doctor?" a voice asks from the battery of reporters and cameramen crowding around. Dr. Shires shakes his head. No, he has died. Let Dr. Shires make his statement, please. Hospital Administrator Steve Landrigan pleads. When did he die, Doctor? He died at 1:07 p.m., Dr. Shires replies, of his gunshot wounds he had received. Shires fields dozens of questions regarding Oswald's final moments, his condition when he arrived at the hospital, the damage caused by the bullet, and the names of the other doctors in attendance during surgery. Did you first inform his relatives of the death before you came here? One reporter asks. No, I came right here from the operating room, Shires tells him. In the volunteer office down the hall, Secret Service agent John Howlett picks up the telephone and listens intently as Robert Oswald looks on. After 30 seconds or so, Howlett says, Would you repeat that? His tone of voice fills Robert with dread. Howlett hangs up and starts around the desk toward him. Robert, he says, I'm sorry, but he's dead. Robert slumps in his chair, crushed by the intolerable weight of the news. His hand rises to his face, but it can't cover the sobs that follow. Agent Howlett is trying to locate the other Oswalds by telephone through the Dallas police radio system, where Geilich comes in and asks Robert whether he wants to talk to the press. No, not at this time, Robert sobs. Can I see my brother? Geilich calls Jack Price, the county hospital administrator, to see if he can arrange for Robert to see his brother's body. Most certainly, Price tells Geilich. Let them have whatever we give any other patient's family. Geilich checks with the operating room supervisor, Audrey Bell, who says it's not a good idea to bring Robert up to the operating room, which is a mess. The body, she says, will be taken to the morgue within 10 or 15 minutes. Geilich hangs up the phone. It'll be a few minutes, Mr. Oswald, Geilich tells him. The hospital chaplain is in the next room. Would you like to see him? Robert nods. Geilich leaves for a moment and returns with one Chaplain Pepper. He and Robert speak quietly for a moment, then pray together. The office door opens and Secret Service Inspector Thomas Kelly barges in with several other agents. Kelly looks at Robert's tear-stained face. Well, what do you expect, Kelly says. Violence breeds violence. The coldness of his remark cuts to the bone. Inspector, Robert replies, does that justify anything? Kelly leaves the room without answering. 1:20 p.m. En route with the Secret Service to the farm of Robert Oswald's in-laws, Marguerite mentions that Marina's 2 little babies are all wet, that there are no clean diapers for them, that she and Marina have no change of clothing for themselves, and so forth. Marguerite insists that they turn the car around and go by Ruth Payne's house to pick up what they need. Since the Secret Service learned there were many reporters and people at the Payne residence, they stop at the home of the Irving chief of police. Outside the chief's home now, Marguerite waits in the car with Marina's children and Secret Service agent Mike Howard. Marina is inside with Agent Kunkel and Peter Gregory, making arrangements on the phone with Ruth Payne to have some clothes and diapers picked up and brought over from Ruth's house nearby. Irving police are already at Mrs. Payne's home to ferry the items from her house to the police chief's office at the time Marina called. The Secret Service men hid the fact that Lee had been shot until they arrived at the police chief's house several minutes ago. They realized then that the chief's wife was sure to have the television on, and that the Oswalds would find out soon enough. When the car rolled to a stop in front of the house, Agent Howard turned around and bluntly told Marguerite, "Your son has been shot." "How badly?" Marguerite asked, stunned. "In the shoulder," the agent told her. Now, the radio on the front dash crackles to life. Agent Howard picks up the microphone. "Go ahead," he says. Marguerite can't quite make out what is being said. The agent mashes the radio microphone button. "Do not repeat, do not repeat." Marguerite can tell that something has happened. "My son is gone, isn't he?" she asks. Howard doesn't answer. "Answer me," Marguerite demands. "I want to know. If my son is gone, I want to meditate." "Yes, Mrs. Oswald," Agent Howard tells her. "Your son has just expired." Howard can't keep Marguerite from getting out and going into the chief's house. "Marina," she cries out, "our boy is gone." Marina already knows. Peter Gregory had told her moments before. The two women weep as the agents watch replays of the shooting on the television, which has been turned around so the women can't see it. The chief's wife brings the women coffee as they sit on the sofa.
I want to see Lee, Marguerite insists. Marina joins in. Me too. Me want to see Lee.
The chief and Peter Gregory both tell her it would be better to wait until he is at the funeral home and ready to view.
No, Marguerite persists. I want to see Lee now.
Marina is equally stubborn, but the agents have real concerns for their safety. To pacify them, Agents Howard and Kunkel take them back to the car and start for the hospital, all the while trying to convince them to turn back. Mrs. Oswald, Mike Howard says as he drives, for security reasons it would be much better if you would wait until later on to see Lee, because this is a big thing.
For security reasons, Marguerite retorts. I want you to know that I am an American citizen, and even though I am poor, I have as much right as any other human being. Mrs. Kennedy was escorted to the hospital to see her husband, and I insist on being escorted and given enough security so that I may see my son, too.
Agent Howard doesn't bother to argue with her anymore. All right, we'll take you to the hospital, he says. But I want you to know that when we get there, we will not be able to protect you. Our security measures end right there. The police will be in charge of your protection. We cannot protect you.
That's fine, Marguerite replies. If I'm to die, I will die that way. But I'm going to see my son.
Gregory turns and glares at Marguerite sitting in the back seat. Mrs. Oswald, you are being so selfish, he snaps. You are endangering this girl's life and the life of these two children. Marguerite is appalled that he would speak to her, a mother who has just lost a son, in that tone. It also ruffles her feathers that he is thinking of Marina's well-being and not hers. She sees Mr. Gregory as another Russian sticking up for her Russian daughter-in-law, and it bothers her. These Russian people are always considering this Russian girl, she thinks. What about me? Mr. Gregory, I am not talking for my daughter-in-law, she finally says. She can do what she wants. I am saying I want to see my son. I do want to see Lee, Marina says, somewhat diffusing the tension in the car. Inside the rotunda, cameras rove over the statue of Abraham Lincoln as television commentator Edward P. Morgan puts into words what millions of Americans are feeling as they watch Jack Kennedy's family pay their last respects. It is not the great solemn grandeur, but the little human things that are almost too hard to bear. Suddenly, the network abruptly cuts into the flow of images with a bulletin. Flash, Lee Harvey Oswald is dead. Morgan comments to his colleague, Howard K. Smith. You keep thinking, Howard, that this is a dream from which you will awake, but you won't. 1:29 p.m. The third-floor hallway at Dallas Police Headquarters has been packed with reporters for nearly 2 hours, awaiting a statement from Chief Curry. Unlike the previous 2 days, the corridor leading to the administrative offices is blocked by 3 uniformed police officers standing shoulder to shoulder. When Chief Curry finally emerges from his office, he passes through the crowd without a word. The look on his face says everything. The press follows him down to the assembly room where Curry takes a position at the front of the room. There is a scramble and a slight delay as cameramen and television crews get their equipment set up. Curry stands waiting, the very picture of dejection. When the press is ready, Curry steps to the battery of microphones assembled before him. My statement will be very brief, he says. Oswald expired at 1:07 p.m. He died? One addled reporter in the back of the room asks. He died, Curry repeats, at 1:07 p.m. We have arrested the man. The man will be charged with murder. Curry then identifies the man as Jack Rubenstein and tells the media he goes by the name of Jack Ruby. When the press starts asking questions about Ruby, Curry responds firmly, I have no other statements to make at this time, and promptly leaves the room. Seth Cantor, a Scripps Howard reporter in the assembly room, later writes from his tape-recorded impression of what has transpired, the boner of the Dallas Police Department, in failing to protect Oswald, would rank now with the building of the Maginot Line by the French to keep the Germans from marching into their country during World War II, when the Germans merely went around the thing. Remember the picture of the Frenchman crying in the streets of Paris then? Only the tears were missing from the tragedy on Curry's face. Up until Oswald was shot, Dallas Police Sergeant Gerald L. Hill said, we were smelling like a rose. Within a short period of time, street cops, sergeants, detectives, patrolmen, and motorcycle officers had caught the man who had killed the President of the United States, had lost an officer in the process, and had managed to do so without the FBI, Secret Service, or any of the other glory boys. Nobody could have faulted us for anything at that point. 1:58 p.m. The metal door clangs open as a uniformed jail guard steps into the narrow corridor of the fifth-floor maximum security block where FBI agent C. Ray Hall is interviewing Jack Ruby. "There's an attorney downstairs who wants to talk with Mr. Ruby whenever he's available," the jailer says. "He's available right now," Hall says, then turns back to face Ruby. "Jack, why don't you go down and talk with him, and we'll continue this when you get back." The police give Ruby his clothes back, and he gets dressed. With Agent Hall and Detectives McMillan and Clardy in tow, Ruby is led down to the fourth-floor jail office and into a room where he confers privately with Attorney Tom Howard, an old acquaintance who had represented him in the past. Their meeting lasts 4 minutes. When Ruby comes out, Detective McMillan asks Dr. Fred Bieberdorf, who had returned from Parkland Hospital, to take a look at Ruby to see if he had any complaints or injuries as a result of the scuffle in the basement garage. "I'm okay," Ruby says, taking off his suit coat. He shows Dr. Bieberdorf a few bruises on his right arm and wrist and assures him that they aren't bothering him. "I have a great deal of admiration for the Dallas police," Ruby says. "They only did what they had to do. They didn't hurt me more than was necessary, no more than what I would expect. They were just doing their job and doing it very well." In a few minutes, the doctor finishes the examination and Ruby is returned to his fifth-floor cell where he is again stripped to his shorts and FBI Agent Hall resumes his questioning. 2:11 p.m., 3:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Less than an hour after the eulogies ended in the rotunda of the Capitol on Sunday afternoon, the District of Columbia Police reported that a serious problem was developing as people surged toward the Capitol building. The original plan called for closing the rotunda to the public at 9 Sunday evening, but no one dreamed there would be such an incredible multitude of people who would show up for the opportunity to pay their final respects to the president. Each allowed a maximum of 30 seconds of meditation at the president's casket. The decision is ultimately made to keep the rotunda open all night to accommodate the crowds. For the millions watching television at home, both in America and around the world via satellite, there is little relief from the images of people streaming into the rotunda. As has been the situation with all three networks since the assassination, there are no breaks for commercials, or indeed for any of television's routine news, weather, or sports reports. To relieve the monotony, there is little but endless replays of earlier events, although by now many viewers have seen the clip several times. With the constant regressions and recyclings of black and white footage, time seems to loop back on itself, becoming both fluid and petrified. Saturday afternoon exists in the same frame with Friday morning and Sunday evening. When time does advance, it does so in tiny, almost imperceptible increments. Early this morning, the cameras caught a glimpse of the president's mother, Rose Kennedy, emerging from a church in Hyannisport. At 3:30 in the afternoon, she was briefly seen again, this time with her daughter Eunice Shriver and son Ted as they left Hyannisport for Washington and tomorrow's funeral. An hour later, the camera's view shifted to Dulles International Airport to cover the arrival of France's head of state, General Charles de Gaulle, where he was met by Secretary of State Dean Rusk and a crew of State Department officers, who will be on hand all evening to receive an unprecedented inflow of dignitaries. King Baudouin of Belgium, Chancellor Erhard of West Germany, Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, President Eamon de Valera of Ireland, and an English delegation including Prince Philip, Sir Alec and Lady Douglas Home, the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire, and Harold Wilson and Joe Grimond, heads of the British Labour and Liberal parties. Nearly 100 nations have sent representatives, usually several, to form the largest assembly of ruling statesmen ever gathered in the United States, probably anywhere, for any event. Even the Soviet Union, which plans to broadcast the funeral in its entirety on state-run television, sends its first deputy premier, Anastas I. Mikoyan. The UN contingent includes Secretary General U Thant, Dr. Ralph Bunche, and 7 others. The European Coal and Steel Community sends 2, the European Economic Community and Euratom 1 each, while the Vatican is represented by the Most Reverend Egidio Vannozzi, Archbishop of Myra, and an apostolic delegate. 30 state governors, 20 Harvard professors, and 3 Roman Catholic prelates arrive and scatter to their various destinations without any notice from television at all. Among the televised arrivals, there are a sprinkling of special programs, a memorial concert by the New York Philharmonic Orchestra, quickly organized and conducted by Leonard Bernstein, his broadcast, as well as Largo and Requiem performed by the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. No one really knows how much the television coverage is costing the networks and local radio and television stations. The three networks normally earn a total of about $14 million each night alone from the sale of advertising during prime time. But when the revenues lost to hundreds of local stations is added in, the cost to the industry altogether could run to $100 million. Although the waning day had been almost cloudless, it was cold and windy, the temperature dipping to 39 degrees at midnight, but neither the cold nor the prospect of the long ordeal ahead daunt very many. As late as 11 o'clock, the line of people, several abreast, is still 9 miles long. Everyone is there, toddlers as well as the elderly and infirm. Men and women on crutches and in wheelchairs wait as long as 14 hours in the bitter cold. People accustomed to being driven to the Capitol entrance in limousines rub shoulders with those who have come by city bus, but they seem united in a single outpouring of grief. However controversial the young president had been to some just 2 days before, everyone is equally grieved at his passing and draws sustenance from being so tangibly a part of the vast multitude sharing their feelings. Here and there, guitarists keep spirits up with folk songs, including the president's favorite, "Won't You Come Home, Bill Bailey." There are spirituals like "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," and songs from the burgeoning civil rights movement like "We Shall Not Be Moved." Some weep, some pray, almost all ask themselves and others, why? The sheer senselessness of it all remains incomprehensible, indigestible, unbearable. In a way, not really believable. As the evening wears on, the ropes around the coffin are moved inward to allow more people to circle it at the same time. The flow of humanity widens into a river seemingly endless. Edward P. Morgan describes the atmosphere as a mood of mutinous, somber sadness. 2:25 p.m. Secret Service agent Mike Howard delivers the two Oswald women to a rear entrance at Parkland Hospital. All his attempts to dissuade them from going there have been stubbornly rejected by the voluble Marguerite. The agents escort the Oswald women and children into the freight entrance, where they are met by Nurse Doris Nelson and taken to the minor medicine and surgery room near the emergency entrance. "I'll have the doctor come in and talk to you," she tells them, and leaves to inform the medical examiner, Dr. Earl F. Rose, that they are there. The hospital staff has already cleared and prepped the X-ray department down the hall so that the family can view the body there. Under Dr. Rose's supervision, Oswald's body is placed on a hospital gurney and wheeled down from the second-floor operating room to the X-ray department under heavy police guard. Nurse Nelson and several police officers help drape the body with sheets for viewing, while Dr. Rose heads down the hall to talk with the family. Two nurses' aides attend to the babies while Marina and Marguerite and their Secret Service escorts follow Dr. Rose into the room near emergency. For some reason, no one thinks to go to the volunteer office and get Robert Oswald or even inform him that his mother and sister-in-law are in the hospital. "Now, you know," Dr. Rose warns them, "that Texas law says that we have to have an autopsy on the body." "Yes, I understand," Marguerite says. She is sure that Marina, who was a pharmacist in the Soviet Union, understands as well. "I understand that you wish to see the body," Rose continues. "Now, I will do whatever you ladies wish. However, I will say this, it will not be pleasant. All the blood has been drained from him, and it would be much better if you would see him after he is fixed up." "I'm a nurse," Marguerite says. "I have seen death before. I want to see my son now." "I want to see Lee, too," Marina cries. With that, Dr. Rose leads them down the hall into the X-ray department and closes the door. Lee Oswald's body is lying under a sheet, his face visible. Several Dallas police officers are standing nearby. Marina approaches the body and, to Marguerite's astonishment, pulls open his eyelids. "He cry," Marina whimpers in broken English. "He eye wet." "Yes," Dr. Rose replies softly. Marina wants to see the wound that had killed him. She has to see it. She reaches out to lift the sheet away, and someone grabs her arm and stops her. She leans down and kisses her husband. His flesh is cold. "In Russia," she thinks to herself, "it wouldn't have happened. They would have taken better care of him." Marguerite doesn't touch the body, but sees enough to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is her son. She leaves the room with a parting shot for the police officers. "I think someday you'll hang your heads in shame," she says. "I happen to know some facts that maybe my son is the unsung hero of this episode, and I, as his mother, intend to prove this if I can." Down the hall, Robert Oswald waits in the purchasing agent's office, where the Secret Service has moved him in anticipation of seeing Lee's body. Soon, Marguerite, who is quite upset, and Marina, who has a look of shock about her, are brought down to join Robert. Marguerite, who believes Lee was an agent of the U.S. government, suggests to Robert that he should be buried at Arlington National Cemetery in Washington. "Oh, Mother, forget it," he tells her. The Oswald children are brought in and reunited with Marina. Chaplain Pepper asks that the hospital staff bring something for Marina to drink, as she has had nothing all day and is trying to nurse the baby. The staff complies and brings in a tray of coffee. Secret Service agents announce that they are leaving the case and that the Dallas police will be in charge of protecting the Oswald family. However, a few minutes later, after receiving orders to stay with the Oswalds until further notice, the agents tell them that they will continue to provide protection services. Marguerite asks to speak to Chaplain Pepper in private. They adjourn to a side room, and she tells him that she believes her son was an agent of the U.S. government and wants to have him buried in Arlington Cemetery. "I would like you to talk to my son Robert," she says. "He does not listen to me, never has ever since he joined the Marines. I don't know how the public will take the news that the FBI helped a Marxist, but I think my son should be buried in Arlington. Will you talk to Robert about it?" Marguerite rambles on in some detail about it, although she never really explains why she thinks Lee is an agent. She tells Pepper that financially she is in very poor straits and that she wants him to speak to Robert about having Lee buried in the National Cemetery. 2:45 p.m. Meanwhile, Mr. Geilich, Parkland's assistant administrator, is at the morgue entrance, trying to get permission for Robert to view his brother's body. Rebuffed by the police, Geilich tells the Secret Service agents, who insist that Geilich return to the morgue and ask the medical examiner directly. "Under no circumstances can anyone else view the body," Dr. Rose tells him, after being called to the morgue entrance. "The legal requirements of family identification have been met, and I'm not going to let anyone else in to view the body." In fact, Dr. Rose has already begun taking a series of post-mortem photographs of the corpse. Mr. Geilich returns and tells the Secret Service agents, who ask him to break the news to Robert, since they would have to be with the family for the next several days and don't want to increase tensions. Geilich is relieved to find Chaplain Pepper in an adjoining room already telling Robert the medical examiner's decision. In a few minutes, Robert emerges and seems composed for the first time since hearing of his brother's death. The Secret Service agents have 2 cars brought around to the freight entrance, but 24 photographers and reporters guessed right and are waiting for them. "Do you have any comments?" they shout at the family as the agents hustle them into the cars. "Do you have anything to say?" One of the photographers is nearly run over as the cars pull out at top speed. Several reporters jump into 2 waiting taxicabs and try to catch up. They nearly do, even though the 2 Secret Service cars are traveling at high speed. The agents with Robert Oswald radio the Dallas police and ask for assistance. Within minutes, 4 Dallas police cars appear, roar up behind the taxicabs, and force them to the side of the road. The 2 Secret Service cars bearing the Oswalds quickly disappear out of sight. 2:50 p.m. On the 5th floor of Dallas Police Headquarters, following a meeting with attorney Tom Howard, FBI agent C. Ray Hall and Jack Ruby once again face each other across a table set up in the maximum security cell block. "Tell me about this morning, Jack," Hall says. "What did you do?" "I left my apartment at about 10 o'clock, Ruby replies, and drove to the Western Union office at the corner of Main Street and the North Central Expressway. Before I left home, I put my revolver, a .38 caliber Colt, in my right coat pocket. After parking my car, I went into the Western Union office and sent a $25 money order to one of my employees, Karen Bennett. She had requested it. Some time after sending the telegram, I entered the basement of City Hall." "From which side?" Hall asks. "From the Main Street side," Ruby replies. "Did you use a press badge?" Hall asks. "No," Ruby says. "Did you help bring in a camera or press equipment?" "No," Ruby says again. "I really don't want to say exactly how I got in, what time, or anything like that, but I will say that no one helped me in any way to get into the building." "Then what happened?" Hall asks. "When Oswald was brought out through the door," Ruby says, "I pulled my revolver and shot him. Believe me, I didn't plan to shoot him when I went into the basement." "Then why did you bring your revolver with you?" Hall asks. Ruby refuses to say. "Did you talk to anyone about shooting Oswald?" "No, I didn't," Ruby answers. Did you make any telephone calls to anyone about it? Hall persists. No. Did you tell anyone directly or indirectly that you intended to shoot Oswald? Hall asks. No, Ruby says again. I made no plans to shoot Oswald. If he had confessed shooting the president, I probably would never have even shot him. Why is that? Hall asks. Because I think he would have been convicted in court, Ruby says. But since he hadn't confessed, I was afraid he might be turned loose. After a moment, Ruby says, You know, hundreds of people probably had thought about doing what I did, but I knew that no one would do anything about it. Although I must say, after I shot him, I wondered if I'd been a sucker. You acted alone, then? Hall asks. I was not involved in any conspiracy with anyone, Ruby replies. No one asked me or suggested to me that I shoot Oswald. It was simply a compulsive act, Hall asks. That's right, Ruby says. 3:15 p.m. Amid a crush of reporters, Jack Ruby is escorted by detectives through the third-floor corridor to the Homicide and Robbery Bureau, in a scene eerily reminiscent of those played out by Oswald over the past 2 days. Captain Fritz, Secret Service agent in charge Forrest Sorrells, and Judge Pierce McBride await Ruby in Fritz's office. McBride reads a complaint signed by Captain Fritz to Ruby, advising him that he is charged with shooting and killing Lee Harvey Oswald with malice aforethought. A capital offense, no bond is set. Ruby is to remain a prisoner. As Judge McBride leaves the room, Captain Fritz tells Ruby he would like to ask him some questions. I don't want to talk to you, Ruby answers. I want to talk to my lawyers. Do you have an attorney? Fritz asks. Ruby says that he might get Tom Howard, Fred Bruner, Stanley Kaufman, Jim Arndt, or C.A. Droby to represent him, and that he's already been advised by Mr. Howard. Captain Fritz asks a couple of questions about Ruby's legal name change, and the prisoner begins to relax. If you'll level with me, Ruby tells him, and you won't make me look like a fool in front of my lawyers, I'll talk to you. In answers to Fritz's questions, Ruby says he bought his Colt revolver at Ray's Hardware and Sporting Goods store in Dallas, and that his roommate was George Senator. When the subject gets to Oswald, Ruby calls him a Red. Do you think the communists were behind the assassination? Fritz asks. No, I think Oswald was alone in what he did, Ruby replies. How did you know who to shoot? Fritz asks. I saw Oswald in the show-up room Friday night, Ruby tells him. I knew who I was going for. Then Fritz asks Ruby point blank, Why did you shoot him? I was all tore up over the president's killing, he says. I built up a grief, and I just felt terribly sorry for Mrs. Kennedy, and I didn't want to see her have to come back to Dallas for a trial. The answers are coming quicker now. Secret Service agent Sorrells notices that Ruby is considerably more composed than he was when Sorrells questioned him shortly after the shooting. How did you get down in the basement? Fritz asks. I came down the Main Street ramp from outside, Ruby answers. No, you couldn't have come down that ramp, Fritz argues, because there was an officer at the top and an officer at the bottom, so you couldn't have come down that ramp. Ruby senses a trap of some kind. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, he says. I'm not going to get into trouble. Ruby doesn't say any more about how he got into the basement, but he does continue to talk to Captain Fritz, covering much of the same ground he did in previous interviews with the Secret Service and FBI agents. Ruby reiterates that the shooting of Oswald was due to a buildup of grief. That Saturday night he had driven around and that people were in nightclubs laughing and no one seemed to be in mourning. That he saw eulogies for the president on television and saw his brother Bobby Kennedy. That he had read about a letter that someone had written to little Caroline, and that all of this had created a moment of insanity. Ruby tells Fritz that he had a fondness for the police department, that he knows the Dallas Police Department is wonderful, and that his heart is with them, and that he had hopes that if ever there was an opportunity for participation in a police battle, that he could be part of it with them. At one point he looks at Captain Fritz and says, I don't want you to hate me. For the most part, Ruby is cooperative. Some of Fritz's questions, however, are either met by a quick, I will not answer that, or ignored altogether. When Fritz asks him when he first decided to kill Oswald, Ruby simply talks about something else. It doesn't take long for the interrogators to figure out that Jack Ruby is a colorful character. Agent Sorrells later wrote that at one time during the interrogation, Ruby asked Fritz, I would make a good actor, wouldn't I? 4 p.m. Homicide detectives escort Jack Ruby past reporters and back to the jail elevator, where he is returned to his fifth-floor jail cell to face additional questioning from FBI agent C. Ray Hall. A few minutes later, Captain Fritz steps through the homicide office door and faces the press. "Captain, is there any doubt in your mind that Oswald was the man who killed President Kennedy?" a reporter asks. "No, sir," Fritz says. "There is no doubt in my mind about Oswald being the man. Of course, we'll continue to investigate and gather more and more evidence, but there is no question about it." "Is the case closed or not, then, Captain?" "The case is cleared," Fritz says. "But we'll be anxious to find out more about it, all we can find out." "Captain, was anyone else connected with Oswald in the matter?" "Well, now, not that I know of," Fritz replies. "Did Jack Ruby say why he shot Oswald, Captain?" "Some of those things I can't answer for you," Fritz says. "And he, of course, has talked to his attorney, and there are certain things he didn't want to tell me. He did tell me that he had built up a grief. Those are his words, built up a grief." "Captain, what excuse is there for letting him get that close?" someone finally asks. "What excuse did he use?" Fritz asks back. "No, what excuse do you all have, that he got that close?" Fritz can't believe the nerve of some people. "I don't have an excuse," he snaps. 4:30 p.m. FBI agent C. Ray Hall resumes his questioning of Ruby in Ruby's fifth-floor jail cell. Agent Hall asks Ruby to relate the events leading up to his shooting of Oswald. "After I heard that the president had been assassinated," Ruby says, "I put signs in both my clubs saying that they'd be closed until after the funeral on Monday. I didn't think anyone would be dancing until then. But as it turned out, they did," Ruby notes, clearly at a loss to understand how. "That night," Ruby continues, "I went to the synagogue and heard Rabbi Silverman tell the assembly there that the assassination should make them better people. After services, I went to a delicatessen and had some sandwiches made up to take over to the Dallas Police Department. I called Homicide Detective Richard Sims and told him I knew how hard the police were working and that I wanted to bring some sandwiches down. But Sims said they had already eaten, so I called radio station KLIF to see if they wanted them, but I couldn't raise anyone on the phone." Ruby explains that he went to the police station to see if he could get the control booth phone number from one of the KLIF reporters there. Ruby says he was in the hall when Oswald was taken to the assembly room late that night. He remembers that Oswald mumbled something as he went past him. After the midnight press conference, Ruby says he returned home, where he watched coverage of the assassination on television and read the newspapers. Ruby tells Hall that on Saturday morning, November 23rd, he went down to Dealey Plaza and talked with Dallas police officer Jim Cheney, who was on duty there. Cheney had been one of the motorcycle escorts riding alongside the presidential limousine when the shots were fired. "Then what did you do?" Hall asks. "I went home, watched television, and cried a great deal," Ruby tells him. "Why?" Agent Hall asks. "Because President Kennedy was my idol," Ruby says, his voice straining, "and it grieved me that this nut Oswald had done such a thing that brought so much grief to the people of Dallas and people all over the world." Ruby says that on Saturday night he called Tom O'Grady, a friend and former member of the Dallas Police Department, and talked with him about the president's death. "Did you talk about shooting Oswald?" Hall asks. "No," Ruby says. "Such a thought hadn't occurred to me at that time." Agent Hall asks Ruby for a more detailed account of his activities and the names of any other persons he had been in contact with during the past few days, but Ruby declines to do so. Ruby does say that many grievances built up inside him until he reached the point of insanity. He says he was upset over the advertisement placed by Bernard Weissman that appeared in the Dallas Morning News the day of the assassination. "I am proud that I'm a Jew," Ruby says, "and ashamed that anyone named Weissman would criticize the president." Ruby says that he also read in the newspapers about Oswald's forthcoming trial, and he thought that Jackie Kennedy would have to return to Dallas for the trial, and he did not think she should have to undergo that ordeal. "I saw Bobby Kennedy on television," Ruby says, "and I thought about how much he must have loved his brother. I read articles about the president's children and thought of the sorrow that had been brought upon them. I thought about how Bobby Kennedy would like to do something to Oswald but couldn't. I knew the Dallas police were also helpless to do anything to Oswald." Ruby tells the FBI agent that he entered the basement from the Main Street side, but says he did not wish to say how he got into the basement, which he had already told Detective Clardy and Sergeant Dean. Ruby says he's proud of the city of Dallas, thinks it is the greatest city in the world, particularly the way it's handled racial problems. "I wanted to be something," Ruby says. Something better than anyone else. 5 p.m. With the murder of Oswald, the Secret Service knew that it needed a more secure place for the Oswald family. Marguerite, Marina, Lee, and Marina's 2 children, and Robert to stay. And the service chooses the Inn of the Six Flags, a large modern motel in Arlington, Texas. It becomes like an armed camp. Secret Service men carrying M1 carbines and Arlington police officers patrol the perimeter around 2 adjoining rooms, 423 and 424, in the most isolated part of the inn. A few months out of the year, the inn is overrun with people eager to see the Six Flags Over Texas exhibition, but at this time of the year, the place is nearly deserted. It becomes the perfect spot to keep the Oswalds under Secret Service protection. More Secret Service men turn up at the motel every few minutes, flying in from Washington, D.C., California, and other parts of the United States. It seems that the motel is serving as some sort of regional headquarters. All we need is to have one more of you killed, an agent tells Robert Oswald. Although at least some of the agents have been thinking they would be turning the operation over to the FBI at any moment, it doesn't turn out that way. After a telephone call from Secret Service Inspector Kelly, Agent Howard tells Robert Oswald, "It looks like we are going to take care of Marina and your mother." But Howard adds that it seems to me that they're overlooking you. Mike Howard checks back with Inspector Kelly, who apparently consults with a higher authority in Washington. Later, Howard tells Robert, "They've talked to the president and he has expressed concern for you and the entire family. So has the Attorney General." Robert is struck by the reference to Robert Kennedy. Is the Attorney General concerned simply because he is the nation's top law enforcement official? Or can Kennedy, out of the depths of his own grief, have fashioned some genuine personal concern for the mother, wife, brother, and children of the man accused of assassinating his brother? 6 p.m. The 11th floor offices at the Dallas headquarters of the FBI in the Santa Fe building at 1114 Commerce Street, just 2 blocks west of Jack Ruby's Carousel Club, are quiet. Most of the stenographers and clerks, having worked late on Friday and Saturday, are off duty. Jim Hosty is filled with foreboding when Ken Howe, his supervisor, stops at his desk to tell him that both of them have been summoned by the special agent in charge, Gordon Shanklin. They make their way to the 12th floor together. Shanklin, it seems to Hosty, is not bearing up well under the strain. Working on as little sleep as his men and under far more pressure, Shanklin is additionally fielding repeated calls from Hoover and other top Bureau officials in Washington. Hosty knows that every aspect of the Bureau's conduct concerning the Oswald file is under intense scrutiny, and that both he and Agent John Fain, who handled parts of the case earlier, are in the hot seat. Now, to make things worse, the Bureau has turned up some newspaper articles from a couple of years ago. Interviews with Marguerite Oswald when she visited Washington, D.C. to buttonhole lawmakers about her son, then living in Russia. Even then, she was telling anyone who would listen that Lee was an FBI agent. There isn't a scrap of evidence in the files that points to any FBI involvement with the defector, but that will hardly mollify J. Edgar Hoover, whose jealous guardianship of the Bureau's reputation is a watchword in the FBI. The interview is short, tense, and unpleasant. Shanklin, standing behind his desk, does not invite Hosty to be seated. Looking over his shoulder, Hosty sees that Howe is standing in the doorway watching. Shanklin reaches down into a desk drawer and comes up with Oswald's scrawled threat and the memorandum Hosty filed on it. "Jim, now that Oswald is dead, there clearly isn't going to be a trial," Shanklin says, handing the note and memorandum to Hosty. "Here, take these. I don't ever want to see them again." Hosty looks perplexed, and Shanklin can read it in an instant. "Look, I know this note proves nothing," Shanklin says, cigarette smoke billowing from his nostrils. "But you know how people will second-guess us?" Hosty knows that those people are Hoover and his assistants, whose Monday morning quarterbacking is legendary within the Bureau. Hosty begins tearing up the Oswald note on the spot. "No, not here," Shanklin practically screams. "I told you I don't want to see them again. Now get them out of here." Hosty walks back to his desk. There's a shredder in the office, but Hosty realizes he can't do it there. He has to be alone. He walks out to the stairwell, down a half a flight of stairs, and into an empty men's room. He continues tearing up the note and his accompanying memorandum into tiny bits and tosses them into the toilet. 2 short paragraphs, poorly written by a half-wit no one could have taken seriously, have become dynamite. To some, they might prove that the FBI knew or should have known 2 weeks before the president's visit that Lee Harvey Oswald was potentially dangerous and should have notified the Secret Service so Oswald could have been put on the Secret Service's risk list or security index of the loonies who are detained or watched when the nation's chief executive comes to town. Worse yet, someone might even conclude that it was Oswald's rage at the FBI that tipped him over the edge and sent him off to murder the president. Hosty flushes the toilet and watches the swirling water suck the fragments of paper into the oblivion of the Dallas sewer system. He fears his career with the Federal Bureau of Investigation is going down with them. 7:30 p.m. Robert Oswald gets a call from Parkland Hospital from somebody who wants to know what is to be done with his brother's body. In the rush of the afternoon, Robert hasn't even thought about funeral arrangements. He turns to Secret Service agent Mike Howard for help. Howard puts in a call to a friend, Paul J. Grudy, the director of the Miller Funeral Home. In a moment, Grudy is on the line and asks Robert, "What kind of casket do you want?" Robert isn't interested in an elaborate casket, but he does want an outer vault that will be safe from vandals. The funeral director promises to take care of everything as soon as the hospital releases the body to him. Official Washington is increasingly concerned about the wave of paranoia building up in the country as the inevitable result of the fragmentary and halting flow of information from Dallas about the assassination. The media in the United States have been remarkably reluctant to speculate about the possibility of involvement of others in an assassination plot. But the Europeans have not been so circumspect. Speculation in the foreign press is running wild, partly because, unlike the United States, European leaders are rarely assassinated by lone gunmen, conspiracies being the norm. Communist Party newspapers in France, unable to cope with the idea that the killing of Oswald by Ruby is without broader political significance, are convinced that Oswald was eliminated in the execution of a plot. Even the staid Le Monde, France's journal of record, hit the streets in the early afternoon with an entire page devoted to serious doubts about the Dallas police and to what the two killings appear to reveal about American society. That question is of peculiar interest to Europeans who, although they rarely question America's assumed right to lead the world, are often uneasy about it. "What's happening? What's going on?" a bewildered diplomat asks as he leaves the Requiem Mass for the President in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. "This isn't the America we look to for leadership. How do we answer our anti-American radicals now?" The state of Texas and the Dallas police have already emerged as the villains. Le Monde notes that Texas, rich and conservative, is a state that largely financed the late Senator Joe McCarthy. Reporting on the pamphlets distributed in Dallas accusing the president of treason, the paper says this indicates the enormous publicity Americans give to the most fantastic accusations. The French want to know how Jack Ruby ever got close enough to kill Lee Oswald, and they frankly do not believe the story given by the Dallas police. The English are putting the same questions to the American press. Is there a plot in which the Dallas police are involved? And is lawlessness taking over in the United States? Americans in London, or anywhere else for that matter, have no easy answers. But there is a general feeling that the evidence against Oswald must be brought out fully and very quickly. The Justice Department is moving swiftly to do just that insofar as it is able. Although there is strong evidence for Oswald's guilt, a department spokesman assures the press that the case will not be closed until all the facts are in and every lead followed up. Premier Fidel Castro, one head of state who was conspicuously not invited to the funeral, airs his views on the assassination in a 2-hour televised address to the Cuban people. He calls Kennedy's murder grave and bad news from the political point of view. He notes that it could change U.S. foreign policy regarding Cuba from bad to worst. As Marxist-Leninists, he says, we recognize that the role of a man is small and relative in society. The disappearance of a system would always cause us joy. But the death of a man, although this man is an enemy, does not have to cause us joy. We always bow with respect in front of death. The death of President Kennedy can have very negative repercussions for the interests of our country, but in this case it is not the question of our interest, but of the interest of the whole world. Noting that President Johnson has assumed office without the moral authority of having been elected, Castro fears the ascendancy of reactionary forces. 9:25 p.m. Around 5 o'clock, Dallas District Attorney Henry Wade awakened from a brief nap and heard a national television commentator accuse the Dallas police of letting Oswald be killed and giving Wade hell for saying the case was closed, even though Wade knows he never made any public statement to this effect. 3 hours later, Wade makes his way to police headquarters on the 3rd floor and meets with the police brass. Everyone except Chief Curry, who was not available. "People are saying that you had the wrong man, and you let Oswald out there to have him killed intentionally," Wade tells them. "Somebody ought to go on television and lay out the evidence that you have on Oswald and tell them everything." Wade is told that Curry would have to approve. Meanwhile, determined to see that it is done, the district attorney walks down the hall to Captain Fritz's office, grabs a notepad and pencil, and begins listing from memory the crucial pieces of evidence against Oswald. It isn't long before the police brass get hold of Curry, and he tells them no statement will be made like this by the Dallas police, that he had given his word to the FBI that he would no longer speak out on the evidence. "Look, you're the ones that know about this," Wade pleads. "If you've got the right man, the American people ought to know. You can't use the evidence anyway. He's dead. You can't try him. Tell the public what you have on Oswald. I think you've got a good case." Wade's pleas have no effect on Curry's decision. The police will not make a statement, and that's final. When Wade asks police to give him details about the evidence so he can present it to the press, they refuse to cooperate. Stubbornly and foolishly, Wade decides to face the press anyway. "The purpose of this news conference," Wade tells an assembly room full of reporters and cameramen, "is to detail some of the evidence against Oswald for the assassination of the president." Pulling from his memory and a page of hastily jotted notes, the district attorney offers a hodgepodge of fact and misinformation that ultimately causes more harm than any good he intended. "As all of you know," he says, "we have a number of witnesses that saw the person with the gun on the 6th floor of the bookstore building." Many took Wade to mean that Oswald was seen by a number of witnesses. However, the only eyewitness who claimed to have seen Oswald, specifically, was Howard Brennan. Among many accurate statements in his recitation of the evidence against Oswald, Wade went on to make about 9 or 10 misstatements, including, for example, telling the press that right after the shooting in Dealey Plaza, Oswald's name and description had gone out over the police radio. Only his description had. That Oswald told the bus driver the president had been shot. He didn't. That the Tippit killing took place a block or two from Oswald's rooming house. The distance was 9/10 of a mile. And that 3 witnesses saw Oswald shoot Tippit 3 times. The evidence thus far is that Tippit was shot 4 times, and only 1 witness at that time was known to have actually seen Oswald kill Tippit. After running through the list of evidence, Wade fields questions from the reporters. "Do you know whether Oswald's been recognized as a patron of Ruby's nightclub here?" a reporter asks. "I don't know that," Wade replies. "Do you know of any connection between Mr. Ruby and—" "I know of none," Wade shoots back. "Are you investigating reports that Oswald might have been slain because Ruby might have feared he would implicate him in something?" "The police are making an investigation of that murder," Wade says. "I don't know anything about that. Although charges have been filed, it would be presented to the grand jury on Ruby immediately within the next week, and it'll probably be tried around the middle of January." "Has the district attorney's office closed its investigation of the assassination of the president?" "No, sir," Wade replies. "The investigation will continue on, with reference to any possible accomplice or that assisted him in it." "Do you have any suspicions now that there were?" someone asks. "I have no concrete evidence nor suspicions at present," Wade says. "Would you be willing to say, in view of all this evidence, that it is now beyond a reasonable doubt at all that Oswald was the killer of President Kennedy?" "I would say that without any doubt, he's the killer," Wade answers firmly. "That case is closed in your mind?" a reporter asks. "As far as Oswald is concerned, yes," Wade tells them, asserting the very thing that angered Wade when a national television commentator accused Wade of saying it. "What do you think Oswald's motive was?" someone asks. Can't answer that," Wade says. "How would you evaluate the work of the Dallas police in investigating the death of the president?" a reporter asks. "I think the Dallas police did an excellent job on this," Wade replies, "and before midnight on the day Kennedy was killed, had the man in custody and had sufficient evidence to convict him." "Is there any doubt in your mind that if Oswald was tried, that you would have had him convicted by a jury, with the evidence you have?" "I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that we would have convicted him," Wade replies. "But, of course, you never know what we've had lots of people we thought, but somebody might hang the jury or something, but there's no question in my—" "As far as you are concerned," a reporter interrupts, "the evidence you gave us, you could have convicted him?" "I've sent people to the electric chair on less," Wade replies. Speaking of the electric chair, a reporter wants to know if Wade will also seek the death penalty against Ruby. Wade says yes. By the time the district attorney gets back to the third-floor police administrative offices, there is a phone call from an FBI inspector asking him, "Please don't say anything more about the case." 9:45 p.m. Robert Oswald finds that getting his brother's body released from the morgue for burial turns out to be more difficult than it sounds. Parkland Hospital refuses to release the body merely on the basis of a phone call, even from a Secret Service agent. Eventually, a procedure is worked out. Parkland will give a message to the Dallas police with a secret password. The police will pass it on to the Secret Service at the Six Flags Motel. They will tell Robert, and Robert will call the hospital saying only the password to the person who answers. When the time comes, Robert places the call to Parkland. Administrator Bob Struey answers the phone. "Malcolm," Robert says. "All right," Struey replies and hangs up. The password was the first name of one of the emergency room surgeons, Malcolm Perry, who tried so hard to save the lives of both Jack Kennedy and Lee Oswald. All through the night, the three national TV networks silently cover the endless procession of mourners past the president's bier, only making periodic observations such as that the music in the background in the rotunda is Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, second movement, a dirge, of the changing of the guard every half hour, of Washington police announcing that mourners were still lined up for 3 miles, 5 abreast. The temperature dipping to 32 degrees, freezing at 3:15 a.m., Eastern Standard Time. Jersey Joe Walcott, former heavyweight champion of the world, filing past the coffin, and so on. The president's body would lie in state for 18 hours. By the time the viewing in the rotunda is over at 9 Monday morning, 250,000 mourners have filed silently past the body of the fallen president, and 5,000 have been turned away. At the tail end of the line allowed in before the rotunda was closed were a group of nuns who had been waiting since 1 a.m. Monday, November 25th, 8:30 a.m. Robert Oswald has been up for 2 hours in his 2-room suite at the inn of the Six Flags. He telephones Paul J. Grudy, funeral director at the Miller Funeral Home, and learns that Laurel Land Cemetery on Old Crowley Road in Fort Worth will hold the burial service. Grudy admits, though, that he is having a hard time locating a minister to give the service. Robert can only shake his head in disgust and says he'll start telephoning ministers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area to find one to conduct the burial services. They both agree to set the funeral for 4 o'clock that afternoon. Marguerite Oswald pounces on the photograph of Jack Ruby in the morning newspaper, her first glimpse of the man who killed her son. She brings it to Robert. "This," she whispers to him dramatically, "is the same man the FBI showed me a picture of Saturday night," referring to the man outside the Russian embassy in Mexico City. "All right, Mother," he barks. "If that's so, don't tell me. Tell the Secret Service man right over there." Robert is offended, impatient. He has had a lifetime of his mother's cunning conspiracies, all of them somehow designed to prevent Marguerite from being recognized as the pivotal figure she has always imagined herself to be. If the FBI had really showed Marguerite a photo of Jack Ruby before Ruby shot Lee, Robert is certain that the Secret Service agents will report the episode to the proper authorities. Right now, he doesn't want to hear any more about it. Robert begins telephoning ministers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. He is absolutely astonished at the reactions of the ministers he speaks to. One after another flatly refuses to even consider his request to have someone officiate at his brother's funeral. One minister, a prominent member of the Greater Dallas Council of Churches, says sharply, "Nope, we just can't do that." "Why not?" Robert asks. "We just can't go along with what you have in mind." Robert has only the simplest possible funeral service in mind and can't understand what the minister means. Then he hears the minister say, "Your brother was a sinner." Robert hangs up and breaks down. Robert Oswald is still making phone call after phone call into the late morning to find a clergyman when Marina tells him she wants to watch the funeral service for President Kennedy. Robert switches the television on. As they wait for the sound to come on, one of the Secret Service agents says, "Robert, I don't think you all should watch this." He leans down to switch it off. "No," Marina says firmly. "I watch." As they watch the funeral services in Washington, a call comes in for Robert. It's Chaplain Pepper from Parkland Hospital, asking whether all the funeral arrangements have been taken care of. Robert tells him about the reactions he's been getting from the ministers in the area. "It seems to me that there are a lot of hypocrites around," Robert tells him. "After all, can the assassination be the act of a sane man?" Maybe I can convince some of the ministers by raising that question, the chaplain says. They surely would agree that you can't hold an insane person responsible for his acts. 9:23 a.m., 10:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. In Washington, D.C., the weather, milder than yesterday, is still raw and wintry with whipping winds. But the day is crystal clear with deep and hard-edged shadows. 6 limousines wait in the White House driveway to convey the Kennedy family to the Capitol Rotunda. Jackie Kennedy appears first, quickly followed by Pat Lawford, Bobby, Teddy, Eunice Shriver, and other Kennedy in-laws and children. The late president's children, Carolyn and John, are notably absent. Their mother is sending them on ahead to St. Matthew's Cathedral, where she will meet them for the low pontifical mass. She has planned to spare the children the trip to the cemetery as well. It takes 13 minutes for the motorcade procession to reach the Capitol Plaza, where Jackie and the president's brothers once again climb the broad, imposing flight of steps to the rotunda. They kneel briefly at the coffin, back away, and leave, re-entering their limousine for the trip back to the White House. It takes another 7 minutes for the military pallbearers to remove the flag-draped casket from the rotunda and place it on the caisson that will bear it down Constitution Avenue, and then Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House, and then to St. Matthew's on Rhode Island Avenue, northwest. The huge crowds lining the streets are so quiet that the clop of hooves, the grating of the caisson's iron tires on the pavement, and the mournful tolling of the bell at nearby St. John's Episcopal Church are easily heard on the radio and television broadcasts, being listened to and seen by a global audience. It is now a full military funeral procession, including the Marine Band, called the President's Own, and crack drill units from all 4 academies, Army, Naval, Air Force, and Coast Guard, and it takes about 3/4 of an hour for the slow-moving cortege to reach the front of the White House. The funeral procession stops in front of the White House around 11:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where the Kennedy family leaves its limousines and joins the ranks of foreign heads of state, reigning monarchs and dignitaries who had gathered in front of the White House. After several minutes, the procession sets out on foot with Mrs. Kennedy, the First Lady ever to walk in her husband's funeral procession, and the slain president's 2 brothers on each side of her, leading the way on the long 8-block march to St. Matthew's Cathedral. It is a bodyguard's nightmare. Walking bareheaded, in plain view of any potential sniper, are 22 presidents, 10 prime ministers, and much of the world's remaining royalty, kings, queens, princes, and emperors. There are more than 200 officials from 100 countries, the United Nations, other international organizations, and the Roman Catholic Church. An estimated 1 million people line the funeral procession route. The Secret Service, seeing the obvious danger, urges the president to ride to the funeral in a bulletproof car, and Johnson considers it for a moment but refuses. He and Lady Bird walk along right behind the Kennedys, trailed by the color guard with the presidential flag. The great phalanx of luminaries marches straight into the lens of the television camera, the front line dominated by the towering figure of General Charles de Gaulle. Queen Frederica of Greece is remarkable as the only woman dignitary visible. They set out to the skirl of pipes played by the band of the Royal Highland Black Watch Regiment, which interrupted an American concert tour to appear at the funeral at Jackie's behest. Just 12 days earlier, the renowned pipers had played on the White House south lawn for the Kennedy children and 1,700 other children, and the president put aside his own duties to view their performance. It would be the last public appearance of the presidential family together. Shoulders erect and her eyes straight ahead, Jackie Kennedy, as one observer noted, bearing her grief like a brave flag, walked with a poise and grace as regal as any king or queen who followed her. Indeed, the London Evening Standard was moved to say extravagantly, "Jacqueline Kennedy has given the American people, from this day on, the one thing they have always lacked, majesty." UPI's Helen Thomas said, more soberly, that Mrs. Kennedy had hidden tears and kept a decorum that few women could under such circumstances. Arriving at the cathedral just before noon, Eastern Standard Time, the family is greeted by Richard Cardinal Cushing, an old and beloved friend who comes out to meet them. Cushing, the Archbishop of Boston, had married John and Jacqueline, christened their 2 children, and only last August buried their infant son Patrick Bouvier Kennedy, who died 39 hours after his birth. He bends to the 2 children, kissing Caroline and patting John on the head, then puts a comforting arm around Mrs. Kennedy's shoulder. As the military pallbearers, who seem to be carrying the weight of the world, struggle up the steps of St. Matthew's, the familiar voices of the television commentators are drenched in emotion. By far the largest television audience in history, perhaps even to this day, had been watching the historic events unfold. In America alone, an estimated 93% of all sets and 175 million people were transfixed by the images on the screen, and Relay, a U.S. communications satellite orbiting the globe, brought segments of the events into the homes of 23 other countries for the citizens of Russia. It was the first time they had ever been permitted to watch live television from abroad. The apex of the viewing audience seemed to be the funeral. National Geographic magazine, with representation worldwide, captioned a portion of their 1964 article, "World Stops at Moment of Funeral." The magazine reported that for the next few minutes, referring to the casket being brought from the limousine to the cathedral portico, whatever the hour in other lands, countless millions of the Earth's people paused to honor the dead president. Across our nation, trains stopped. Jets halted on airport runways. The Panama Canal suspended operations. Motorists paused in New York's Times Square. Evening traffic halted in Athens, Greece. Around the world, flags stood at half-mast. 11 a.m. At police headquarters, Jim Lavelle, the lead detective in the Tippit murder case, is sipping coffee in the squad room with a couple other detectives, waiting for Captain Fritz when Fritz calls. "Are you in a position to talk?" Fritz asks. "No, not really," Lavelle says. "Well, go into my office and pick up the phone in there," Fritz tells him. Lavelle quietly saunters to the privacy of Fritz's office. "What's up?" he asks. "I'm down here at the Greyhound bus station with Graves and Montgomery," Fritz says. "We've cased the county jail and it looks clear. I'm going to make a suggestion to you, and if you don't think it will work, I want you to tell me." "Okay," Lavelle replies, wondering just what Fritz has up his sleeve. "Go get Ruby out of jail any way you want to and bring him down in the elevator to the basement," Fritz says. "We'll pull through the basement at a prearranged time, load him up, and whisk him right on down to the county jail with another squad car following us. Do you think it'll work?" "Yes," Lavelle agrees. "I think it will, the way you've got it set up." "I haven't called Sheriff Bill Decker or asked the chief about it," Fritz admits. "Well, all you can do is get bawled out," Lavelle says. "But a bawling out is better than losing a prisoner." The two homicide men set about conspiring to move Ruby in secret. "How many men you got there to help you with him?" Fritz asks. 3 or 4, Lavelle answers. "Okay, don't tell anybody where you're going," Fritz orders. "Just get them like you're going after coffee and get downstairs or somewhere and tell them what you're going to do. I'll meet you in the basement at exactly 11:15. The two men synchronize their watches. "Okay, Captain," Lavelle says and hangs up. He walks out into the squad room and without a word motions to Detectives Brown, Doherty, and Beck to follow him. The men follow, their curiosity piqued. A reporter squares off with Lavelle the minute the detectives step into the third-floor hallway. "When are you going to transfer Ruby?" the newsman asks. "Oh, I don't know," Lavelle says coyly and keeps walking. When they get downstairs, Lavelle outlines the plan. He tells Brown and Beck to get another car out of the garage and get it in position to go out the ramp. He and Doherty go up to the 5th floor and check Ruby out of jail. They bring him down to the basement in the jail elevator, the same elevator Oswald rode on his fateful journey. Lavelle, who has known Ruby and been friendly with him, though not friends, since 1951, says to Ruby on the way down, "Jack, in all the years I've known you, you've never deliberately caused any police officer any trouble that I know of, but you didn't do us any favor when you shot Oswald." "You've really put the pressure on us," Ruby replied. "That's the last thing in the world I wanted to do. I just wanted to be a damn hero, and all I've done is foul things up." "Wait here," Lavelle tells Doherty, who has a tight grip on Ruby's arm as they reach the basement. Lavelle slips out of the elevator, letting the door close behind him. He looks at his watch. They're only 2 minutes early. "Don't let anybody ring for this elevator," he tells the unaware lieutenant standing behind the booking desk. "We're going to have it tied up." Detective Brown talks casually with one of the jail officers just outside the jail office door, his eyes glancing at the top of the Main Street ramp every now and then. A few feet away, Detective Beck sits behind the wheel of an unmarked squad car, its motor running. Brown spots Captain Fritz's car, with Detective L.D. Montgomery driving and Fritz in the passenger seat, pulling into the Main Street ramp. Brown turns and nods toward Lavelle, who opens the elevator door so Doherty and Ruby can step out. "I don't want to have to push or shove you," Lavelle tells Ruby, whom he hasn't bothered to shackle himself to, "but I want you to move." Ruby is shaking, afraid another vigilante is lying in wait for him. Captain Fritz's car glides to the bottom of the ramp and stops. Detective Graves, in the rear seat on the far side, leans over to open the rear door, and when he does, Ruby dashes away from Lavelle and Doherty. as astonished jail officers look on, running to the open door where he crawls on his hands and knees onto the floorboard in the back seat and lies on his stomach. Lavelle follows Ruby onto the back seat and places his feet on Ruby's back. "Jack was frightened, and that's where he wanted to stay," Lavelle said, referring to Ruby's prone position on the car floorboard, which he would stay in all the way to the county jail. The car leaves the basement garage, with Doherty, Brown, and Beck in the backup car. The two-car caravan catches every green light en route to the county jail. When they arrive, the detectives in the lead car get out and cover the jail entrance. In a matter of seconds, Jack Ruby is safely inside the county jail. 11:18 a.m., 12:18 p.m., Eastern Standard Time. At St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington, the cameras inside pick up the last of the mourners as they crowd into the church. Admission is by invitation only, but in spite of the planners' best efforts, the green-domed edifice is overflowing with 1,000 people, many uninvited. The casket rests at the foot of the altar as Cardinal Cushing in the Pontifical Low Requiem Mass prays for John Fitzgerald Kennedy and also for the redemption of all men. May the angels, dear Jack, lead you into paradise. First Mrs. Kennedy, then Robert and Ted Kennedy, and hundreds in attendance receive Holy Communion from the Cardinal, and Bishop Philip Hannon gives an 11-minute sermon in which he quotes liberally from the late President's speeches. New York Times reporter R.W. Apple describes his city as being like a vast church where schools and businesses are closed and 4,000 people stand silently in Grand Central Station to watch the funeral rites on a huge television screen, some of them genuflecting or making the sign of the cross. At anchor in Bayonne, New Jersey, the aircraft carrier Franklin D. Roosevelt fires its deck guns 21 times, once a minute from 12 noon to 12:21. For those who are faithful to you, O Lord, life is not taken away, it is transformed, Cardinal Cushing says solemnly. He blesses the casket with holy water. Outside the cathedral after the 1-hour funeral service, John stands hard by his mother as the casket is brought out, still clasping a pamphlet he was given as a distraction while sitting out the main body of the Mass with a Secret Service agent in a cathedral anteroom. As the coffin is returned to the caisson, Jackie bends to her young son, takes the pamphlet from his tiny hand, and whispers something. In a heartbreaking gesture, the president's son, who turned 3 today, cocks his elbow and salutes his father's casket. Spectators standing across the street almost buckle at the sight. Of all the images burned into the consciousness of America, nothing comes close to the power of that tiny salute. As the caisson starts to roll, the heads of state and other dignitaries stand about, waiting for their cars. The distance to Arlington National Cemetery is much too far to walk. 2 former presidents, Dwight Eisenhower and Harry Truman, passionate political enemies only a few years earlier, walk to their car together. The muffled drums begin again, a constant rumble that nonetheless fails to drown out the spirited clack of the hooves of Blackjack, the magnificent 16-year-old riderless horse with a sword strapped to the empty saddle and stirrups holding empty boots pointed backward, a part of an ancient tradition in the funeral procession of a fallen leader, symbolizing that he will never ride again. The family cars roll slowly in behind the honor guards, followed by President Johnson's automobile and the ever-present Secret Service. One by one, the other vehicles fall into position in the 1-hour, 3-mile-long procession, which snakes along Connecticut Avenue to 17th and then Constitution to the Lincoln Memorial, where it crosses the Potomac River on the Memorial Bridge to Arlington National Cemetery, where only one other president is buried, William Howard Taft. David Brinkley muses that the first cars are quite likely to arrive at Arlington before the last cars depart St. Matthew's Cathedral. The cameras mark time by showing faces from the crowd of ordinary Americans, a young priest, a soldier in dark glasses, a college boy holding a radio to his ear, an older woman clutching a large purse, and a family eating their lunch on the curb. As the cortege starts across the bridge, the cameras catch stunning shots from the heights on the Virginia side, the Lincoln Memorial perched majestically in the background. Waiting at attention at the bridgehead facing the memorial in the far distance are members of the Army's ceremonial Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps in their blazing red tunics and tricorn hats, a colorful reminder of the country's revolutionary origins. The matched gray horses begin to labor as they pull the caisson up the winding roadway that leads to the 420-acre, 100-year-old cemetery situated on land once owned by Confederate General Robert E. Lee. Last spring, President Kennedy stopped here to relax and enjoy the view of the sparkling city across the river. "I could stay up here forever," he remarked. Just 14 days ago, November 11th, the President, himself a decorated Navy veteran of World War II, had driven here with his son John Jr. to lay a Veterans Day wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier, which is close to his gravesite. As the procession nears the site of the open grave on a sloping hillside, the Irish Guard, a crack drill unit President Kennedy admired on his recent trip to Ireland, stands at parade rest. The casket advances slowly to the wail of bagpipes. As it reaches the gravesite, a flight of 50 jet fighters, one for each state, thunders overhead at a speed so fast they precede their own sound. One position in the otherwise perfect V formation is left empty, in accordance with Air Force tradition. The last plane to fly over at a terrifying altitude of just 500 feet is the President's personal jet, Air Force One, dramatically dipping its wings in tribute. The roar of the jet engines soon gives way to the silence of a hillside of somber faces. Cardinal Cushing intones the final prayer, "O God, through whose mercy the souls of the faithful find rest, be pleased to bless this grave, and the body we bury herein, that of our beloved Jack Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, that his soul may rejoice in Thee with all the saints, through Christ our Lord. Amen." The network pool camera sweeps over the line of military graves to the Curtis Lee mansion on the hill above the ceremony, then cuts to Mrs. Kennedy. As each fusillade in the 21-gun salute from 3 76mm cannons is fired over the grave by the riflemen of the Old Guard, she shudders. Cardinal Cushing asks the Holy Father to grant John Fitzgerald Kennedy eternal rest, and the bugler Sergeant Keith Clark steps forward to play taps. His lips are chilled blue. He has been waiting in the cold wind on the exposed hillside for 3 hours, and one note cracks, adding an unexpected poignancy to the mournful air. The flag folding begins. The camera moves in for close-ups of the white-gloved hands rapidly creating the traditional triangular bundle of the great flag, which has, until now, draped the casket. The flag is rapidly passed through the honor guards from hand to hand until it reaches John C. Metzler, superintendent of the cemetery, who turns and places it in the hands of the young widow, whose lips, for the first time in public, visibly tremble. The cardinal sprinkles holy water on the coffin, and Mrs. Kennedy, touching a torch to a jet of gas, lights the eternal flame. Their hands locked in embrace, Bobby Kennedy then leads Jackie from the grave. Although the rites are concluded at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, television lingers at the scene, giving the commentators a chance to recall special moments from the 4-day ordeal. Somehow, television itself, improvising blindly to cover a unique event in the history of the medium, has become a major component of the larger historical event, and those who constructed that effort are already beginning to realize that some of them are inextricably woven into the texture of the experience. The sad eyes of Walter Cronkite, the poetic irony of Edward P. Morgan, the righteous anger of Chet Huntley. The television images have also conveyed the feelings of a nation, something that was impossible to adequately express in words. Jacqueline Kennedy has one further official duty to attend to, and despite her mental state, it is of her own choosing. She will receive the foreign dignitaries who had come to the funeral from more than 100 countries at the White House. "It would be most ungracious of me not to have all those people in our house," she says, and manages a smile and thank you for each of them. JFK had once said of Jacqueline, "My wife is a shy, quiet girl, but when things get rough, she can handle herself pretty well." Approaching midnight, Bobby Kennedy, alone with Jacqueline on the second floor of the White House, says quietly, "Should we go visit our friend?" After gathering up lilies of the valley she had kept in a gold cup on a table in the hall, they arrive at the cemetery at 11:53 p.m. in their black Mercury, followed by a car with 2 Secret Service agents. In the presence of only Secret Service agent Clint Hill, 2 military policemen, and the cemetery superintendent standing at a distance, and the only light being that from the flickering eternal flame, blue in the night, the Attorney General and former First Lady drop to their knees and pray silently. Rising, Jackie places the spray of lilies on the grave. Together they turn and walk down into darkness and into lives that would never be the same. 1:30 p.m. Earlier in the day, Robert Oswald had gotten a call from Miller Funeral Home director Paul Grudy and learned, to his horror, that Laurel Land Cemetery was refusing to accept his brother's remains for burial. Grudy had also called other area cemeteries, but everyone had refused, staying away from Oswald's body the way the devil stays away from holy water. "What do they say?" Robert asked. The one in Fort Worth is associated with Laurel Land Memorial in Dallas, Grudy explained, which is where Officer Tippit will be buried. That Robert can understand. The rest offer vague reasons, Grudy continued. Robert and the funeral director agreed that the rest of the cemeteries are acting out of nothing short of prejudice. Christian charity, it seems, doesn't extend to the presumed assassin of President Kennedy. Grudy promised to make arrangements elsewhere as soon as possible. Grudy now finally calls back and tells Robert, to his great relief, that arrangements for Lee's burial have been secured with Rose Hill Cemetery in Fort Worth, and he is continuing in his search for a minister. The burial will take place at 4 o'clock, and Robert knows he has just 3.5 hours to find a minister. He thanks Grudy for his help and hangs up. Shortly thereafter, 2 Lutheran ministers show up at the inn of the Six Flags. While one waits in the lobby, the other, Reverend French, is escorted to meet with Robert and his family. The minister takes a seat on the sofa with Robert and Marguerite on each side of him. It is obvious from the start that Reverend French is not eager to officiate at any services for Lee Oswald and refuses, despite Robert's request, to hold any kind of service in a church. Robert begins crying, trying to get the minister to agree to his wishes, but the Reverend only quotes scriptures, referring to Lee as a lost sheep. "If Lee is a lost sheep," Marguerite snaps, "then he is the one who should go to church. The good people do not need to go to church. If he is a murderer, then it is he we should be concerned with." A Secret Service agent steps over to them. "Mrs. Oswald, please be quiet. You are making matters worse," he says, rankling Marguerite. Reverend French reluctantly gives in, agreeing to officiate at the services as long as they are held in a cemetery chapel, not a church. 2 Secret Service men who are in the room confirm with the minister the time for the service, 4 p.m., and make sure he knows how to get to Rose Hill. 1:50 p.m. At the Dallas County Jail, Jack Ruby is interrogated once again, this time by FBI agents C. Ray Hall and Manning C. Clements. In the presence of his lawyers, Melvin Belly, Joe Tonahill, Sam Brody, and William Chullis, he talks about seeing Oswald coming out of the jail office just as he got to the bottom of the Main Street ramp. "To me," he says, "he had this smirky, smug, vindictive attitude. I can't explain what impression he gave me, but that is all. I just lost my senses. The next I know, I was on the ground and 5 or 6 people were on top of me." He said that when Oswald killed Kennedy, something in my insides tore out. 2 p.m. In Dallas, 700 uniformed policemen from throughout the state of Texas congregate at the Beckley Hills Baptist Church to honor the other victim of Friday, Officer J.D. Tippit, gunned down by Lee Oswald on a quiet back street of Oak Cliff. Largely overlooked by the millions absorbed in the grand spectacle in Washington, the funeral of Tippit nonetheless attracts around 1,500 citizens of Dallas, over 1,000 of whom, unable to find room inside the 450-seat red brick church, mill around outside, while many others watch the ceremony on local and closed-circuit television. An organist, nearly hidden by a bank of flowers 5 feet high, plays the old rugged cross, and the choir, perhaps overly conscious of the cameras trained on them, sing with unusual stiffness. In the front row, Tippit's widow, Marie, is flanked by her brother Dwight and J.D.'s neighbor and fellow officer Bill Anglin, while Marie's older brother, Norvell, looks after 2 of the 39-year-old fallen officer's 3 children, Brenda, 10, and Curtis, 4. His oldest son, Alan, 13, sits next to them. The pews behind them are filled with J.D.'s mother and father, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, cousins, and close friends. Their faces stained with tears as they bid farewell to the man that they, and many others, considered a lovable guy. Others, some from far beyond the southern suburbs of Dallas, where J.D. was a familiar and reassuring figure, have not forgotten the fallen hero. Contributions to the bereft family's welfare have been flowing into the police department ever since the nation learned that the policeman's $7,500 life insurance policy wouldn't take his family very far. Donations have been arriving from all over the country. Boy Scout troops, police departments, church groups, mothers, fathers, and even children have been reaching out from every state. In a child's handwriting, one letter contained the simple words, "This money is yours because your daddy was brave." Enclosed was a dollar bill. Each member of the Detroit Lions football team contributed $50 for a total of $2,000. 2 brokers collected $5,000 on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and Walter H. Annenberg, the publisher of the Philadelphia Inquirer, paid off the $12,217 mortgage on the Tippit home. Newspapers even report that 2 prisoners serving life terms raised $200 for the Tippit Fund from the inmates of a Texas prison. Within months, 40,000 pieces of mail containing close to $650,000 in donations are given to the Tippit family, the largeness of the amount perhaps being partially attributable to NBC commentators Chet Huntley and David Brinkley, each telling a national television audience that calls were coming in to the network urging that in lieu of flowers for the late president, money should be sent to J.D. Tippit's family, care of the Dallas Police Department. Marie Tippit is grateful for the nation's kindness and treasures forever a gold-framed photograph of the president's family inscribed by his widow. There is another bond we share. We must remind our children all the time what brave men their fathers were. And the president's brother, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, and President Johnson personally call the 39-year-old widow to express their sympathies. President Johnson wanted her to know, Marie Tippit said, that her husband gave his life for a good cause, that Oswald may not have been caught had he not given his life. Today we are mourning the passing of a devoted public servant, the Reverend C.D. Tipps, Jr. says. He was doing his duty when he was taken by the lethal bullet of a poor, confused, misguided, ungodly assassin, as was our president. After the eulogy, Mrs. Tippit is helped forward. She weeps softly as she takes a long last look at her husband in the open casket. Then she turns away, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, and is helped from the church. 6 police pallbearers carry Tippit's gray casket to the waiting hearse. A 15-man motorcycle escort then leads the cortege to the rolling hills of Laurel Land Memorial Park, where J.D. Tippit will be laid to rest in a special plot set aside for Dallas's honored dead. At the gravesite, 36 red roses are laid across the casket as family and friends gather under the green awning that brings a bit of relief from the hot Texas sun. Tippit's slender, blue-eyed widow is unconsolable as the minister says a final prayer. Tears can be seen on many of the faces of the stiff-backed policemen standing at attention nearby. Marie Tippit and her 3 children turn away at last. Oh, God, she sobs. 4 p.m. Just outside Fort Worth, 2 unmarked cars hurry along a back road toward Rose Hill Cemetery. Secret Service agents Mike Howard and Charlie Kunkel are riding with Marguerite, Marina, and the children in one of them. Secret Service agent Roger Warner, Arlington police officer Bob Parsons, and a Tarrant County Sheriff's deputy accompany Robert in another. Robert Oswald finds the long ride unusually depressing, largely because of the attitudes of the people he has encountered while making the arrangements for his brother's funeral. As they near the cemetery, the driver breaks the gloomy silence. "What about that car behind us?" Bob Parsons, cradling an M1 carbine in the back seat next to Robert, turns around. "It's just 2 old ladies," Parsons says, "but one of them has a burp gun." Everyone laughs, even Robert, who hasn't laughed in 3 days. He knows that Parsons is trying to shake him from his depression, and he's grateful. The Secret Service and the Fort Worth police have set up a heavy guard at Rose Hill, with uniformed officers posted every few yards along the fence surrounding the cemetery. All cars are stopped and thoroughly searched at the main gate. They drive to the chapel perched on a low hill. A number of people are standing quietly at the fence line, staring at the grave at the bottom of the hill. They enter the chapel and find it completely empty. There is no sign of any preparation for a funeral service. "I don't understand," Robert says to Mike Howard and Charlie Kunkel. The 2 agents are equally puzzled. 2 or 3 minutes later, one of them comes back with the story. "We were a few minutes late," he says. "There's been some misunderstanding, and they've already carried the casket down to the gravesite. We'll have a graveside service down there." It is the final emotional straw. Robert hits the wall with his fist. "Damn it!" he says loudly. The agent decides that it's probably better not to tell Robert the rest of the story just now. In the absence of pallbearers, the accused assassin has no close friends. Lee's coffin, an inexpensive cloth-covered wooden box, has to be carried down to the grave from the chapel by 6 of the reporters assigned to the story, 3 from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. On the way out of the chapel, as Robert hurries back to the car, a photographer walks backward in front of him, snapping off pictures. Robert wants to punch him, but manages to control himself and climb into the car. Bob Parsons, ordered to stay in the car with a carbine, is waiting for him. "You're doing all right now," Bob says soothingly. "Just hold on." They drive down a curving road to the gravesite. One of the Secret Servicemen turns to Parsons and says, "All right, now you stay in the car with a carbine. If anything happens, come out shooting." "Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to mow down 15 or 20 reporters," Parsons quips. The funeral director, Paul Grudy, introduces the caretaker of Rose Hill to Robert, explaining that the man agreed without hesitation, though at some risk to his own job, to sell the plot to the family. Gertie tactfully suggests that the man's risk might be lessened if Robert, in speaking of the plot, were to create the impression that the plot had been in the family for some time, as though the cemetery itself had no choice in the matter. Robert, moved by the caretaker's warmth and compassion, readily agrees. The Lutheran minister who had promised to officiate over the services is not there. The Secret Service learn that he won't be coming out at all. Fortunately, Reverend Lewis Saunders, executive secretary of the Fort Worth Council of Churches, is willing to step in. Hastily summoned by Fort Worth Police Chief Cato Hightower, Saunders drove out to Rose Hill to do what he can. He hasn't presided at a burial in over 8 years, but felt that someone had to help this family. The Oswalds take their seats on several of the 5 battered aluminum chairs placed at the graveside under a faded green canopy. Marina, dressed in a simple black dress and beige coat, holds June while Marguerite cradles the baby Rachel in her arms. Inexplicably, there are 2 floral arrangements, a white blanket of carnations and a spray of red carnations from someone named Virginia Leach. Marguerite is annoyed at the crowd of police, Secret Servicemen, reporters, and Rose Hill employees gathered there.
"Privacy at the grave," she pleads. "Privacy at the grave."
When a French reporter whispers something to Marina in Russian, Robert tries to shoo him away. When the reporter persists, Robert stands up and starts to move on him, but Marina quickly turns to her brother-in-law and says in broken English, "He says sorrow." Robert turns to Secret Service agent Mike Howard and tells him he plans to have the coffin opened and would like to have all reporters and spectators moved back. The agent nods, and in the late autumn afternoon 12 plainclothes officers move the 75 or so newsmen back from the grave, forming a protective, semicircular barrier. Beyond the cemetery fence there is a scattering of onlookers who have guessed what is going on at the grave. The undertaker opens the coffin to give the family one final look at Lee Oswald. Marina kisses her husband, dressed for burial in a dark brown suit, white shirt, brown tie, and brown socks. She slips 2 rings on his finger. Her stoic, almost distant composure dissolves into bitter sobs. The 2 infants, hearing Marina cry loudly as Robert and Marguerite take a long, last look at Lee's face. As they return to their chairs, the gaunt Reverend Saunders steps up to conclude the stark service. "God of the open sky and of the infinite universe, we pray and petition for this family, who are heartbroken. Those who suffer and who have tears in their hearts will pray for them. Their need is great." For Lee Harvey Oswald he reserves the final words, "May God have mercy on his soul." It's over in 20 minutes. After the service, Marguerite, Marina, and the children are escorted back to the car to return to the Inn of the 6 Flags. Robert lingers for a moment to watch his brother's coffin lowered into the steel-reinforced concrete vault. He finally returns to his waiting family, and the 2-car caravan drives off. The gravediggers work hard to get the grave filled before dark, watched by a sprinkling of reporters and a few spectators. Finally, a light bulldozer moves in to help. The 2 floral arrangements are tossed onto the mound of raw earth. 2 policemen are ordered to start an around-the-clock watch on the grave. "We like to think Fort Worth folks are even-tempered," Chief Hightower explains. "But we can't take any chances. We don't want this grave bothered." As the crowd melts away, a few more of the onlookers beyond the fence slip over and come down to collect a few souvenir clods of dirt from the assassin's grave. 4 of the darkest days in American history are finally over. In an address to a joint session of Congress 2 days later, President Johnson says, "All I have I would have given gladly not to be standing here today. The greatest leader of our time has been struck down by the foulest deed of our time. Today John Fitzgerald Kennedy lives on in the immortal words and works that he left behind. He lives on in the mind and memories of mankind. He lives on in the hearts of his countrymen. No words are sad enough to express our sense of loss. No words are strong enough to express our determination to continue the forward thrust of America that he began. The dream of conquering the vastness of space, the dream of partnership across the Atlantic, and across the Pacific as well, the dream of a Peace Corps in less developed nations, the dream of education for all of our children, the dream of jobs for all who seek them and need them, the dream of care for our elderly, the dream of an all-out attack on mental illness, and, above all, the dream of equal rights for all Americans. Whatever their race or color, these and other American dreams have been vitalized by his drive and by his dedication. And now the ideas and ideals which he so nobly represented must and will be translated into effective action. No memorial or oration or eulogy could more eloquently honor President Kennedy's memory than the earliest possible passage of the Civil Rights Bill, for which he fought for so long. We have talked long enough about equal rights in this country. It is time now to write the next chapter and write it in the books of law. The landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964 quickly followed.
Parkland was written by Vincent Bugliosi and read by George Newbern. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, technical director. The mix engineer was Jessica Escalona. The associate producer was Joanna Solotaroff. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.